honesty. Can you say honesty? 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 Can you say honesty? Honesty. 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 Can you say honesty? Honesty, and you say honesty, 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 honesty, and you say honesty.
The following is a public service announcement.
The Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force and One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation invite Jamaican patriots and friends in the tri-state area to the second staging of a call to action. Meet us on Friday, May 10th, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Jamaica's Consulate, located at 300 East 42nd Street, corner 2nd Avenue in Manhattan. That's a call to action for Jamaicans and friends of Jamaica who are seeking the best solutions for Jamaica. May 10th at 9 a.m. at the Jamaican Consulate at 42nd Street and 2nd Avenue. Listen to Reason with Rattigan Saturdays at 3 p.m. on Reggae Global Radio and YouTube for updates.
Yes, family. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio and YouTube. I'm your host, Will, the Rebel Rattigan. The rebel who continues to fight for the people's causes. Now, I appreciate all of you for being here because you could have been anywhere else today, but you've chosen to be with the warriors fighting to remove the yoke of oppression, poverty, and injustice from the necks of our Jamaican brothers and sisters in Jamaica and the diaspora. Again, welcome. Big up all the people attending the pen relays. I know some of our regulars are there. Hope you're having a great time. Normally I would be there with you, but duty comes first, and I have to respond to the call. So big up the people then where the pen relay is. But big up, I even big up for the people watching, listening in the talk in the chat. Big up yourself, Mr. Bumba Va, Bumba V. Family, as you join the program, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. Now, tonight, the Rebel is going to dedicate his show to the real movement to hold the government of Jamaica accountable. I will be playing what I call it, quote unquote, reflection reggae, otherwise known as message music, to highlight the suffering of our brothers and sisters in Jamaica and the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation's efforts to hold government accountable. And you're going to hear that phrase time and time again, holding government accountable. And it's very appropriate So we're going to hammer that into your head to the point where you'll end up saying it before I can say it. Tonight's broadcast will also be a preview of the songs and the artists you'll hear on Protest Day, and that is May 10th in New York City. You just heard the commercial. You'll be hearing from artists like, they're all your favorites: Bob, Jimmy, Peter, Luciano, Bujo, Chronix, Aswad, Steel Pulse, Morgan Heritage, and a group from Firehouse, Black Uhuru. Yes, Howard, I see you put in Right Revolution. I'll drop that in, so a room. I always have room for a special request. You know what I mean? So, hey, blessings, Mama Eileen, Papa Trevor, all of the Global Road crew, the Manisons. Russell, big up yourself, big up your family. Ma P, Ma Jean, Desmond, Paul, Sasediva, Mrs. Nelson, Bob, the Souza. Hope you're feeling much, much better, my brother. And I suspect that you're at Penrelays. Good. Mr. Baxter, bless up yourself, my brethren. I'll soon see you, sir. Promise you. Well, I've been promising you for a while, but it's going to come through. It's going to come through real soon. Just believe me on that. And Angie, big up yourself. Go and take care of him for me. Big up the Reggae Global family, the Firehouse crew, and the Rollington Massive. Some tough critics, the Rollington Massive, you know. Them watch and them say, hey, you know, do this right, you know, do that right. But it's all in good spirit and it's all constructive. And so that's my job, to take constructive criticism from wherever it's coming from and deal with it, you know. Make sure I'm acting in accordance with what the people them really want, because that's why we're here, for the people. Big up all media personalities and platforms exposing public corruption and holding the government accountable. Again, you hear it? Holding government accountable. You're going to hear that till you're sick and tired. But you must. You must, you know. And then not only are we going to talk about it, we're going to talk about the things that we're doing. Again, big up all of the personalities and platforms. Linkage Radio out of Mount Vernon. Big up yourself. OBC Radio. Yes, my brother, big up yourself. All People Radio. I know I have to come see you. I'll be in New York on Wednesday. So if you're listening, All People Radio, link me. We have to link up. Yeah, I want to deal with that thoroughbred racing thing for you. Sutherland TV, Soda, out of Chicago. Big up yourself, Soda. Producer Wayne Global TV, outstanding job you're doing, my brother. Continue. And Isabel Rose, likewise. Waterhouse Vibes with man called Michael Nita and crew. Go on doing the thing. Make we talk. Mr. Vumva V, Jeffrey Tavares, Mystic Sensation. You know, last night, they invited me, went over on their radio station, on their platform. And Byron and Anne-Marie, I mean, they're two outstanding investigators and presenters. I mean, they dug up a lot last night coming out of the Integrity Commission. And they were able to show a number of public officials involved in all kinds of shenanigans, from having bank accounts that you're not declaring, to cars missing, to no filing. In fact, there was a pattern at KSAMC where several officials did not file statutory declarations for 2019, 2020, and 2021. Don't know what's so special about those years, but a lot of them didn't file for those 3 years. Maybe more, but that's what we were looking at last night. But again, I just want to big up Byron and Anne-Marie for having me on. Tara, I think the young lady's name, she was there to outstanding perform. Aromatic, yes, my brother. And I was there with the one and only Herb Nelson Jr., our resident intelligence analyst. Maria, big up yourself, sis. I hope you're feeling better. Maria will join us later today, because we're going to do a fundraiser again. But she was under the weather yesterday. Spoke to her this morning. She sounded a bit better, but it's touch and go. We'll see. Herb will be here. Of course, ISAT, Mr. KFC, will be here. And of course, the renegade who no afraid, the man in the wilderness, the man who no take no talk and who no take back no talk. Wayne Lonesome will be here. Big up Gander Road, Tony. Brethren, you need to give me a shout. I've been hear from you for a while now. I know how go on. Roland, I hope you had a great time. Great vacation. I won't say where you were, but I hope you had a great time with the family. Looking forward to hearing from you, sir. Bitter gal. Bitter gal, one of the biggest supporters. I don't even know, one of the biggest supporters of this program now, you know. And a fierce critic. She no hold back no punches. She just say it like it is. Bunny Jump, brethren, get well soon. Prayers and blessings. Cora and the Princess. Cora, I hope you're back so you can tune in today and tonight. Natty Norman, I don't hear from you for a while, my brethren. I tell you what with the phone, and it's like you just you go sideways for me. But link me. Janet, link me too. And of course, my sisters. And the big up on herself. Wendy, Peaches, Marcia, and Jenny. Big up on herself. Jenny, get well soon. You know, Jerk Chicken, Mikey. Kevin, where there? Kevin, I don't know what happened, but hold on there. Look, Kevin there. Kevin, come in, Kevin. I'll make a t-shirt, you know. And we'll make a few t-shirts with on the front it will say Kevin where you're there, and on the back we are gonna big up Reggae Global Radio and the program. Kevin, we need to bring up Marga Mikey on the screen, yeah. Don't know where Kevin them, I'm gonna call him, yeah. Go on there. Big up everybody in the chat. Hey Johnson, no, it was Marie who wasn't feeling well. Hold on a second, folks. Yeah, Kevin, we bring up Marga Mikey. Bring up the thing for me so I can show Mikey. Yeah, my sister, them gone again. The only one, really. Yeah, but give me Mikey and then we can bring up the rest of it. In the meantime, between time, Kevin are going to do him thing, and speed is what we really need in order to succeed. So, we're going to move on to the Manchester crew now. We don't forget to know Merlin, Dorrit, and the community, and the big up on yourself. Always I keep me straight. And another wonderful work in the community, and I promote the thing, and we love that. Miss Norma Allen of wtih, Deanna, and David, thanks. Many thanks for the strength. Manners and respect to all civil servants who teach, protect, and take care of us. And we're talking about nurses, the doctors, the police officers, teachers, secretaries, etc. Can't forget the civil servants. 20% on the get. Government get 200%. And for the most part, UNA do the work. UNA keep the society level. They might tilt it, but that day will come soon and very soon. Thanksgiving, let me add my brethren here to the stage. Jerk Chicken Mikey, female people, otherwise known in New York. From New York, we call him Marga Mikey, then him graduate to Jerk Chicken Mikey. See him there? He was laid to rest, I think today, right? His funeral service was yesterday. Now, let me just throw out a word about Mikey. Brethren, you were a source of happiness and inspiration for many. Your joyful presence and ready smile will be forever remembered. Rest in eternal peace. And may the Almighty bless, guide, and support your family as they go through this terrible period of mourning. Family, we are here for you. Bless up, Mikey. All right. Kevin, well, you still there, Kevin? Kevin answer me, you know. Oh, yeah, Kevin say, yeah. And him saying there. Yeah, mega what? Him come from New Lots, from George Avenue. Me sleep at Alabama, 1 block over from him. So if you say you know him from New Lots there, you do. I am that. Brother named Craney. Him have 2 other brothers, but them up on the quiet side. You know, one of them live in Ghana. And I think the other one still living in New York. Anyway, Waterhouse Vibes will be streaming tomorrow on YouTube at 3 p.m. And that's 2 p.m. Jamaica time. Waterhouse Vibes with Michael Nita and crew. We in Lonesome's town hall meeting, regularly scheduled town hall meeting, will be on tomorrow on YouTube at 7 sharp. And that's 6 p.m. Jamaica time. Again, Lonesome, his town hall meeting will be on tomorrow at 7, and that's 6 p.m. Jamaica time. And you can catch Jamaican Carlos, Jeffrey Tavares, Mystic Sensation, Andre Stevens, and all of the others, the commentators, YouTubers, journalists. You can catch them on a daily basis on their YouTube channel. Okay. We have Isaac Buchanan's radio show, Context Matters, on Reggae Global Radio, YouTube, and Facebook every Thursday from 5 to 7 p.m. And that's 4 to 6 p.m. Jamaica time. Again, Context Matters with Isaac Buchanan on Reggae Global Radio, YouTube, and Facebook every Thursday from 5 to 7. That's 4 to 6 Jamaica time. I think I left out. Yeah, I think I left out some of the personalities on platforms. Them. Yeah, I think I mentioned Linkage Radio, OBC Radio, All People Radio, Sutherland TV, Producer Wayne Global TV, and Isabel Rose, Waterhouse Vibes, Make We Talk, Mystic Sensation, Super Jams with Prezi and the Captain, Professor John Lennon, Andre Stevens, the Professor, Jamaica Carlos, Aromatic. Yeah, I think I mentioned Maria Herb and the Renegade and Afraid Wayne Lonesome. So nice, mention it twice. And we're so Flow TV, big up yourself. Big up yourself. You have watched it a few times, yeah. Good content. And anybody else know I'm a big up, just show them in the chat, yeah. Because I don't remember everyone. So help me out. We're finalizing our efforts to feature schools in Jamaica. We're highlighting their achievements and challenges and how we as a community, we meaning the diaspora and Jamaica, can help. And I had a conversation this week with the principal of Meadowbrook High School, my alma mater, and we are working on having Meadowbrook on in a few weeks. I think we're also working on getting KC on as well, but it will be a regular feature, maybe once a month or so, where we'll have we'll highlight a school and we'll have the principal, someone from the Past Students Association, and a student or two, And we'll just talk, just talk about the history of the school, where they are, the challenges they face, things that they'd like to do. And at the end, we want to take up a little, I don't want to say collection because it sounds like church. We want to support whatever initiative they have. We'll ask about one initiative that they'd like some support with, and then we'll try and help in that manner. Kevin, where you there? Please support DJ Kevin Stew's program tonight at 8 p.m. sharp. That's Kevin Stew on Reggae Global Radio tonight at 8 p.m. Tonight at 8, we'll be on. We're not competing with Kevin because Kevin having a very large following and he'll be playing music, but we'll be doing fundraising tonight at 8. We will take phone calls regarding pertinent topics. And just so you know, folks, Cash App, credit cards, debit cards, and Zelle, all of those streams of funding. PayPal, sorry. Yeah, thanks. Yeah. Sorry about that. Kevin just correct me. See, me can't do without Kevin, you know. Yeah, PayPal, credit cards, debit cards, and Zelle are in full effect. So please use the QR codes or visit One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. That's ojldf.org, and continue to be generous. Now, today's presentations, we have a disclaimer. The opinions you hear today will be that of the individual presenters only, and is neither endorsed nor promoted by Reggae Global Radio or the host. In addition to our fundraiser tonight, we have a whole bunch of topics to talk about. And I am sure that these topics are not exhaustive of everything that took place in Jamaica this week. I mean, Jamaica is content rich. You don't have to look far. Just read the Gleaner or the Star or the Observer or Loop, and you're going to find enough there to talk about. Another YouTuber, Jamaica Hot Topic. Yes, TJ. Jamaica Hot Topic. Yeah, big up yourself. Big up on yourself. Today we're going to talk about the recently registered Global Jamaica Diaspora Council and the People's Conference that will be held from June 16th through June 19th. This week was quite an interesting week because I got a chance to speak to a diaspora member. I think it was 2 days ago on Jeffrey Tavares' program, Mr. Leo Gilling. And earlier, there's another discussion regarding the same topic, Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, and the conference that will be held June 16 through June 19. Let me just say, for the record, that there will be only one Global Jamaica Diaspora Council meeting, Global Jamaica Diaspora Council conference on those dates. And a conference will be the People's Conference, the one at night, the one that we're hosting from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. That'll be 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Jamaica time. The one, some people are having one in the morning, a conference in the morning, and that conference is a business exposition. If you're interested in buying and selling and investing, then that conference is for you. That conference is not for most of you. They're not concerned about dealing with the present issues affecting our folks in Jamaica. That's not the reason why they're meeting. Primarily, they're meeting to sell products, services, and to invest. We don't support that. And I say again, we are asking our people not to go. Not to go. whether you're in Europe, Africa, Asia, North America, we're saying do not go, because that conference is not for you. That conference is for folks that Jeffrey Tavares refers to as the Vumvava Vumvavi. And I've laid out the reasons why you shouldn't go. It's interesting because the gentleman we had on a few days ago, Mr. Leo Gillings, he gave his reason for going. He said he wants to meet people. He wants to establish relationships with people of influence, people of power, people of position, and that he would like to help Jamaica in his own way, with help with the schools, education, and so on and so forth. And I respect him tremendously. Very affable fellow. I respect him tremendously for doing that. But I disagree. You can do all of that without going to the conference. And some people said in the thing that in the chat that it appeared as if he was going to seek out investment opportunities for himself and his friends. I don't know if that's quite true, but all I'm saying to him is that to go and help out a school and help a community, you don't have to go to the conference for that. We don't support slackness, and that's what's going on over there. It's all slackness. It's all a dog and pony show. And in fact, I'll show you later on. I'll show you that people have been complaining. People have been complaining since way back when, saying that this is a talk fest. Nothing is going to come out of it. So we'll get to that later. We're also going to provide update regarding the upcoming protest in New York City. We're going to be talking about food, the T-shirts, the weather, press release, placards, etc. I think I'll start with that once I finish, enumerating the things we're going to talk about tonight. We also have Dr. Ben, who's going to come on and discuss fibroids and prostate. He calls them the silent crises. Dr. John Lennon is going to come on and discuss the Jamaican fiscal mismanagement fiasco. And I think he's going to be pointing fingers at none other than our esteemed, our illustrious minister, and I'm being facetious when I say that, our illustrious Minister of Finance, the Honorable Dr. Nigel Clark. We're also going to talk about the steps being taken to discipline and remove the DPP from office for behavior unbecoming of her office. And that's something that we are doing in the diaspora, separate and apart from what's being done in Jamaica by the courts, the opposition, and others. We will also provide more advice to the new police commissioner. I don't know if we'll get to that topic today, but we'll try. And we'll review the Integrity Commission Act of 2017. There's a lot of ground to cover today. Today, we will continue the fundraising efforts to support the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. And again, in a show of togetherness and solidarity, we will be joined by brothers and sisters who are in the struggle against poor governance and corruption in Jamaica. And as you listen to the messages, please remember 2 Corinthians chapter 9. Quote, whoever sows sparingly will also reap sparingly, and whoever sows bountifully will also reap bountifully. Each one must give as he has decided in his heart, not reluctantly or under compulsion, for God loves a cheerful giver, end of quote. So please start or continue to be cheerful givers to the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. Montague James, yeah. Bless up, bless up, bless up, bless up. Beat and teach out here, yeah. You know it go. Now, updates on the protest. As if you need a reminder. Please, family, make plans to come out on Friday, May 10th in New York and be counted in this history-making protest to be held at the corner of 2nd Avenue and East 42nd Street in Manhattan from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. and that's in front of the Jamaican consulate. You'll see the crowd out there, so you won't have to look far. You won't be lost. We make no accommodations for the weather, meaning that if it's raining, we don't have a rain date. We're going to go out there. We're going to do it because we're committed to this thing. Artnell said, I used to beg. I used to beg. Believe me, Artnell. Used to beg for food. But that was eons ago, you know. So yeah, come out for the protest, and we don't have a rain date, so you know we're not concerned about the weather, whether it's raining or it's hot or it's cool, snow. It's unlikely to snow, but we really don't care. We're going to be out there, and we're encouraging you to come out there. Look, if you can make plans to go down to a conference with them, keep on where you have to pay plane fare, hotel accommodations, food, ground transportation, telephone bill, and an entrance fee, then certainly you can come to this one. Give up that one for this one. This is going to be more beneficial to our people. This is one where the people are actually calling on the government to do better. The one where you go down in Jamaica, June 16 to 19, that's a waste of time. Nobody's going to listen to you. They'll take some you'll take some selfies. You'll feel good about yourself. You probably get a few phone numbers. You come back and you call the phone numbers. They'll say, who? They won't remember you. They don't remember you. Keep that in mind. The press release has been finalized and will be sent to the media, traditional and social. And I can tell you, folks, it's chock full of facts. I sent it to a friend of mine in the media business yesterday, and he said, this is a very powerful press release. And hold on one second, please. No. Yes, folks. Sorry about the interruption there. One of our guests didn't get the notification, so that's where we are. Let me see what it is. Okay, so the tri-state, and I made sure the press release too, because I have it up here, and I'm going to go through the press release with you, and then you can tell me if you think that. And the thing is, we don't even care because there are some very, very ardent, diehard supporters of the program. They said, no, don't tell them everything. Well, we don't tell them everything. Some things we tell them because they can't stop it, you know. So we just send it out to them, and then what happens is that as much as they try, them can't sleep at night time. Them can't sleep. And that's one of the reasons us doing certain things and telling them so that them can't sleep. Some things you surprise them with. You know, some things, yes. But certain things you tell them because there's nothing they can do about it. They lose sleep. They might make a few phone calls, but they can't stop it. The train has left the station. And there's no reverse on that train now. So we don't worry about them. The tri-state region, Connecticut, New York, and New Jersey, is where our politicians, corrupt and honest, come to beg for contributions to their causes, which sometimes end up in their pockets. We know this to be true over the years. This is the region with the highest concentration of Jamaicans outside of Jamaica. So family, don't disappoint. Come out in your numbers and let's raise our voices in unison against the actions and inactions of this government. Bad governance, we call it. And let's do it for our people at home and abroad. Because, you know, we have some people here too. We have some people here came to our attention quite recently that there's a spot, 441 and Oakland Park Boulevard in Fort Lauderdale, where Jamaicans are actually sleeping in their cars. So it's not just in Jamaica that you have Jamaicans suffering. It's all over the place. Foreign is not a bed of roses. Remember that. So we must acknowledge the support coming from our family and friends of Jamaica. And I'm referring to the May 10th protest. Our family and friends of Jamaica from Florida, Georgia, North and South Carolina, Virginia, DC, Delaware, New Jersey, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Rhode Island, Illinois, Texas, California, Canada, Jamaica, Europe and the UK, and parts between. Come out in your numbers and support. I know a few people coming in from the UK for this, and some people coming from Canada, and there are lots of people coming from Florida. So t-shirts will be on sale, $25 a pop. I have to show you the t-shirts. Kevin, hold on a second there. Kevin, I'm a t-shirt, and I'm in a t-shirt, and yeah, Kevin soon put up the t-shirt, them, but I love them, believe me. Bring your placards, or you can get a complimentary one from the organizers. We have some, and if you bring your placard, what we don't want any rude or salacious or obnoxious things written on them. We're going to keep it clean, people, because thank you, Kevin. Thank you. Because we are decent people, right? And we don't want anybody go and complain, say that. We don't want anybody go and complain and say that we put up some dirty, nasty sayings on some of these placards. We want to keep it clean. So we will have placards. Ones that are pre-printed. We have some that they're blank and we can write messages on them. We will do so. And if you want to bring your own, please feel free. But if we see anything that doesn't represent the values of us as a people, then we're going to kindly ask you to put that down, and we'll give you one so that you can raise that one and carry on. But again, please, no slackness. All right. The sound permit has been obtained from the NYPD, and we have our demonstration space in front of the Jamaican consulate. The sound system and generators have been secured. I'm going up to New York this week, finalize some things, and then also make a speech at the John Jay College of Criminal Justice. That's on 59th Street in Manhattan. We're on the verge of getting a food truck in the area because Second Avenue has a lot of restaurants, but I'm not so sure that some of you would be inclined for the culinary assortment that they have over there. You may want to just resort to Jamaican food or Caribbean food. So we're on the verge of getting a food truck in the area. But we need to know if it's worth it, because we're asking a food truck operator. I know his father very well. They have a food truck is about 10 blocks away from where we are. And it's quite far considering traffic, even as a pedestrian. So he has a regular spot. He will give that spot up to come to where we are, but he wants to be assured that he will, he's going to be making some money. He's not coming there to lose. So I just want to hear from you guys during the course of the program if you think it's worth it to have him drive his truck, come over there, because here's what we're looking at right now. If we have him come over there,
and he doesn't sell. He makes X amount where he is right now every Friday. And if we have him come over there, he wants to be guaranteed that he's going to be making at least that amount of money. If he makes less than that, then yeah, man, the food wicked. Megawatt, that's the food truck I'm talking about. The one at Park on 48. That's the one I'm talking about. So I just need people to, because, him tell me, he says sometimes, boy, people tell him, say, yeah, we're going to have 200, 500 people, and when them come, him want to sell 50 food. I don't have to throw him don't save food, him have to throw it out so him lose money. So I just need people to know. I just need to know from you, guy. Oh, Kim. He's very expensive. Who said that? Video Game Spree? You know him? Video Game Spree? But I just, soup is good. Nicola Green. Oh, no, Sandra White. So you've eaten there. One oxtail large. No, we won't have oxtail. No. We're gonna have jerk chicken. If he shows up, we're gonna have jerk chicken, stewed chicken, curry chicken, fried chicken. It's a chicken fest. So I need to know from you guys, because I have to tell him this coming week. So I need to know whether or not we should have him come, or we should just say, you know what, the hell with the food. Let people just, figure out what they want to eat and find a place. So yeah, I'm not getting I'm not getting a good vibe here, because I don't see anything in the chat saying, yeah, bring him, because we're going to buy the food. Okay, Megawatt knows the person, or knows the food truck. Okay, all right. Well, look, I'm going to bring this up again during the course of the program today, so I just need to know. Sandra White, you want fish? Okay. I just need to know. Oh, if he's concerned about sailing, let him. Okay, leave him where he is. Paris Mountain. Okay. Yes, we'll need food. Or he said what he could do is we could order like 100 food, and then he'll just deliver 100 food, and then we're just paying for the 100 food, and then we just sell the food. So that's also possible. Think about it, folks. All right, because we have Isaac here waiting, and I don't want to keep him much longer behind, because Isaac can't stay with us too long these days, because he has some important cases coming up. As I said, next Thursday we will do a presentation at the John Jay College of Criminal Justice on the impact of corruption on education in Jamaica. We have been told, we are quite aware that the government of Jamaica and the consul general out of New York, that they're very worried about our protest. And they should. If I were in their shoes, I would be too. All right. I'm going to bring on Isatya. Big up yourself, brother. What go on?
Greetings, everybody. I was listening to the discussions, and I just want everybody to know that there's a KFC at 242 East 14th Street. The telephone number is 212-533-7299. If you're coming from 1922 3rd Avenue, it's just across from 2nd Avenue. If the number for that KFC is 212-423-0579. No, just put it out there. It's like, there's a lot of KFCs surrounding the area, so don't be afraid you won't be hungry. If you don't get no oxtail, there's always a kernel right there for you when you can't go hungry. So protest and eat in the KFC. Greetings. Go on, Rattigan.
Kevin, I look for the other part of the t-shirt. I don't see it, brother. Where the t-shirt them there?
I would have shared my screen, but I'm technologically dunce.
No, Kevin just brought it.
Kevin laugh off of me.
It looks like it disappeared from me. Oh, here's one. All right, so this must be the other one. Okay, all right, Kevin, never mind. I have it. All right, folks, here's what the t-shirt looks like. And we just finished it up yesterday, and they're in print. We will have them next week. All right. Here we go. The government not gonna like this, There we go.
Wow.
Call to action against the corrupt government of Jamaica for corruption, bauxite, poverty, crime, broken promises, health, education, water, constitutional violations, financial disclosures, etc. And I'll just let people know that we had said call to action against the government of Jamaica, but there are some people there, we have some diehards, and them said, no. You must put corrupt in it, otherwise we're not supporting it. So that's why corrupt is there, and it's in red. So that is that. Here is what the back of the t-shirt looks like. There it is. So it's memorializing the event, New York protest, May 10, 2024, Jamaican Consulate, And then at the bottom it says, please support the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, and the QR code is there. So somebody can actually come up. You can encourage people to support. They just come up and use their phones, and with technology they can access the website and go in and make their donation. But that's it. I think the t-shirt look really nice. No, the government is where think guys at?
Hot fire, Dylan, boo. Listen. I like how you have constitutional violations, because it's very recent, right?
Trish can't support it because it have yellow and not gold. Well, Trish, that's not. It's fine that you point it out, but look, the message is actually below the flag. So we don't have time to worry about gold or yellow, Trish. What we are worried about is the message and the messengers, the people that are out there.
Don't worry, Tracy. Just put your shirt in on the machine. Don't put no bleach in there. You'll get the color, the desired color that you want.
Right.
All right.
The too many words. Well, some people said not enough. Some people wanted us to put more, because they said these are some of the things that we're talking about. Hey, vibing, you like it? All right, vibing. Your opinion counts a lot for us around here. So, yeah. Cheryl, yeah. Tara's King. Opal, Alisa. Yeah, the t-shirt. Next week, we're going to tell you how to buy the t-shirt, because they're being printed right now. Yes, you're going to be able to get them online. Yes, Elaine, you'll be able to get them online, and you'll be able to get them at the protest, at the march itself. It's the back there. Pearly, Merlin, Kim. Yeah, man. The thing I kick up dust, man. Yeah. It's well put together. All right. So, I just over there. Now, I want to show you something, right? Well, John's supposed to come on in a few minutes.
Yeah.
But I want to show you something, and I want to show you something, and I want you to tell me what you think about it, right? This is it. The press release that is going out. It says, press release, Jamaica Rising, a call to action. Protest New York City, May 10, 2024. The Jamaican Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force and supporters will stage a protest against the government of Jamaica for good governance, transparency, accountability, and human rights on Friday, May 10, 2024, in front of the Jamaican Consulate located at 300 East 42nd Street, New York City, near the corner of 2nd Avenue. This demonstration will mark the second of a series of demonstrations against the government of Jamaica scheduled for various locations, including Miami, CG, we're coming back your way, sir. Washington, D.C., Toronto, and London. Now, here's where I want you to pay close attention to this, Isaac, because I want to get your opinion. Some of the specific issues impacting the lives of Jamaicans and tarnishing brand Jamaica are: 1, Jamaica's 2023 murder rate of 43.85 per 100,000 inhabitants ranks it as one of the most dangerous countries in the world. That's a fact. 2, the Prime Minister's promise in 2016 that Jamaicans would be able to sleep with their windows and doors open has not been realized. True? 3, The Prime Minister's annual statutory declaration, that is to say, his financial disclosures for 2021 and 2022, have not been verified by the Integrity Commission, the country's anti-corruption agency. True? The Prime Minister requested anti-corruption training from the Integrity Commission, and said training was provided to the government and the opposition party. After the training, the participants were requested to sign a code of conduct that memorialized elements of the training they received. That is to say, selflessness, integrity, objectivity, accountability, openness, honesty, and leadership. To date, the Prime Minister and the government have refused to sign the document. True? True. The Integrity Commission and the Auditor General continue to uncover major public corruption, waste, mismanagement, and fraud committed primarily by government officials. True?
Facts.
Okay.
The one should have been at the top.
Okay. The government of Jamaica violated the Jamaican Constitution and implemented states of emergency as a crime-fighting measure that resulted in gross violation of human rights.
Put that in bold.
The Jamaican Supreme Court recently ruled that the government led and supported extension of the DPP's tenure was constitutionally invalid.
Hey!
The government of Jamaica raised the salary of legislators by approximately 200%. Civil servants received a paltry 20% raise.
True.
The Jamaican minimum wage is $16 per day. That is true. Jamaica scored 44 points out of 100 on the 2022 Corruption Perceptions Index. Notably, a score below 50 indicates a serious corruption problem. That's true.
Facts.
A June 2023 poll of the Jamaican public revealed that Jamaican politicians are now perceived as more corrupt than the police. That's true. The UK High Commission in Jamaica reported that Jamaican politicians were involved in the importation of illegal firearms into Jamaica. That was in the newspaper in Jamaica. For several years, the Jamaica Constabulary has been accused of corruption and extrajudicial killings. True, sir?
True.
A significant number of murders, including high-profile cases and drug fines like the Boscobel one, have not been properly investigated or prosecuted. They're still unsolved. Yes?
True.
More than 300 pipe bombs were discovered in Kingston, and to date, no arrest has been made.
Facts.
Airplanes have violated Jamaican airspace and crash landed, and the authorities have not identified or located passengers or cargo.
The plane just crashed with it.
They found the planes.
Skilly Bay.
And John, I think John can verify this one, that the government failed to account for nearly $100 million it received over a 4-year period from a U.S. aluminum company. I think John, yeah, that one is factual. So,
True.
the World Bank raised concerns about Jamaica's poor employment quality, low productivity, reliance on imports and tourism that are vulnerable to external factors, and the downside risks of crime and corruption. That came straight out of their report.
True.
Teachers, law enforcement personnel, and medical professionals are emigrating in significant numbers because of the crime and economic factors in Jamaica. The ones I've spoken to, they said yes.
True.
Jamaican students are performing below international standards in basic subjects. That report came out recently. It's true. Significant financial scandals, including the loss of sports icon Usain Bolt's investment, have plagued the nation, and very few convictions have been secured. That's true.
Facts.
Parliamentarians are under extended investigation for unjust enrichment without any resolution so far. That's true.
How much are them? 6?
The government has failed to timely prosecute public officials accused of corruption and financial mismanagement. That's true.
True.
In January 2024, the Auditor General reported that approximately 1.7 trillion Jamaican dollars has been unaccounted for. Now, folks, that's 10 billion US dollars. Let that sink in. That's a lot of money. 10 billion, I think it's for the last 10 years. This is the Auditor General said over the last 10 years, almost $11 billion unaccounted for. Can you imagine what 11 billion US dollars could do if spent properly in Jamaica? We would definitely be well on our way to Vision 2030. Actually, it would be Vision 20, where are we? 2014. It would be 2024. It would be Vision 2025. We would be there way before 2030. The money just disappear. Here's one that I found in the newspaper. The poverty level has increased almost 17%. Most Jamaicans go to bed hungry or without proper nutrition. That's a fact. Grants and technical assistance from donor countries and organizations and loans from international banks and organizations have not been properly accounted for. Similar to the 1.7 trillion. I love this one. This is one of my favorites. ISAT. A government official and the court erroneously opined that a diaspora member has no standing to bring a lawsuit against a government official for failure to comply with the law. Don't comment, ISAT.
True.
The government of Jamaica 2016 and 2020 promises to resolve the water issue have been unfulfilled, and even tourists in Negril, a premier resort area, are protesting. There have been reports that trucks used to transport and dispose of raw sewage were used to transport drinking water to drought-stricken areas. ISAT, what says ye?
True.
Since 2022, no, actually that should be since 2020, not 2022. Since 2020, the government has been leading, directing, and influencing an unregistered movement in the US called the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, whose members have refused to register under the Foreign Agents Registration Act. I hear some bangles, handcuffs. I hear some handcuffs.
I know. My here. I need Q-tip, but I don't know what I got. So when I see it is believing.
No, but because I'm very familiar with that song.
Okay.
I hear it. In or about 2020, the diaspora collected in excess of $300,000 US that was sent to the government to help with the COVID-19 crisis. To date, no accounting for said funds has been reported despite calls and letters requesting the same. And I think this is the last one. Since 2022, the US government has issued travel advisories cautioning Americans about travel to Jamaica based on violence and poor health services. The diaspora's continued attempts to have the government of Jamaica address the outstanding issues and fulfill its promises to the Jamaican people have been to no avail. Hence, the rallying cry for a call to action on May 10th, 2024, in front of the Jamaican consulate located at 300 East 42nd Street from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Please join us. That
sounds like it did. All of that did for them on the shirt. Who did say too much words on the shirt? That's a whole manifesto of truth. Oh dear. You leave one thing though, you know.
What's that?
Something about government ministers defaming citizens. I didn't see it, but don't comment. I don't know if I missed it because I was trying to listen, but then I went to get it. But yeah, anyway.
Y'all kill me, Isaac. Y'all kill me. Somebody said poor healthcare, beach access. Yeah. Well, look, this is not. It hasn't gone out yet. It's been circulated for review, and so we're still getting responses. So who said that? E-Marie. Yeah. So we're gonna add. I like the beach one. There's something on the healthcare. Well, the healthcare is there already. It's right here where it says the government issued travel advisories cautioning Americans about travel to Jamaica based on violence and poor health services. So, but the beach one, yeah. Devon, jab him. No, you watch the program. Shame on me. For as much as we've talked about the beach issue, it should be there. It will be there when it goes out. But that's where we are with that. John is here and Herb is here. Let me bring them on. All right.
Greetings. There he is. Sir John, how you doing? And Lord Isaac of the Privy Council.
Oh, Isaac. Hey, hold on, John, before we start. Isaac, I have to tell you this, I was on Mystic Sensations program last night with her and Aromatic and Tara. And one of the things that came up was, and I mentioned it, is that I said, my good brethren, my nephew Isaac, he will now be collecting money off the backs of the taxpayers because the king issued an edict to the government of Jamaica. On a rude, when they must pay Isaac and pay the other people. So Isaac, tell me now, for the sake of the taxpayers, tell me that you're not going to take the money, please.
What?
Tell me.
You mean the taxpayers who say me's an idiot lawyer? The taxpayers who tell me don't cartel money? The taxpayers who say all the taxpayers want all the talk in the world. Nothing is more gratifying than knowing that the taxpayers who have a whole lot, especially the ones who don't pay taxes, those people, oh my God, man. I would be delinquent and negligent, but nothing like this. God saves the king. That's all I'm going to say. Gotta love the Privy Council. I tell them the justice system work, but in the don't want believe me. Yeah, man.
Well, you know what happened? You know what happened, Isaac? I am making a plea on behalf of our destitute brothers and sisters in Jamaica. I'm making a plea that you don't take a dime of taxpayers' money because government does not have money, people. It's taxpayers' money. What I'm going to ask who is this? The king or the UK gave Jamaica yesterday or the day before, recently, 15 million pounds or something like that to fight crime.
To pay cartel and others. I saw that it was a good move. After the order, the king says, you know what?
Yeah, the king said, yeah,
let me give the plebs some money to ensure that they honor their duties. So that when they have government officials who deliberately gamble and attempt to waste taxpayers' money, that they appreciate that it must be paid. That's all. I'm not gloating, it's just that life is a hell of a thing. You just got to council.
I'm asking you though, because that money that them get, we know that money going to get chopped, So what I'm hoping is that they'll chop part of it to you and the other attorneys, and then spend the rest of it on addressing crime. We know they won't though, but I don't want you to take a dime. Please don't.
Listen. Kevin, please strike that from the record and put up the other barcode so the One Jamaica Legal Defense Fund can get some UK money from the cases that we win.
Hey, John, they're from the UK. John, smile. John, you
should adopt my position, John.
I haven't got a problem with your position either.
Thank
you. You have to get paid, brother.
Hey, here's what happened to the Prime Minister when he heard the news.
That's called a wobble wobble.
I'll play it again.
But
hold on, I'll play it again. Hold on there. I'm gonna try and mash up my system already. Kevin, wait there. All right, let me see something. Come on.
John, you spoke to Claire?
I sent her a message, but she hasn't replied yet.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Kevin, not now play. But if you can't get it, play. But that's what happened. I heard when he heard that I thought I would get a big money now and things like that. Him just come out of the car and start wobble. Somebody so
I don't like to talk people business, but this is the year of the cost orders. There are many cases that are not high-profile cases that I tell you, our justice system, the arm of the judiciary and their judicial independence. There is no nonsense. They are, I'm not even going to use the word embarrassed, but more so disappointed. So we haven't really spoken about that judgment from the Constitutional Court and the effect of it, and how disrespectful and contentious it is for the government to even appeal it. But it's not the first time they did so with the Everton Douglas, and one would have thought that coming from a particular attorney general, the one whose name rhymed with who, and they remove her and gave her a whole ministry. But now she's vindicated. We realize now that it's really not her. We now have a full understanding that when it comes to justice, Chucky just not lucky. Big up yourself, Big Youth.
Big up yourself, Big Youth.
Yeah, Chucky not lucky. Long time, Big Youth, I tell you about them, lucky. So pay the people then when the case of the political dunce bats. I'm telling you, context really matters. But I'm gonna leave it right there.
All right. Hey, Herb, great program last night, man. I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it.
I surely did. And again, my thanks to Mystic and Anne-Marie for having us. Because I had no idea they were in Canada, like I was saying to you. I don't know what made me think that they were in the Midwest near Chicago or someplace. But they're good people. And he really does his research. Yeah. And John, you'd be proud, man. He broke things down like you do. And he came up with the trick that I think the Integrity Commission has on this Prime Minister, to where he can never prove that his declaration, statutory declaration, is correct. Like I said, the man, as when he was back there earning $62,000 a year, it turns out that he owed $11.5 million US, and he was earning $62,000 a year. Now, he's supposed to be earning the highest. He's supposed to be the highest paid prime minister in the Caribbean now, because the guy who's the highest paid is the Suriname prime minister, and he's earning around $165,000 a year. All right, and then you have the third place guy, I think, was some other small island that earns $120,000 a year. And I know the Ghanese prime minister is up there, but our prime minister, who is not as successful as Suriname or Guyana, is supposed to be the highest paid prime minister at $175,000 a year. Now, he says he's not accepting the pay raise. He's going to remain at around $60,000 a year, like what he was drawing. But that's ridiculous. I don't know if that, unless he uses that money towards something else, then he's probably waiting. Can he collect all his pay that he didn't take at the end of the term? Like, if they lose the election next year, can he just say, give me all my money and that's it? What do you think, John?
I have no idea, Herb. I don't know how it works. He shouldn't be able to, should he? If he said that's his salary at the moment, I don't think that's his salary, isn't it? He shouldn't be able to go back and say, oh, I had it put aside, waiting for the future that I can get the rest of it. No, I don't think he should be able to do that.
Yeah. Well, the one thing that I have to say is that regardless of what happens, he does what the hell he wants to do, and he doesn't give a damn. He does not care. And no matter how you confront him over what he said, what he promised, he just doesn't care. And it's as if he's just has this built-in attitude that whatever we say or whatever people do to him, it's going to bounce off. He does not feel perturbed in any way by what people are saying. And I just find that amazing. And, he doesn't care about the population. He cares about one thing, I guess, his bottom line. That's it. Ratty, sorry about that.
Welcome. What's going on in your world? Kevin is putting up the video right now. He's putting up the video so we can start. But what's going on in Montego Bay? You getting water?
We have water, Ratty. We have water at the moment. We say we have serious drought issues all over Jamaica, actually. But we got water here.
Where did you get it from? One of the clean trucks? Or all right.
We're not using the trucks yet. We're not in my area yet. What's remarkable about around here, I can go to at least half a dozen places and point out where we've had water leaking for years. I don't know. I think I heard something like 70% of the water we lose. Can you believe that? 70% of the water in a drought-ridden country. It's quite remarkable. Yeah, 70%. So I can go to at least half a dozen places. I say year after year, you'll always see a torrent of water running all the time. I'm not talking about dirty water. I mean, this is actually pipe water, and yet nothing's done about it. I made a report to the NWC 2 weeks ago about a burst pipe, and it's still leaking today. Oh, it was yesterday anyway. I don't know about it today, but yesterday it was leaking. It's got very, very poor management. Well, we just don't have any management, full stop. Everything is mismanaged in it over here, everything.
Well,
I mean, what's it like in Kingston, Isaac? What's the water situation like there?
I don't know. I'm from Upper St. Andrew. Of course, we have tanks. We don't know when the water is off or on. We don't rely on government to do anything for us. I'm from Upper St. Andrew. Water never locks off us. Sorry. Plus, I won a big case the other day. The water flowing.
Oh man. Well, I mean, Jamaica's. I mean, I got so many phone calls this week, more so I think than any other week, about all of the issues. The speaker, the DPP, ISAT, the king. I mean, just water, just so. Oh, the foreign policy, the flip. Where now Jamaica is saying that it recognizes Palestine. I mean, there's just so much going on that you could just pick one subject and spend all afternoon, all evening, all night talking about it. Simply because Jamaica has been run by people who they might be book smart, but they're not worldly. They're not people of the world. They don't understand what's going on. And in a lot of situations, personal interactions, a book won't help you. Sometimes you have to think on your feet. And these people, they can't do that. They can SWAT for an exam. But when you have them in front of you, you start asking questions, you quickly find out that you're faking it, John, we're still waiting on your video. Kevin is working feverishly to get it up. Do you want to give us a preview, or if you want, I can put up some of the oh, by the way, let me just throw this up here. And this is not I don't think this is a Photoshop picture. But folks, take a look at this.
Right, Saudi Arabia.
That's a Saudi national He looks like somebody I know by the name of Abu Muhammad. And the Prime Minister. I heard that this meeting took place in the middle of the night. And I don't think we've heard anything. What happened between the Prime Minister? No, this is not the Minister of Foreign Affairs. This is the Prime Minister meeting with a Saudi official. And we're just saying, we're not saying we're suspicious of anything, but we're just saying, what happened at this meeting? What was this meeting about? I don't think it's ever been covered. Isat, have you heard it?
Yeah, there was something about tourism, I think. It was last month, and I'm sure they're talking about having better link and tourism linkages.
Tourism linkages.
Yeah, I think that's what it was about.
Yeah, but why would the Prime Minister be there? Because the Prime Minister would probably be meeting with the Crown Prince to discuss that. But that's not the Crown Prince. If it's tourism, then it should be Minister Ed Bartlett, not the Prime Minister talking to a Saudi official.
Very true.
Not
true.
necessarily, no, Mr. Rattigan. I don't think we should be alarmed with that. I think whenever our officials are begging money and finding ways to get money for the country because they're broke and they owe a lot of people, that we should encourage them to beg and be good beggars at it. And there's no better way to beg than have the Prime Minister, the head of state himself, do the begging for you. Understand?
Well, the thing is that the only thing I could find was that they now have access to loans from Saudi Arabia. I don't know if this meeting was a part of or resulted in it. I don't know. But I do know that the Jamaican government, they have access now to, it's almost like a line of credit where they can borrow money. I don't know how they're going to pay it back. Because the way they use money is pretty much the way the water is flowing right now, where John just said it's leaking all over the place, where 70% they say of it is leaking. It's the same thing they do with money. 1.7 trillion US Jamaican dollars. They can't really give proper accounting for it. Same thing. I just wondering, Herb, what do you make of this picture? Have you heard anything about this meeting?
No, not really. We knew that there's been overtures on the tourism front to the Middle East. And I'm not sure if this is a part of it. But our good friend, Minister of Tourism, has been setting up a lot of this stuff to encourage them to come down to Jamaica. And I suppose at the same time to invest in Jamaica.
Because here's the thing. Sorry to interrupt you, but here's the thing. Saudi Arabia is opening up its borders now to tourists.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know why they would open up their borders to tourists, but then come to support another destination. And if they're looking for a destination, they're just like an hour and a half, a couple hours away from Abu Dhabi and Dubai.
Yeah, but Abu Dhabi recently is on the water, if you haven't seen it.
Yeah, I've seen it. That's just recently, but it's still the #1 tourism destination. Still is. So I don't know, but I just saw that picture and thought it was. You know what? I have some links over in Saudi Arabia. I'm going to send this picture and find out, have them identify this person meeting with the Prime Minister for me, and then I'll have a report. I'll send it off tomorrow to some people that I know over there and figure out what's going on.
When was that picture taken, Ratty? Do you know? Because some people in the chat are saying it's very old.
Yeah, it's about 2 years. It's about 2 or 3 years.
What's going on?
Yeah. It's several years old, but the thing is, the curiosity is that we haven't heard anything. We haven't heard anything since that. Yeah, John, I have some pictures here. I can put them up if you want me to. Here is here's one of them. Wow, that's
no. That's one of the pictures I sent for you to send to put on a poster for the protest.
What's
Remember, I sent you a directory. I gave you a link to a directory that has all the photos and the videos. Remember?
Yeah, I sent them to Kevin. What's this building right here?
That's a school.
Folks, are you seeing what I'm seeing? Look at this. Wow. And you're mining right here.
Yeah, man, all around it. I think I can send you actually the TVJ report about that. It's in a place called Gibraltar. Yeah, that's right. It's in Gibraltar.
Okay.
So I went to a mining community on Easter Sunday, and they were working on that day. They were mining on Easter Sunday. So they mined from 7 in the morning till 6 in the evening. So there's no respite for the people, none whatsoever.
Wow.
Yeah, and you can imagine all the dust as well, the dust and the noise. It's just remarkable. It's just remarkable what they can do, what they'll do. I just don't get it. I just don't understand how you can get away with that. I just don't get it. Would you, if you're homeless, would you allow your child to go to that school? It's that simple, isn't it, Will? It's a simple question. Would you live in that area? Would you be happy with your child going to that school?
Okay. No. The Prime Minister is not going to let that happen to his family.
Well, exactly. So how can you think this is all right for one person and it's not all right for you? I mean, you say when you're supposed to be the leader of the country, then lead. But he doesn't lead, does he? He leads the party, he doesn't lead the country.
Yeah. Kevin has the we're still trying to find that to come up with it. It was queued up to go, but then all of a sudden it just disappeared off the screen. Yeah. Yeah, Kevin is.
But you can put the link. If you can put the link to it in the chat, at the top of your chat, so people can actually view it later on as well.
Yeah, he's trying to find it to put it back, and then once he's done with that, then he'll put the link in the chat so people can actually access it.
Okay.
But it's downloading. He said. Let me borrow this from a second, Kevin. Let me put up another picture here. Yeah, there's another one.
Yeah, I mean, we've had the fish kill, and had another one recently, actually, last week, I think it was, or the week before, there was another fish kill. And it's nearly every time it's to do with Windalco. And I said, add insult to injury, they don't pay the levy, and we're not getting any money from these people. We just had a new report come out that Jamalco reckon they're going to be spending 40 million US, putting in some kind of boiler or something like that, some kind of equipment down there. And
Sylvia McCoy said that goes to the school where they're mining right by the school.
Try will?
No, Sylvia McCoy. In the chat, she said she has a relative, step grandchild who attends that school. Yeah, Elaine, that poisonous fish. I mean, the fish. They're poisoned.
Yeah, they die. Yeah, that's right. They're poisoned by the effluent from Windalco. Their poison pond, the one that's right next to Charlemont High School, that leaked into the Rio Cobre and killed the fish. And of course, it poisoned the water. And you have people in St. Andrew and St. Catherine that rely on that water. It's just quite remarkable what the government will allow. And then we have the report that, they say that we, I think, the Minister of Mining, what's his name again? Floyd Green, that's right. He had, he was in Parliament talking about, and we get, between 600 million and 1.2 billion US every year from mining. And, and that's the amount that the mining companies not that what we get. And see, this is another thing with our finances again that I don't understand, or it's a con. Because if you look at the GDP number, they include mining in the GDP. Well, why? Why are you including that in there when we don't get a dime for it? How does it benefit us? It doesn't benefit us at all, and yet it's in the GDP figure. That this is our part of our earnings when we don't actually earn anything from it. Same thing with tourism. Again, that's in there, $4 billion. We don't even get $1 billion out of that. So all of these things, I said, these finances, I think they are tailored for the West. They're not beneficial to us. They're constructed in a way that they benefit, and it's always detrimental to us.
Let me find another picture here. What's this one here now?
Oh, right. I mean, that's a great headline, isn't it? So Jamaica mining revival turns red earth to gold for hedge funds. And that's the key there, for hedge funds. So you got your white man, them over in London and New York in the bow tie. They're the hedge fund managers, and they're the ones making all the money. So in that year, 2019, you can see the earnings that year were 814.5 million. That's what the investors got. But that year, you can see the levy, we got zero, not a dime. And yet that was put up, that is on the Ministry of Mining website, that is. Yeah.
We got zero.
Yeah, that's on the on the government website, that is. Mining revival. No, the red print is me. I put the red print on.
Yeah, but I see zeros. I see zeros going all the way across that in that line. Exactly.
Yeah, we should be getting payments. No, we never get anything. And again, it's remarkable that we're supposed to have journalism in the country, and yet they never mention how much we get for bauxite. It's just the country is corrupt to the core. Everybody's involved in it. The people will never get to the truth in this country. You can't get to the truth here because it's not reported.
Yeah, let me see what else we have here.
Now, I got Norman saying, so why can't court injunctions be taken out to halt these operations? Well, they did halt it, and then they appealed it and went to court and lied and told the court that we're going to get 35 million US last year, and we didn't get a dime. And they went to court and said that, even when the documents showed that Naranda was not going to pay a dime that year. But they went to court and said that they are going to pay it. And then the judges overturned the injunction without even asking them, oh, show us the proof that you're going to pay. Did you pay anything last year? That was never, they never asked them how much they paid. Quite remarkable. Corruption here. Doesn't matter where you go, you can't get justice in the country. It's just wrong.
Yeah, I think they're trying to mess with the system because everything was fine, and then all of a sudden now all the videos have been taken off. I think Kevin is still trying to. Let me bring up something, Kevin. Let me bring up something. All right, folks. See that? The 10th Jamaica Diaspora Conference. It's not called the Global Jamaica Diaspora Conference. It's called the 10th Jamaica Diaspora. This is the business conference that we're talking about that you should stay away from. Please stay away from it. Don't give them your money. Look at what they're providing. Passport services. Now think about it. You live in New York. There's a CG office in Manhattan where we're going to protest on May 10th. Why do you have to go to Jamaica to go to this booth that they have there to get passport services done right there? Why can't you get it done in New York? So let me see if I understand this now. From New York, you're going to pay a airline ticket for what? $500-600 round trip. The hotels, they're about $300 a night from what I'm being told. Then you have ground transportation. You're going to use your phone. You're going to spend some money on food. and then you have to pay to enter this place. Registration fee of I think it's $125, $150. And then you go and then you do your passport services. Does that make that doesn't make any sense to me? That might be a Jamaican politician's idea of a good math problem where they solve it by saying, look, spend $5,000 or whatever it is to come to Jamaica to get your passport, when you can just stay in New York, or when you should stay in New York, and you pay only whatever the fee is to get your passport. But that's what they're offering you there, right? Immigration services, citizenship services, all of these things you can do. You don't have to go to Jamaica to get them done. You don't have to go to Jamaica to get them done. And that's PICA. No, PICA, ladies and gentlemen, that's passport. It's right here. The logo is right here. There it is. Passport Immigration and Citizenship Agency, right? Now, they're the ones responsible. When you go to the consul, when you go to the embassy, or you go to the consulate, Miami, New York, DC, and I believe the honorary consulars, I think they have something they can help you with this. But let's just stick with the official establishments. So you go to the embassy in DC and you fill out, you send them the form, send them your passport, your pictures, send them the money, send them your birth certificate, and then you wait to get the passport. And then you wait, and then you wait, and then you wait. And then you go to Jamaica for this conference, and then you get your passport. Does that make any sense? Makes absolutely no sense. So this conference that they're talking about, come and get your passport and immigration and citizenship services. You don't go. Please don't give them your money. Look at this, permanent residence. If you are a Jamaican citizen by birth, descent, or marriage, why do you need permanent residence? This one right here. That can't be for Jamaicans. That cannot be, because Jamaica recognizes dual citizenship. So you just apply for your passport and that's it. So what's this permanent residence? That's not for Jamaicans. Extension of stay. If you go with the passport, you don't need an extension of stay. You're a Jamaican. Unconditional landing. What the hell does that mean? Citizenship services, citizenship via marriage. You don't have to go there for that. Oh, and by the way, look at this. Citizenship via descent. Do you believe this? Idiots. They put out, it should be DES. Not DESCENT. Not DESCENT. Look at that. So, look at these idiots. They put this out and they're inviting people to come, and they have a spelling error right here with all the brilliant minds there. With all the consultants coming up with this pretty chart and writing all of these things. PICA and the consulate and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Service, you know, to learn to spell a Balmaji me go. Not too far from behind, which part on the fence right there. So the few blocks up the road, Balmaji, the right at the corner, West Bay Farm Road and Penwood Road. But we can't spell descent. DESCENT.
You know, Mr. Rattigan, that's why I'm calling it the dirty 30, you know. And they don't decent at all, you know.
We need Jamal. That's true. Look on this foolishness. Citizenship via descent. Somebody who's affiliated, I'm sure somebody's affiliated with the ministry is watching this. This is an embarrassment. And they sent this out to the entire world. Not to mention that, you know, this is all stuff that you can do overseas. All of this stuff, immigration services, passport services, citizenship services. You can do all of this overseas. You don't need to go to Jamaica. But you know what, Isaac? I think I'm gonna try out for that citizenship. You know, I think I'm gonna do that now. That decent citizenship. Yeah.
Yes. Because here in Jamaica, we only give citizenship to decent people. So that's really what we meant right there. So sorry, Mr.
But you know what? You know what? They could have gone. You know what? You know what they could have done? You said, yeah, man, indecent. But you know what they could have done? You know what they could have. You know what they could have done?
Matters. Let me leave it alone.
No, you know what they could have done that would have made it worse? They could have put citizenship by a birth. They could have put that right there too.
Yes.
You see all of this? People are open to take a snapshot of this, you know. See it, Pika, they're offering citizenship via decent. See that if you're a decent person, you can get your citizenship in Jamaica. Just bring a decent certificate with you, and I'm sure you can get that wherever you live in the world. They have a decent certificate, and you take that with you, and the Jamaican government must give you citizenship because you have the decent certificate. Especially if you're a member of the Dirty 30, you're going to need that certificate. Otherwise, no citizenship for you. These people, them full of joke. Let me move this, man. People, John. I'm telling Kevin, where you there? Kevin. Let me see what this. Kevin not there. All right. Let me move that. Let me get rid of this. Okay. Tell us the 4 hours. Now let me see what else they have up here now. What we can talk about. I thought I saw something. Hold on, Kevin. I thought I saw something about ISAT. Hold on. Oh, here's another one. This, folks, I've got several pictures. This is garbage, you know. This is how we put garbage. This, when I used to live in Waterhouse, down at 6 Penwood Crescent, right at the corner, the a Chinese place, Bingo. Let me used to call one of the Chinese brother. And we used to dump, because KCC never used to come around on a regular basis. And we used to dump with stuff right there. So we used to dump the stuff just like that. That's how we used to dump it. And them come once in a while. So you can just imagine the rats and all kinds of stuff out there. But this is how clean Kingston is. I think this is Hagley Park Road, if I'm not mistaken. Hagley Park Road or Walton Park Road, one of them.
Ratty, we have that all over Jamaica. That's the norm. I mean, we have, I can take you to 2 places in Mobay, in the town. There are 3 places, in fact, that are like that. It does get cleaned up nearly every day, mind you. But like around 4 o'clock, that's what it looks like until they come 12 hours later, whenever it is. But it's just more and more rubbish just appears.
They don't have dumpsters, Dr. John?
No. It's just dumped. I can think of right on the corner of Orange Street. There's 2 on Orange Street, one on St. Clavia, one on Hart Street. Yeah, they just dump all the rubbish there. Yeah, there's no kind of skip or anything. It's just somewhere where just like that, always near a telegraph pole, and it's always around there.
Wow.
This is.
And then you've got to worry about when people cook. What do they do with all the cooking oil? Where does all that go? The stale cooking oil. You do wonder about that. Does that go down the drains and then clog it up? So we just don't have proper solid waste management here. And again, solid waste management, if done properly, can pay for itself. That's the beauty of it. If it's done properly, it pays for itself.
Hey, look at this. Jamaican government ordered, not asked, ordered, told, instructed to pay costs related to Vibes Cartel's Privy Council appeal. And here it is.
I do like how you just switch that off, because Flex says, Juliet says that anywhere you see garbage, only PNP live there. So they complain about all the garbage, and you guys don't have a full understanding that is the PNP run KSA, SAMC, whatever. So,
I'll come back to it. But
all right.
Here it is that on the 10th of April, the King's Most Excellent Majesty in Council, that's the Privy Council, right? They said right here, the appeal should be allowed. The appellant's conviction should be quashed on the ground of juror misconduct. That's terrible. When you get something like this, that's terrible. This has gone worldwide. The case should be remitted to appeal to decide whether to order a retrial as soon as reasonably practicable. And here's the part that Isaac loves. He loves all of it, but particularly this part. The respondent, who's the respondent? The government of Jamaica, DPP, should pay the appellant's costs, the amount of those costs to be assessed, if not agreed. And His Majesty was pleased by and with the advice of his Privy Council to approve the report and to order, not to ask, order those charged with administering the government of Jamaica and all others. So the have to go pay ISAT. That's plain and simple. So
you miss some of the words. Should obey and act expeditiously. No itching.
You don't want the same deal that the police overtime pay got, right?
No, that guy, no, the king has spoken. But it look like on the Just Born the other day, when we're small, them say yes, no, Spanish town.
Mama gonna be to it. It actually start out,
All right, see the right, you know what going.
All right, here's the garbage now. So is this like, what neighborhood is this? Can you tell what neighborhood this is from just looking at the photograph?
It looks like every single one of them, so I don't know what to tell you. That's the current state of affairs right now.
Yeah, it could be anywhere.
That's just my people will cry.
Oh no, Ratty, you have places where it isn't collected for like 2 weeks and be like that in some areas.
Oh.
Only like in Mobay in the right downtown, because it's downtown where you get cleaned every day. But you go to other areas, and no, it'll be there it can be there for weeks. In fact, I know a place where it's every 2 or 3 weeks they clear it, and it's shocking. I walk past it when I'm going to the gym. It's absolutely shocking. You should see our roads. I mean, they're just covered in plastic bottles and detritus. You can't believe it. Even right next to where I live, I go walking down the street and all you see plastic bottles and trash everywhere. Quite frightening. But the Prime Minister reckons that, in his budget speech, he said, yeah, we're going to have people separating the garbage. When you separate your garbage, you never collect it. So what's the point?
That's a good point you're making, except that we really do, without any help from government, we need to take the initiative to separate the proper recycling mechanisms in the household. We don't need government to tell us that or order that. I mean, I have that problem in terms of not telling on the tenants, but it's just something should be natural. For instance,
yeah, I agree.
Maybe the producers, as in the private sector, needs to go back to making incentives for the bottles, whether it be plastic bottles, and selling the bottles again. There are some products where you can't get any money for the bottles, so you just throw everything out. But sorting should be something that we should take. It should be our own initiative. Save the planet if we really believe in the environment like that.
Is there an educational program in the schools?
In the schools? No, in the schools they expel you for kissing. Girls kissing girls are expelled, but if you fight or you're a Meadowbrook girl and you kick off another girl's face, nothing happens. Or if you're a teenage boy and you have a knife and you stab one and you kill them, nothing happens. You don't get expelled. But if you other things, the teachers are worried about the wrong things, and the principals, that's where we are. So education about garbage, the teachers not getting paid for that. They don't live nowhere to be able to talk about their recycling. That's the state of affairs in our country. We don't get. I've never seen Rattigan put up Maslow's laws of hierarchy, but maybe one day we should talk about it, because so much people stuck at the physical needs. We're not meeting the physical needs, so we can't start to talk about socializing. I'm not being condescending to anybody, but life is too hard in Jamaica for anybody to be talking about we're gonna be sorting garbage and this and that. But just saying, if you decide to go and live UPT and you come uptown and you're living, you know, because you get a little money from the king and you feel like you're rich, you must learn to sort your garbage. You must learn to take on those things and be decent. You want to be a decent citizenship person. You don't want to just be a citizen by descent. You want to be a decent citizen and get a different passport.
Well, no.
In 2014, I went to see I live right beside 4 schools. There's Chetwood, both Mount Alvernia Prep and Mount Alvernia for girls, and Cornwall College. And I went to see the mayor, and I said to him, why doesn't he tell the principals that during devotions, you just simply tell the children and how to dispose of your garbage? Because every time you see them leaving, they'll have their socks up or whatever, and their cheese, chicken, and they throw the wrappers everywhere. So I just said to him, why don't you do that? And he said, oh, that's a great idea. And to this day, nothing was ever done. So there's simple things that can be done to change things, but they just, I don't know. People, they just don't seem to have the will to do anything. I don't understand it.
A dear friend of mine, Dee, I know y'all watch a thing. Dee sent me something and she said perhaps that's a pull factor to the conference. You can only get a decent citizenship if you attend their conference, because this type of citizenship is not available at the PICA offices in the country, and certainly not at the embassies, the high commissions, and the consulates. They're not available there. So people, if you want a decent citizenship, then you must go to this conference. If you're a decent person, then you don't need to go to this conference. And that's what the message we need to get across to people. This is absolute rubbish. This, let me show you something, folks. This that you're looking at right here, that conference and this decent citizenship, it's this. Absolute rubbish. That's what it is. Don't go. I'm telling you, people, don't go. They can't spell. Don't associate yourselves with them. You can't learn anything from them. Don't go. Stay with us and let us learn together. Not people pushing the spelling of descent, DECENT on you. No, we don't need that. I just put up this one here. ISAT. What's your take on this young lady here now being the acting DPP for 6 months? That's a big controversy in Jamaica. Is that decent or no?
Yeah, that's a loaded question. That's a political question.
No, is it a decent question though?
Are you asking if Miss Claudette Thompson is competent to be the next DPP?
First of all, is this decent what they're doing in terms of saying that she's going to be acting for 6 months? Is that decent what they're doing?
All right, so it's twofold. Let's get 2 things out of the way so we don't have no misinterpretation, and then I find myself down at the GLC, because there are some people who like to have me down there. So let's start. Ms. Claudette Thompson is a senior deputy DPP in the office of the DPP. Unlike if unlike persons who feel like there were no competent people by way of a letter working in the DPP office, that was false, because Ms. Thompson is one of them who is competent. Her acting can be somewhat problematic because of this. The Service Commission did not clarify whether she was acting because the office was vacant, which it is vacant, because if anybody watch Avengers, when sections are void, it's the snap, Thanos, void, non-existent, disappears as if it never happened. So the office officially was vacant sometime last year, and certainly as of April 19. If it is, as I'm seeing in the social space, I can only rely on the social space, that it is being said that in fact she's acting until the matter is resolved in the court. It seems to suggest that the old DPP, who is not the DPP anymore, still thinks that she's a DPP. And so her appointment in this acting position may very well be challenged at the court for being in breach of the Constitution. So it needs to be clear where that is concerned. Her competence is not an issue.
All right.
It's a matter of what people think in terms of what happened to Mr. Taylor, what happened to Ms. Pike. You know, these are other questions, but as it is right now, until that is resolved, whether it is vacant or whether it is because they're not respecting the decision of the court, it's kind of tricky. The Constitution does allow for the acting and under certain conditions. Yeah, and you know, everybody, I see Rattigan is jeering me on, but of course I'm going to say to you, Miss Pike, because psych and pike rhymes. So if you want full justice and a proper flow in the justice system, you have to have a psych and a pike, and then you get it right. But that's just me.
Well, let me just share something here. This is saying which of these ladies presented the constitutional argument and which one resorted to the ad hominem attack, right? And ad hominem attacks, they're talking about something about the person as opposed to the position, right? Mm-hmm. And here is what Miss Pike said. She said, in the circumstances, I ask humbly, asking for a reconsideration of this proposed amendment. That's the amendment to extend the DPP's tenure. She said, as in all the circumstances, it would be manifestly unjust and unreasonable for Miss Paula Llewellyn KC to be given an extension for another term by virtue of these amendments or any means whatsoever. So Miss Pike, she's using very, very precise language, and she's talking about the process. She's not talking about the person. Here is what the person who should be talking about the process and not people. Here's what she says. This is from the what is it? I don't know what to call her. The on leave DPP. All right. Here's what she said. Miss Pike has always been bitterly resentful, extremely upset, and expressed feelings of hurt and disrespect to me and other members of staff because she has not been placed to head a unit. That's the kind of attack you get from somebody who's not deserving of a position. Defend what Miss Pike said. Miss Pike is saying that the construct under which they're trying to give or to provide an extension for the DPP is not worth the paper it's written on. Defend that. But then instead, she's talking about, you know, these personal attacks. No. Let me show you something here, Brother Isaac. Where the hell is it? Okay. All right. Look at this. This is the acting DPP, right? You mentioned that her competency is above and beyond reproach and question. We can't question it. Am I correct? Or would you like to refine that?
You're asking if I can refine that?
No, just asking if you want to, because you said that her there's no question about her competence.
No. Listen, I will say this. You asked me about if she can act. She can act. It's a matter for the Service Commission. The Constitution says that.
No, I'm talking about her competence. Competence, I'm talking about.
Oh, if she's competent. No, I don't know. I'm a just come attorney. I just turned attorney the other day.
Let me walk through this.
Yeah.
This is her bio, right? And it says right here, Thompson had featured prominently in several high-profile cases. Whenever I see that term, featured prominently,
she wasn't the prosecutor.
Atio. Then, so we see it right there. Thompson had featured prominently in several high-profile prosecutions, right? Then here's another one. She was also pivotal. When you see these language, family, pay close attention. What it means is that the shot fire way down the road and she hear it. And she say, you know what? I was close when they fired the shot. She heard it, but she wasn't close. That's what this means. Here, let's go on. Here's another paragraph. Miss Thompson also featured prominently. Right? Here's another one. Thompson also featured. Whenever I say featured, just tell me, say, you prosecuted these cases. When you say featured, I just have an issue with it. And here is why I have an issue with it. Anybody remember this case? King Valley Gang case where they got off.
Yes.
2020, right? And here's what the judge said. And by the way, I think the judge here was Justice Sykes, if I'm not mistaken. I may very well be mistaken, but let's see.
Yeah, Brian Sykes.
Here it is. Yesterday, right here, I cannot bring it up, but I'll read it. So yesterday, a senior prosecutor who led the evidence in the case informed trial judge Chief Justice Brian Sykes moments before the trial began that the Crown had no evidence against Hall in respect of counts 10 and 3. Yesterday, after the 8 pleaded, Justice Sykes advised, please sit, gentlemen, make yourselves at home. You are going to be here for a while. And then they testified. And eventually, this case, they got away. They got away. The King Valley Gang's case. You know who was the prosecutor there? I'll just have you guess. I won't give you a name. How about this case here? Here's another case. You must remember this case. This is a lady who got shot in the back of the head while in church.
In church, yeah, by her nephew.
And this is her stepson arranged all of this stuff. His name is Javan Garwood. He was found not guilty right here. Here it is. Javan Garwood, the man who was on trial for the 2021 shooting death of his stepmother, 51-year-old banker Andrea Lowe Garwood, at the Agape Christian Fellowship Church in Falmouth, Trelawney, has been found not guilty. And it just seems Justice Sykes is all over the place. The Crown today told the court that no further evidence would be presented against Garwood before Chief Justice Brian Sykes directed jurors to deliver a verdict of not guilty. Take a guess who was the prosecutor there. Don't guess. The Cash Plus case. Take a guess who was the prosecutor in the Cash Plus thing. ISAT. I've given you 3 cases, so 3 high-profile cases, and in fact, the Tesha Miller case, it appeared that the acting DPP wanted to let that case go, based on my sources in the courts. That she wanted to let the case go because she said there was no evidence, and it was a prosecutor by the name of Rashid Spence who convinced the office that they should move forward with it. So
I was in that case, you know. I don't like to talk about that. I was in that case, and that case is before the appeal court. It's finished. We're waiting on judgment, and it's before the court of appeal. So I don't want to talk and then hear that I'm influencing the court. But I present that particular case. If that is a case that they're using to say that that's stellar work on that case, they're going to lose that case.
Who was the prosecutor on that case? Who was the prosecutor?
DPP. But I don't want to talk about that case because I want the judgment on that case.
No, don't say anything more. Don't say anything more. Here's another case. Dwayne Smart, where the police was acquitted for shooting a pregnant woman in the head. Who do you think was the prosecutor on that case? Let's take a guess.
Yeah,
It's
but
difficult to
that's not
know.
a basis to say that she's not competent. It's not like the
No, I'm not.
conviction rate, the conviction rate in Jamaica is not a stellar rate.
No, but listen to this. When you put yourself up talking about you featured prominently, right? You open yourself up for criticism. And so that's all I'm saying. I'm just saying, folks, here are some major cases that she lost. She lost these cases. And so I'm just wondering, why is it that they didn't have a Jeremy Taylor or they didn't have a Kathy Pike, people with better conviction rates than this lady? Why didn't they have somebody like that then to say, all right, you know? And by the way, Jeremy Taylor is a KC. Kathy Pike is a seasoned, experienced attorney.
And former DPP.
These are the things, my
DPP,
sources.
And former DPP.
Yeah.
She was a DPP in another.
Exactly. These are the things.
She shouldn't be acting. She actually has the experience to be a DPP. But let me just say this. It may very well be. Right. It may very well be that they didn't use Mr. Jeremy Taylor because he presented himself with the former DPP at the Privy Council, didn't speak, lost the biggest case out of Jamaica. Maybe they just thought that it would be bad optics. I don't know. I can't speak for the government. So maybe that's why they made somebody act, because currently...
Let me speak. Let me speak for the people. Jeremy Taylor didn't lose the Vibes Cartel case. It was the DPP that caused that case to be lost, because the DPP was sitting in the judge's chambers when the judge said, listen, there's a juror who allegedly has...
Did Mr. Rattigan get knocked off there?
It looks so.
Yeah. But let me ask you this. The prosecuting attorney, they're the ones that get credit for losing or for winning, right? Right, Isaac?
They get credit for winning. Prosecutors are supposed to do justice. So this thing where there's this conversation about winning high profile cases. You don't win. You do justice. That's what they cannot say. So
if you have a situation where you're prosecuting a police officer and the cases appear strong to the public that the police officer should be prosecuted for shooting a pregnant woman in her head, and you lose that case. In other words, the policeman get off. Is that how does that reflect then in terms of winning or losing? Obviously the pregnant woman didn't get any justice, right?
Right.
And so in a situation like that, what does it come down to? You have any idea where it comes down to? The evidence presented or what? You know, she wasn't convincing enough in her argument that the policeman should never have taken the shot because the woman didn't pose a threat.
Here's how I look at it. We have. I'm not dancing around the question that you're asking. I'm saying that I think that this issue is a matter of public interest. May very well be why while they do what they're doing in terms of constitutional reform, that a lot of these posts should be posts where the citizens have a right to vote. Like in America, you vote for.
Yeah.
These people need to be elected officials and not chosen, so that it's clear from when choices are being made that there is no transparency and no equality in terms of, I mean, even to pick an acting DPP under the circumstances that was done over last week. While it is that I'm going to say publicly. I don't have no problem with Miss Thompson being the DPP. The way she conducts herself in court and the way how she balances interactions is a breath of fresh air between the defense and herself. I'll just say that. However, with these things, it would have been interesting if the Service Commission had actually opened the posts, even if it's for acting, or reviewed at least 3 resumes to say they picked the best one, so people wouldn't be having this conversation now and having Miss Thompson be put in the spotlight as if she is someone who could not have put herself up to be the DPP. That's all I'm saying. And so because of that, I just feel like we need to give it space and deal with the other issues in terms of what the Service Commission ought to be doing and what we as a nation need to expect when we do the when we go through what we're going through. You understand?
Yeah.
In terms of the balance, because I can tell you this, you may very well the justice system is so fragile, because when we're looking at track records, you know, they like to put on your resume that you were in a high profile case at first instance and then the case is overturned. You have to wonder if that's something that you need to do. But I guess if you're featured in a case, you're featured in a case. Like I said, I was on the Tesha Miller case. That young man was if Mr. Rattigan says his name again, he was very memorable. He was very humble, but he knew the law. I'm a champion of anybody who, you know, when you're young and you're bright, he may very well be the DPP in the future if he stays the course. He's very confident in what he was doing, and it's a matter when it comes to advocacy and jury trials how it ends up, because with juries, people know that sometimes it's the personalities that allow the verdict at the end of the case. But outside of that, I'll just say that I think we need to look a little bit more into who and why when we're choosing who the next DPP is.
I'm just curious. Hey, by the way, Dr. John Senya is experiencing a power cut.
Okay.
Yeah, but let's say that they had opened it up to select folks. Wasn't there anybody else from outside? Surely we were addressed last week by a very competent attorney who had been considered for DPP in the past. Matter of fact, it was between him and Paula, from what he was saying. You remember what was that guy's name last week?
Hugh Wildman.
Hugh Wildman, yeah. And if we have competent people out there, why can't we call on them?
No, it may very well be that we get somebody outside of the office, but I just also think that there's nothing wrong with the DPP coming from within the office. I just think that it's a post that it's unfortunate that even as we're talking about it, it feels like it's being politicized. Like it's not a political post. And if you're working there and you're doing your work, you shouldn't be fried in the fat of your predecessor, for lack of a better term. And we have to learn how to individualize. Kind of like when I come on here and I get cursed and say, hey, the Speaker of the House is the Speaker of the House in her own right. And it's a little bit unfair to be saying, oh, the Prime Minister wife, even though she's the Prime Minister wife. It's the same thing like the conversation about the DPP post and saying, let's get somebody from outside. It's like saying everything in the office for go on. That's not fair. It simply isn't fair. And it's just put up your resume, put up your work, and let the Service Commission deal with it that way while they fix the Constitution and make some of these posts political posts, as in political in terms of let the people be able to vote. And so that we understand that when you put up yourself for public office like that, and especially the power that comes with that particular office, that it should be something that's done with mature consideration. Even to throw Ms. Thompson in the acting position, I'm appreciating that it is acting, but certainly we want the post or the person who goes into the post to be put through the vigorous task of competing for the post. The post should be advertised, and when the post is advertised, people from outside and inside put their resume in, and then you take this the usual route as it is in the Constitution now, and you get the advice from the leader of opposition, you get the advice from the Prime Minister, who recommends to the Governor General, and then when it's all said and done, this is your new DPP. I take issue with the acting aspect of it as well, especially in the way it is being done right now, because I'm still waiting on the Service Commission to say definitively whether the acting is by virtue of the office being vacant, which I know it is vacant because the Constitution says that, and having conversations with persons who want to be cute about legal interpretation is the most. But I'm so used to dishonesty, and it's only, it to each his own, because we have a regulating body that is supposed to can take it up on their own initiative. I've seen it. I've seen the regulatory body, that is the GLC, take it up on their own initiative to say, I hear things that I don't like, and they file complaints within their right. When persons are bringing the justice system into disrepute, and this is one of them, there's no turning back from that. And we cannot pretend that is not the situation. But maybe I'm the worst person to be talking about that. But all I know is that you see the God I serve. Hey, when the Lord come and him whip them, and when him snap him fingers like Thanos, some people is just creatures of embarrassment, and that's just the end of that. But we need to do better, because we are on the front and center. We're on the world stage, and where justice is concerned, we are being watched at every juncture. They are watching us.
Well, obviously King Charles is watching.
Well, it's not. I think the whole world is watching. The diaspora is watching. I mean, you have people giving out decent citizenship because they're mad with the dirty 30. You have professionals saying that I gamble. That's what I do, and no repercussions. You have constant breaches of constitutional rights, and we have social media. So you can't say things now and say you never say it, and people are getting the information in real time. And so we need to get away from that. So politics is nice, Believe me, it is nice. And there's a season for it. It is called election time and stuff like that. But you see, outside of that, you have to leave certain things. That's why the Constitution speaks about the doctrine of separation of powers. It tries to separate the judiciary from the political aspect. And even when it comes to the Senate and the parliamentarian and the executive, how they carry it out, it envisions that you separate these things so that we don't have this overlap. And with this overlap, you have this embarrassment, and we should all be embarrassed when the justice system is under attack because persons don't want to respect the Constitution. I mean, there's nothing else I can say. I don't have to tell you. Last year when I said you can't just mishandle, let me say it decent this time, you can't just mishandle the Constitution and just put things in there as you like and change it. That's not how the Constitution works. Then everybody say, well, oh my God, the way you say it was disrespectful and you shouldn't be a lawyer. Ms. Pike said, this is not how it's done. And they put out press release and they attack her ad hominem. I've been talking about ad hominem all the time. But eventually, even when it is shown that the people, I heard the leader of opposition said it, Delroy Chuck should resign. But I don't know if because he's not black that they don't throw him out and discard him because he's not black. So we still suffer from racial identity crisis and all of these things. But I'm not going to use this as a platform because it speaks for itself. And so when we speak about no complete disregard for the Constitution, some complete disregard for the judiciary because you hold a political post and because you happen to be a KC and because by your actions you've caused the entire justice system to be embarrassed and be put on display for that. And it's business as usual. It is business as usual, but to be honest with you, it can't go on like it just cannot go on like that.
Okay, let me ask a key question.
Sure.
To avoid embarrassment to the Jamaican justice system, could a group of, say, prominent attorneys take the situation with the DPP, Paula Llewellyn, and present it, jump the gun, so to speak, and present it directly to the council in London, like you did? Could they take the case directly there, just like how we see here in the U.S.? They'll take a case. They like Trump in Trump's case. They took the case directly to the Supreme Court to try and get a decision as to whether or not he was exempt as the president of the United States. On the law.
No, they didn't take it directly there. They went to a single judge. The single judge said something, and they went all the way. It goes through. It's just that they marshal it through all the way to the highest court, and that's what's being done right now. The appeal. But just the Constitutional Court. Let's just speak about this. The Constitutional Court.
I said one question. I'm experiencing technical difficulty on my side, so just continue the conversation with Herb. I'm trying to figure it out with Kevin. I'll be right.
No problem. All right. Yeah, the Constitutional Court as constituted. I must tell the public there is no such thing as the Constitutional Court. The Constitution says court is a judge of the Supreme Court. So when constitutional issues arise, a single judge can deal with it. They, as a matter of procedure, they have the Constitutional Court. And here's why. In terms of having 3 judges listen to it. They have 3 judges listen to it so that the public can appreciate that the court itself, the judiciary, sees this as something of public importance and is giving guidance in terms of the way forward. So the 3 judges who sit take mature consideration, and they took the time, they listened to everything, and they went out and they answered. If you read the judgment from top to bottom, it's so clear as day. And after they made their declaration and they struck out a particular section as void, as if it never existed, most importantly, they said that the current DPP cannot benefit from any amendment because her extension had already gone and she had expired by virtue of reaching the retirement age. That was clear as day. The government and even the tone of the justice minister, and I must say I'm surprised, but I am no authority to speak of that. I was under the tutelage of the current sitting attorney general, and I am surprised that he had taken the position that he's taken, but then he's the attorney for the government, so he's giving advice that they want to hear. I can think no other way where that is concerned, because this isn't rocket science. You don't need it's constitutional 101. It's constitutional that you can Google. And so to see them use taxpayers' money and see it repeated, because the same thing happened when we challenged the state of emergency. It felt like badmanism. It felt like, if I can now speak because that case is not existing. It was badmanism, and it was an attack, ad hominem attack. Young counsel, you chat too much, you're telling lies, and they use the media. And up to this day, nobody has apologized. Nobody has said, oh, ISAT and friends were right. notwithstanding they were young, and people who are supposed to have all the sense in the world by virtue of the years at the bar that they have, they verbally abused. They use ad hominem and they rough you up and they bad you up and they use all kind of smear tactics and use the media to say that you're stupid. And then when it all said and done, and then they go and try to correct it, and they don't give the public the awareness that they are the ones who are the political dunce-bats. And when it's all said and done, people dislike you for doing what is right. People dislike you for using the law and saying this is what the law is. And that's where the genesis of the dislike come from. But it is the country. The country belongs to the people, not you as a creature of the Constitution. You're a mere servant, and you're trying to thrust your Herb, I'm not gonna go too much.
I don't want you to go too far.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's so unfortunate because it's being repeated. Having breached the Constitution, and the Constitutional Court says, listen, this cannot happen in modern day Jamaica. You say, oh, you're wrong, but then what you wrong and say the judgment isn't clear, but what you appeal before the court is something totally different from what you're saying to the public. You're trying to have a second bite at the apple for something that is not there. And to add insult to injury, in the media they're saying that the subject of the constitutional argument now wants to enter the arena and appeal. And all of this is at the cost of the taxpayers, because we don't have this ability to move forward and marshal and understand that other people's children are able, have capacity to make contribution to Jamaica. And that's why I'm saying, even as she is acting, give her the opportunity to act. Give her the opportunity. She's somebody's child.
Yeah. So why can't the court just step in and says, we're not gonna hear this case further. The decision has been made. There is no grounds for appeal.
Oh, so wait, but the court but the court will say that, and the court will say cost to the respondent, the respondent claimant, and more taxpayers' money will be wasted. That's the point I'm making. Similarly, there are mechanisms, respectfully, that could be used by virtue of the judgment as you read it. If you're saying that it didn't allow people to understand it, we have the slip rule. There's a technique in law where the Constitutional Court can give clarity to the judgment. They could say, okay, you didn't understand this, here's what it means. They don't need to give a declaration, but they can give clarity to the judgment. But for anybody to make it look like, and I can tell you something, you see those three judges? I'm not going to call them name, but I'm going to tell you something. And every year, only can beat me up in the comments and say I'm always respecting the judgment. Those judges, them know they are out there, they have security of tenure, and they're completely unbothered. They don't care if you like them or not. They rule for you today and they rule against you. They're unbothered, they don't care, they just deal with the law. And if you don't like it, that's on you. And let me call one of them, Justice Whitblair, when she read the decision, she was completely unbothered. She says, this is what it is. And then invited to go and read the judgment. But JIS hasn't had a whole thing where all these legal luminaries, they don't sit down and read it paragraph for paragraph, Everybody just come as them like, it's not there, even when it's there. So somebody can say, yes, it is, and this and that, and look on Friday. Oh, we're appealing. She's still a DPP. Marky G come out. I have to say Marky G because he's been very gangster lately. And he says, listen, you idiots. You didn't even make sure that we had a service commission. It expired. You did nothing. You think Monday morning go come and you don't have a DPP? Don't play with me. That office is vacant as far as I'm concerned. Don't let me embarrass you further. That's language that he used. And he says, in fact, You and the Attorney General, Chucky no lucky, resign. Because you don't have no sense. And what happens? We have a DPP by Monday. Monday never done, and we have a DPP.
Yeah, two.
Huh?
We have two.
Which two? We have
The
one
that
DPP.
they're holding back and
hey.
temporary.
You are invited to go watch Avengers. Thanos. We have one DPP. And really, it's almost like when Venezuela, when Ampino disrespect Venezuela, I know I forgot elsewhere go make oil. If you don't recognize things that's a breach of the if your existence is a breach of the Constitution, you don't exist. I'm not being arrogant, but I don't recognize you because the Constitution says you don't exist. So I'm not going to speak of you.
I saw.
Yeah.
Ask you something. The public services staff orders.
Mm-hmm.
It speaks to the issue of promotions and actings, and are you familiar with that?
Yeah, somewhat.
All right. What does it say? What rule should apply in this case where a court has ruled that the named DPP was acting outside the Constitution in terms of her tenure, because you're saying your tenure up and the Constitution was properly amended, but that amendment did not and does not apply to you, the current DPP, so you must go home.
Mm-hmm.
Then they turn around and they said, well, she's on leave, or she's not, she's still the DPP name, but she's not acting in the role of a DPP, so we'll get an acting while we appeal the declaratory judgment.
Mm-hmm.
That's one scenario, right? The question is how does the public service staff orders, how does it treat that situation? And the second one is,
no, but are you saying that the Public Service Commission has said that the office isn't vacant, she remains a DPP?
No, what they've done is they've said we're going to appoint an acting DPP.
I don't think the Constitution allows to an acting DPP.
Under what circumstances though? When somebody,
they haven't clarified that. That's what I'm saying. Do you have information that was clarified? Because that's what I've been saying all day.
Here, let me pull it up and read for the people what the Constitution said about an acting DPP. With Kevin, we know some things Ratted. Kevin, all of the things the tabs them gone now. And I'm looking for the Constitution here, but I don't see it. I'm having some difficulty here for the first time in a long time, and I had everything all lined up and ready to go, but it's all messed up right now. You need the cursor, Kevin. Yeah, because what happens, I think, and if my memory serves me correctly, that they're talking about a case for the acting where the person is unable. And when they say unable, I believe they were referring to somebody who's physically or mentally unable to act in the role. I don't think they were referring to somebody who has been stripped of the title by the courts. I don't think they were referring to that. But for me, it's a simple matter. She's physically able to continue the position. She's mentally able, but she's not constitutionally able to do so, because
Who is the she?
The DPP.
Who is are we talking about Miss Claudette Thompson? Who is that?
Oh, she's a DPP?
Claudette Thompson is the acting DPP.
So what does that make Paula Llewellyn?
Who is that?
Pretend
Oh,
that.
so she doesn't exist.
I'm just asking because as of the 19th of April,
She's no longer there.
Judges says, listen to me. The office of the DPP does not allow a person who has retired to get a second extension in this manner. The Constitution, and I'm trying to get people to understand that when something is void, is void to the extent of its inconsistency, and is as if it's never was. So I'm just making that clear. It's like you're inviting to me have conversations about issues about situations that don't exist.
Hold on a second. So you and I are in agreement. I'm saying that there's no DPP. So here is the question now, which is the part 2. Yeah, I wanted you to say, well, there's no DPP. There's an acting. Okay, so here's the question. There is no DPP. So why is it then that, and if there's no, if this person that you say, who is this person, if she's no longer the DPP, then why is it that she's still coming to the offices of the DPP? Why is it that that they allow her? They didn't change the locks. They didn't change the combinations. They didn't prevent her from coming on the premises. That's trespassing.
Hold on, Mr. Rattigan. You have a problem going back to your old high school?
No. That's different.
They must bar you from going to your old high school?
No, they'll bar me from going back to my old employer, not high school.
Oh, so you're saying, all right, listen, here's the thing. Just understand this, man. You know, one of the things we mustn't do is we mustn't be unkind to old people, you know.
No.
No, I'm just telling you that. I just want you to know this. No, you mustn't do that. Because you see, when you break old people's heart, them dead quick.
But let me tell you something.
Let me tell you
the culture where I come from. The culture where I come from is that when they come, when you're dismissed, you sit down on your desk and a decision is made somewhere else, and you see two big neck man come and say, please stand. And Herb is familiar with this. It didn't happen to Herb, but Herb is familiar because Herb do it himself. And them just said, you have to leave everything as it. So if your computer up and everything in the middle of phone call, them say hang up the phone, and them say okay, and then go through your bag to make sure you don't have any government stuff inside of it, and then hand you back your bag, and then walk you out the building. You leave everything behind, and once you're gone, then go through everything, and anything that's personal, then mail it to you. You're not allowed to come back in the office under no circumstances. Once you're gone, you're gone. So what should have happened the day the court said, listen, we don't have a DPP. What should have happened at that point, wherever she was, they should have said, listen, you cannot come back in the office. They should have changed the locks, changed the combination, go through her stuff, pack up her personal items, send the personal items to her, keep the government stuff in the government office. Herb, am I speaking crazy, or is this the way that it's done?
And I even said it, you know.
Well. Here in Jamaica, when you're a decent,
that's the problem.
I want to speak. You see, when you're a decent citizen, you'll be decent and you'll be kind and you just let things happen. But I just don't think it's anybody's concern if she's still there.
I thought, hold on 1 second. Think about it. They are expending tremendous resources fighting to keep her there. What's so special about this senior citizen, as you alluded to? What's so special about her that they would fight the Constitution to keep her there? What's so special about her? And not only that.
Well, never before in the history of Jamaica has Jamaica had a DPP that has proper media engagement, that put out press release and inform the public.
Yeah, you joke.
I am repeating what was said about her.
No, but hold on.
By her fellow King's Councils, the higher councils of Jamaica, the higher lawyers.
You don't allow a person in that position with that clearance. You don't allow them to come back to the office, ISAT. Grave damage could be done to all kinds of confidential material. I'm not accusing her of doing anything, but I'm saying prevention is better than cure. You do not let her come back once, and I'm going by your argument that there's no DPP. So if there's no DPP, you cannot come back on the premises. It's that simple. We'll send you your personal stuff, your lipstick and whatever you have in the office. We'll send that to you. But you cannot come back. And then not only that, she's been seen there quite often since the decision was made. She's been seen there on numerous occasions. She's been seen there. No, if I were in charge of it, the moment
where she entered through the front or the back.
I said,
because you know, in back in the days, black people had to go through the back. Hold on. Can I speak, sir? Have to be decent, you know. Stop being a dirty 30. Let me make my point. If she going through the back door like the slaves and the Negroes did back in the days, it's on her if she has no respect for self. Simple.
Oh, because here's the thing, I said.
Because when I go to court, I step in the front. Yeah. Right. And I'm not a KC, but when I'm at the Privy Council, I sit in the front.
In the front. Yes, indeed. But here's the thing, I said.
Yeah.
When you have a DPP, so-called DPP, that is not even recognized by the court, why have her come back to the building? The court said, we don't recognize. Who are you? We don't recognize you. And so, as far as I'm concerned, she should not be allowed back she should not be allowed in any government private space like this. I mean, I don't know if they have a skiff inside there, Herb. I don't know. Maybe you would know if they have a skiff inside there. But the thing is that she's not supposed to enter that building. And she's there. She's been there since the decision was rendered. I have a serious problem with that.
And perhaps the remedy is to make an ATI to find out if the person who doesn't exist is still traversing places with high security. Hold on. After doing that, another remedy, I'm not laughing and I'm being so serious right now. Another thing is that maybe we should contact Marky G, because when Marky G talk, can't even call him Mark Golding again. When Marky G talk in Jamaica, everybody quiver. Everybody wobble like the Prime Minister when he come out of the big vehicle. So don't tell me I don't have the power, but I know if you tell Marky G and Marky G put on him letterhead with the PNP colors and say, hey, why them have them people there walk up and down in the courts and in the office? No what wanna do, fix it. Delroy, Chucky no lucky, I have to fix it. So I think the diaspora, if they have a problem with it, should bring it to the attention of Marky G. Because when he put it on him letterhead, I guarantee you Monday morning, she can't enter the building. Because Marky G says so. Him bad. Time come. Yes,
but here's the thing. If I'm sitting here and I know she's in the office, I think it's safe to say that Marky G knows she's in the office. So why hasn't Marky G said anything yet?
I'm saying I don't assume that he knows, because as the last time we checked and somebody put it there, see black said it. L.A. Lewis sweep out the whole of King Street from the top of King Street to the bottom. So you telling me this? I was shocked.
No, she's there. She's I'll send you the evidence. She's there.
Wow. No, share it on the live. We want to see, because then L.A. Lewis will lose some of his stripe, because the man take out a new broom and the man sweep King Street. So if we don't know what go on.
Let me ask a couple of things here. I said, as far as you know, to the best of your knowledge, is the DPP involved in government business other than the DPP's office?
Repeat that. That sound like a Jeopardy question. What is?
No. As far as you are aware,
yes, that's what he's asked.
Is she involved in any other activity or action determined to be government business other than what her job was at the office? being a DPP?
I'm a menace to society. I can't answer those questions. I don't have those security clearance.
Herb,
I think it sounds like you know, Herb. If you want to tell the public, you can.
Herb, let me answer the question. It would be fair to say that her actions are at the very least suspicious. Going to the office after she has been removed and then going there and for what? What purpose? What purpose? Who's and see therein lies the problem. Like some people say, well, it's Jamaica. Well, yeah, it's Jamaica. Because somebody should be in charge of security who would say, hey, listen, no, you cannot come back in the office. You cannot come back in the office. And you can't touch the computers. You can't do anything inside this office. You need to stay home and we will mail you. We will bring your personal items. We'll go the length, get your personal items and bring them and drop them off at your house. But you cannot come. And Sue McDuffie, right? Is it Sue?
Yeah. Passcodes and passwords.
Yeah. Sue McDuffie. Yeah, you change passwords, you change the locks, you change everything, the combination, and that's it. And she's out. And then you make sure.
Well, what if your friend let you in? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna say?
Well,
no, I'm just asking. Just asking.
No, you see, there.
No, you don't have no friends at this period. You don't have no friends. You don't have no friends when it comes to security.
So wait, Ratty. You really wouldn't lend me a swipe if them lock me out of the building? Herb, you know that do me that?
No, it's different. No, if you get locked out of the building accidentally, of course.
But no, not accidentally.
A court said to you.
No, I'm saying this. Hypothetically, in Jamaica, you breach the Constitution because that's what you do every day. And then the Constitutional Court said, listen, you're just a big breach, a big dirty breach. Yeah? And then as my friend, I'm going to say, yo, forget the Constitution.
Somebody asked me, and said, how do I know that Mark is not doing anything regarding the issue? And what happened was, the reason why I know, I'm not saying he's not doing anything. ISAT said that when Mark G put the words on him lettered and send it over to them, jump, because them afraid of him. And so the question is, nobody's jumping so far because she's been there now. The court made a ruling, what? Almost a week? Or maybe longer than a week. The court made a ruling.
19th of April. So it would be a week.
It's the 27th. So that's 8 days ago, right? So I'm saying, if Mark G had put his letter, if we're to follow ISAT's reasoning that them wobble like the Prime Minister when them get Mark G's thing, and Mark G put that out there, then people would be wobbling. I don't see anybody wobbling right now. So that's why I'm questioning whether or not he has done anything. And also when Mark G sends something out, it's usually in the press. Usually see it somewhere that the opposition leader sent the following. So I haven't seen anything. So Evelyn is probably right that him soon step on it. Well, yeah, he's here now. So with technology, you can step on it anywhere. But Jamaica is just a hot mess right now. It's just as far as the DPP's office is concerned. It's just
thank you for clearing it out, because while Jamaica is hot and there is garbage on the road, we're not a mess.
Okay, there you go.
The judiciary respectfully is stellar. They're breaking up all the nonsense. They're identifying the breaches. They're running away people who think them big and bad. They embarrass them. I mean, could you ask a better judiciary like that? The judiciary just says you don't exist. What more? What more do you want? So people who do it, we have demonstrated properly that we are not in the times when you just do what you want. So there are little pockets of elitism, but the judiciary is showing that you're not above the Constitution. That is a discussion that we ought to have.
Let me just say to somebody had said that if they give her a week, what she give me a week. We don't know, but the thing about it is that you don't get anybody any time to care. Once you're gone, you're gone. Once you don't give people time to come back. Look, especially at that level where people had issues with some of her decisions and all these things, and she being the top prosecutor, you just tell her, look, you know what? You got 3 years. Well, the court said you got the extension. You got 3 years. So, it's time for you to go and go immediately. She should have been preparing for this. She should have been preparing for this from the time she turned 60, right? And not only that, she was given an extension for 3 years. So after the second year, she should be preparing to leave. Oh, I want you to answer me this, I thought.
You don't know the song. You don't come from New York. Oh man, you're fraud, man. You don't know the song. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. We can't be stopped now. It's bad boy for life. People just did the thing, you know.
May I try to find the court's decision? I want to show I thought is aware of it. I want to show the people them something. What is Kevin? The whole system mess up. Hold on. I want to show. I want the court's the court's decision. If you can find that for me, I just want to show the people something that a lot of people not talking about. Some people talking about it, but not a lot of people. It's not getting any traction. No, that's not it. No, hold on. Let me say something. Hold on there.
By the way, Mr. Rattigan, one of our avid listeners called in to say that our ambassador is at the pen relays.
Good.
And that she wanted to get onto the infield, I guess, where our athletes are.
And they turn her down?
And they turn her down. They wouldn't let her go down there. And it took a member of the Dirty 30, Fantastic Five,
to get her
there, that vouched for her, and then they would let her go down to the infield.
Wow.
So the very person that she says caused the State Department to send out the warning is the person that had to go vouch for her. Right? So you see how we're nice up here, I said.
But you see it? But you wouldn't let me on a swipe. Let's be real. Me see what go on now. We don't like Jamaicans. We don't like diaspora people. It's all right.
I think no. She corrected me. She says there was a New York City Consul General, not the Washington ambassador. So we take care of business. I don't know how I said. You know the thing where they say you cross the bridge when you come to it. Maybe that's your case. We would cross that bridge if I we came to it.
I can respect that. I can respect that.
All right.
It's we can't find the system all screwed up. But let me explain as best I can what happened. In February of last year, let me go back. The DPP before at 59 years of age, she applied. She requested an extension. The Prime Minister wanted to grant her the extension for 5 years. The Constitution says at the age of 60, as a DPP, you're supposed to leave. However, you can be afforded you can be afforded an extension up to 5 years. So she wanted 5 years when she was, and you have to apply before you're 60. So she was 59, and when she applied, the leader of the opposition, I think it was Dr. Phillips at the time, he vehemently opposed it. So she ended up getting 3 years. I don't know if Dr. Phillips agreed to the 3 years or what, but from what I'm reading, she got 3 years. 3 years supposed to end last year when she was 63. In February of last year, several months before she was supposed to leave office, she requested an extension to the from the Public Services Commission. That's February of last year. In May of last year, 3 months later, she received a response from the Public Services Commission saying, constitutionally, you're not entitled to another extension. Furthermore, the Prime Minister has rejected your request based on legal counsel's advice.
Stop right there, Rattigan. Stop right there. Because when you seldom on this program, give credit to Bro God, aka Andrew. The man himself followed legal advice and said, no extension for you. So the
Correct.
people must know that when this man is trying to work hard, there are people within his government that will sabotage him. But you know, just glance over that. He did the right thing. He must get credit for that. No,
you
give him credit. Stop.
Hold on.
Pause. Give credit.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
So just to recap, folks, she requested the extension in February, and in May, she received a response from the Public Services Commission saying, you are not entitled to it constitutionally. Furthermore, the Prime Minister received legal counsel's advice, and he's rejecting your request. Give him credit for that. Give him credit. Give him credit. That's May. July.
So you just pass over June?
No, I get that.
You passed over. June was a hard time for me before the diaspora rescued me.
No, July. What happened in July? In July, they amended the Constitution within a couple of days, and I'm being told that you need 2/3 of both houses for that kind of to pass for that kind of amendment. Now, clearly, they have 2/3. You know, they have the overwhelming majority in the House of Representatives, but in the Senate, they didn't. And I'm being told that there were two senators from the opposition that they were in a travel status, and that's how the government was able to get the 2/3 vote, because they were too short. Because you can't get 2/3 if you vote strictly along party lines. You cannot get 2/3 in the Senate. Somebody has to cross the line, right? So somebody crossed the line, and nobody crossed the line. Two people weren't there, so they got the 2/3 vote, and they did that in a couple of days. So the question then is, if the Prime Minister rejected her application or request in May, what then ram it through Parliament?
You can't use ram.
Okay.
Ram is a dirty word.
Okay, all right. He didn't ram it through. But
you can't use finger chucking either. That's
no, hold on a second.
Okay.
So the Prime Minister was against it in May, but in July, he supported it. What happened between May of last year when he rejected it and July of last year when he supported it? And I'm looking around to see what happened in May, what happened in June, what happened in July, what happened in May after he rejected it, and what happened in July up to the point where the amendment passed. And there's one significant issue that I'm sure ISAT you probably can point out to many more, but I found one. And here's the one I found. I think it was the 29th of June or the 30th of June. The Integrity Commission submitted its annual report. And in that annual report, they said that a certain number of parliamentarians, they were under investigation for illicit enrichment. And they also mentioned about 25 or 28 civil servants who were under investigation. It wouldn't take, and you mentioned it, Jamaica is a small place. Wouldn't take long for somebody to surmise that. I just wonder if that they're known as the illicit six, right? If the DPP, they went through all the trouble of amending the constitution so that the DPP could stay in place to do something. I don't know, but that's the only thing I could find. What can you tell me? What happened between May and July?
Everything is a blur. I was busy apologizing. I was busy quoting cartelling. I was busy trying to explain that you can't abuse the constitution and molest it like that. I was busy getting help from the diaspora to make sure.
You don't know what happened then.
Yeah, no, I don't know. What I will say.
Would you agree that something happened between the rejection and the support?
No, listen, I will say this. I would agree that something happened, but I will tell you what happened. I'll tell you what I will say. I will say that you see the God I serve. Hey, I don't even want to turn this in. If this was Andre's show, and I say Rattigan play Little David, because the valley of the shadow of death and all these things and Lot and who turned into a pillar of salt, because me no salt, me no salt. But what I will say is this, that there are, when them said man a plan and God a wipe, the year when election I go call in December, because people can't get them things cleared up and can't go into our next tax season and all of these things and all of that. Just leave it right there, so.
Well, where's where I leave it? Where I leave it is this. Yeah. Family members, friends, all of you, keep these dates in mind. February, the DPP, May of 2023, the DPP applied for an extension. It was, in February, she applied for the extension, and in May, it was roundly rejected by the Public Services Commission and the Prime Minister. So she applied in February, rejection in May. 2 months later, July, we see the Constitution being amended. No, that's no easy feat. The Prime Minister would have been involved in something like that. You just don't get up and do something like that. He would have been involved. He would have been aware of what was going on. So the question is, what happened between his rejection and his support of the amendment to extend her? And the only thing I can find is that there's an annual report in June coming out of the Integrity Commission. Let me just leave that right there. You can go ahead and do the research for yourself, and then you can, when we meet next week, you can tell me what your thoughts are. In the meantime, let me just bring on, well, Dr. Ben, just a come on, and we have Steve. Well, we have two guests here at the same time. Let me see. So Dr. Ben, Dr. Ben late, and we have Crack. All right, let me bring on both of them. All right, there's Steve.
Hey everybody, how you doing? I will.
Yeah. All right, let me bring on Dr. Ben. Big up yourself.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah,
nice
folks.
To be here.
This gentleman you see right here, this gentleman sitting there with the piano in the background, whatever. Steve Coco. I met Steve Coco back in when, Steve? 1988?
87, 88, 88, yeah.
Yeah, right. I met Steve Coco as a result of our involvement with the FBI. Steve was my first partner in the FBI. He and I, we were the only two who lived in New York City. We shared our ride, and so we became very good friends. And to this day, I refer to him as the brother from another mother. Yeah. I don't know how well, smile when I say that, man. So,
I'm smiling, man. How's wrong with you?
All right. But Steve has been to Jamaica a million times. I actually followed him in his footsteps because we were working counterintelligence, and then he left. He went to work criminal matters. He said to me, "Hey, listen, get rid of that, that nonsense that you're doing up there. Come down, arrest real criminals." And so I went down to the criminal division. Then he left the criminal division, went to the airport at JFK. Then he said, "Hey, Will, you need to come to the airport. It's much better over here, blah, 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 blah." I I ended up at the airport. When I got to the airport, he left and he went to Rome. And he said, "Well, you need to get into the Legat program, the overseas program. It's great." And then I got into the Legat program, and then he left. He came back stateside, and he became the number 2 guy in the office in Phoenix.
Right.
And then he said, "Hey, it's great being an assistant special agent in charge." And then I left. And then I came back to New York, and I went to Mississippi as an assistant special agent in charge. And I think I went to South Africa, and he stayed in Phoenix, and he retired. And so he's a retired supervisory special agent. He's done a ton of criminal work. He's worked undercover. He's worked overseas. He's done a lot of stuff. And I'm proud to say that I have a great relationship with Steve. I've learned a hell of a lot from him. I still say he's not ready for prime time because he's learned more. He's learned more from me than I've learned from him.
Yeah.
But anyway, he's here today.
We've done a lot together, and Will is a truly, truly, truly great friend. And he's like a brother to me, so I'm proud to associate with him, proud to know him. We drive each other crazy, but that's just part of the friendship. And I'm very happy to be here today. And this is the second time that Will's asked me to come on, and I appreciate the invitation as well.
Right. So Steve, he's done a ton of criminal work, undercover drug work. He's been in charge of white collar crime. I think when he was in Phoenix, he was in charge of he had the criminal division. You had the criminal division, right?
Yeah, at one point. Yep.
National Security Division. I didn't have the criminal division, so he had that. So I had counterintelligence, counterterrorism, weapons of mass destruction, field intelligence group, all of that stuff. And then he had the real. When you think about the FBI, he had that piece of it. So he's here today to talk about, just walk us through the mechanics of a public corruption case in America.
Right.
Because, as you know, public corruption is a huge problem in Jamaica.
That's right.
And you know, they just don't seem to be doing enough to make a dent. I cannot think of the last time. Well, put it this way. It's been a long time since a politician went to prison.
Yeah,
it's been a long time since a judge went to prison.
So, you know, public corruption, I believe at this point in time, with regards to the FBI's criminal investigative program, I believe, I've been out of FBI now for a while, but I believe right now within the criminal investigative programs, I think that public corruption is the #1 priority within the criminal investigative program. Because there are other criminal programs, as you can imagine, fugitives, bank robbers, all that stuff. I think public corruption is the #1 investigative program, meaning as far as priority, maybe not as far as volume of work, but as far as priority. So essentially, public corruption cases, what the FBI considers a public corruption case is if you have a public official, generally someone who's been elected to a public office by the voters.
Or appointed. Or
appointed, yeah. Generally someone elected, could be someone appointed. So when it's someone elected, so for example, state or federal member of Congress, member of the state house, governor, even, you know, someone who has been appointed, as Will said, or a judge or a magistrate, they're appointed rather than elected, at least in the federal system. In some local and state systems, they're elected, but they're all public officials. So because they're public officials, there's a higher expectation of trust. So the Department of Justice considers it as a higher priority. And why? Because if you have a corrupt public official, well then in a sense, by virtue of that corruption, the public is sort of being defrauded. The public is being defrauded of its taxpayer money in the sense that, you know, we're paying our taxes, the government has to hire people, we have to vote for people. We're kind of defrauded if someone is on the take and accepting money or other things of value. It doesn't have to be money. It can be other things of value, a car, a house, trips, or a combination of things to influence his or her official decisions, judgment, support, or even statements. That can be considered public corruption. We've got a lot of great cases. FBI arrests governors, arrests mayors, arrests, like I said, members of the House of Representatives. You probably all, this is pending, but it's been public, is the case involving the member of Congress from Long Island, George Santos. So he was arrested, he was charged. That's public corruption. So that's basically the explanation of it.
Then also the what's his name? The senator from New Jersey,
Melendez.
Melendez.
Yeah, he's been indicted. His wife's been indicted too. And you know, and part of the indictment with him, I believe he was. I don't know if he was accused of being sort of not getting into the espionage realm, but I don't know if he was accused of being an agent of a foreign power, meaning Egypt. He had a strange relationship with the Egyptian embassy and Egyptian officials, but he definitely has been accused formally of taking money to influence his decision making. So one thing that the government has to do when it charges a person with public corruption, first of all, you know, for example, right now, Will and I, we're not officials of the government. We don't work for the government in any way, shape, or form. We couldn't be charged with public corruption because one of the prongs of the charge has to be the official holds a position of trust for within the public realm. So typically, say I'm a member of the U.S. House of Representatives, and there is some sort of you know, there is an effort by a large corporation to be able to buy a piece of federal land. The land is owned by the federal government. Maybe it's owned by a tribe that's recognized by the federal government, or maybe it's just federal land. And that's going to be in my district, for example. It's going to be here in Arizona, where we have vast stretches of federal land that's not developed. And the company that wants to open up a huge manufacturing plant there, whatever company it may be, this is a fictitious scenario, starts to kind of pay me off or offer me goods or money or other things of value to influence my vote, and to not only influence my vote, but to influence my actions. So in other words, I'm going and I'm doing things, I'm taking money, I'm taking things of value from them, specifically to influence the actions of Congress, rather than listening to what the constituents in my district are saying, and they may be saying, hey, we don't want this factory. We want to leave this pristine land pristine. Meanwhile, I'm getting paid I'm getting paid under the cover, under the table by the company, so that I make decisions favorable to them. That's an example of public corruption.
Let me just say to people, Dr. Ben, let me introduce Dr. Ben Israel here. He's going to talk about prostate and what's the other one? Fibroids, yeah. Silent crises, right? So he's going to talk about that, but we're running a bit late. So, Dr. Ben, if you could just sit with us for a little bit, let me just finish up with Steve.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah. No problem. No
okay.
problem. Right. Very informative.
I need people to know that Steve has been to Jamaica many times. In fact, he speaks about 3 languages, and he mastered the Patois dialect or language.
Really, but it will taught me a lot. The trips taught me a lot. It was always a great time in Jamaica. I'm looking forward to going again. We haven't been for a long time.
Because I remember one time we went to Jamaica, and when we were there was a baggage handler, and the guy, because Steve used to wear him Rasta belt, you know. So the guys, that's when he used to have here. So the guy said to him, I was asking the guy to move, and the guy said, no, I don't want to talk to you right now. You're foreign. I want to talk to the Jamaican guy.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that was good. He took me Will used to take me not only in Jamaica, but all the Jamaican places in New York, Brooklyn, Manhattan, basically Brooklyn and the Bronx. And then even in Florida, the times we'd go, he'd know places to go, get whatever, soursop, and get patty and woli patty. So yeah, it was always a good time.
But so I need people to know that you're aware of the corruption in Jamaica.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Right. So, but in Jamaica, it's a bit different. We don't see, like you're talking about members of parliament and people in high places and people of influence being arrested. We don't see enough of it in Jamaica. We've seen it in few instances over the years. Let me ask Isaac. Isaac, when was the last time, to your knowledge, that a judge was sentenced to prison? And how often does that happen?
No, I have no knowledge of that in my lifetime, so I don't know.
There you go.
Not in-
And so what we're supposed to walk away from that is that judges are not susceptible to public corruption in Jamaica. But we know that's not the truth, because we're people, right? People are people, and so people are going to fall prey to a whole range of enticements. But that's what happens in Jamaica. Judges just don't go to prison. Members of parliament, not in recent memory, they don't go to prison. And so we have a continued proliferation of public corruption being committed in Jamaica. Herb, you have any questions for Steve? Herb, unmute. Unmute.
Yeah, Steve, how you doing? Herb Nelson.
Fine, thank you.
Not too bad. One of the things I wanted to understand, and for the people to really grasp, under what laws were the two people captured in Jamaica, the former Haitian Prime Minister and the head of security at the time of the presidential assassination? They had gone to Jamaica, and the FBI, the Miami, I guess the lead, and they were processing the case. Under what international laws was that investigation being done?
Right.
And how deep was it a case of them investigating corruption, or was it a case of them actually investigating the assassination?
Yeah.
Or both?
So I'm not familiar with the particular case. I'm not quite sure which case we're talking about.
Okay.
Let me ask you this, Steve. There is a maybe more specific. There is an international corruption unit in Miami, DC, New York, and California.
Right.
Can you, in a general sense, can you tell us what their, the role and responsibility of that?
So it's twofold. Yeah, so it's twofold. So this may help to answer your question, Herb. So then if, for example, there's allegation that a foreign leader, a foreign government, a foreign leader, a foreign minister, a foreign prime minister, a foreign president, whatever it may be, even if he's not in the United States, but he is accepting bribes from people within his own country, excuse me, or from other countries, and those payments, those bribes are coming into a bank account, and the money's being routed through a bank in the United States or even through the Federal Reserve. Say the money is coming from overseas, from the UK or from South Africa, and it's hitting a bank account in Jamaica, but it's got to go through New York to be converted into US dollars or Jamaican currency. Then there's a violation of U.S. law, but the government would have to prove, the FBI would have to prove that the payments were for corrupt reason, that the payments were corrupt, that they weren't legitimate payments. What's so funny? I don't hear you well.
Yes, Steve, sorry about that. Tony said he heal you up,
Huh?
Tony said he heal you up. Tony said he heal you up. Tony.
Big Black Tony.
Be careful. Big Black
Tony Clark.
Yeah, it's a heal you up. Yeah. What we're getting from you is this, that if a foreign government official is involved in kleptocracy or corruption or whatever, and you can prove that that person's hand is involved in illegality, and you can show that the funds have made it through the SWIFT system. It may not come to America, but it's going to touch the U.S. banking system, which is the primary system that's used for banking all over the world. If you can prove that, the money may not make it to, let's say, for example, the money goes from Mexico to St. Lucia, for example. But the SWIFT system, the SWIFT, that's
Swift.
banking.
Yep.
Right. If it touches that system, and people need to understand that the money doesn't have to come to America.
No.
It just has to get into the SWIFT stream of commerce. It just gets into the SWIFT stream.
Right.
Then that official, you're saying that that official is liable to be prosecuted.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. But see, for something like that, the FBI in that case is going to have to depend on doing an overseas investigation with other countries, and would have to get the authorities from St. Lucia, Jamaica, St. Lucia, Jamaica involved, so that they could say, yeah, this isn't just to pay bills, or this isn't just because he wants to invest and buy a house. The reason for this transaction was criminal. It was a criminal transaction, and here's why. So we're going to need the assistance of foreign governments to do. And in fact, maybe a foreign government is the one that tips us off. Maybe they're the ones that begin the investigation and say, hey, FBI, this may be in your purview at this point. Can you help us out? Here's why we think the transaction is dirty. Here's what we think this guy's doing. Can you maybe kind of see if you can help us out?
No, in New York at one point I was running the FIG, the Field Intelligence Group, where we have a whole bunch of analysts and investigators, right? Now, I've worked with some outstanding forensic auditors, some outstanding forensic accountants, and their only purpose in that professional life is to follow the money, and they were very good at it. How important is that role in terms of the FBI getting a tip and then trying to conduct the investigation if host country government does not want to cooperate?
So here's the problem with that. If the host country government does not want to assist, then we have to try to get the information through other means. The best case scenario is the host country government's willing to assist, and then we generally don't get the bank information volunteered, foreign bank information volunteered to us, and a U.S. subpoena has no validity overseas. So we go through the Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty. We have the Department of Justice, through a treaty that the Senate passed and the President signed, that we have treaties with different foreign countries, and we share information with these foreign countries, and we can even get bank records and records in the United States that you'd need a subpoena for. And then we can, if we get them from, say, France or from Spain through these Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty requests, then even though they're documents from a foreign government, from a foreign bank, we can often introduce them into trial, into grand jury proceedings in the United States. But Will asked a good question, which was what happens when the foreign government doesn't want to cooperate, or maybe they are cooperating, but they say, yeah, we just can't give you this. We want to help you, but we just can't give you this. We have a problem there, because if we get it through other ways, like maybe cutting corners and cutting corners and getting it under, kind of like, what's the word, under the table, not through the formal process, then we're going to have a hard time introducing it into U.S. courts, because they're going to say, where did you get this?
Yeah, because what happened, just to educate some folks in the audience, we get a lot of stuff and it comes in as quote unquote intelligence. And that is supposed to be your lead information. It will never be submitted to a court. That's because right. You're going to expose sources and methods, and that's a no-no. You can't.
So it's not really evidence. It's not really evidence when we're getting it through intelligence sources, because we really cannot use it, because there was no formal legal process with the foreign government in the courts that allows us to enter it into court. When we have that process, like I was assigned to our embassy in Rome, Italy for 3.5 years, and we have an outstanding relationship with Italian law enforcement, and they even have law enforcement liaison officers in their embassy here in Washington. And we always shared information, and the banks always complied. The Italian banks complied, US banks complied, and then we could introduce it as evidence.
Well, here's the thing. Some of that intelligence type information, I would use it for lead purposes. So it would point me where I should go. Like, for example, I would get a bank record, so I'd know that, okay, the subject has a bank record as an account at this bank.
Yeah.
But I could use that document, but now I know that it's there, so I can use whatever legal methods I could use to go and get that information. Where without that intelligence information, I wouldn't know that it's there. Talk to us about letters rogatory, and just explain to people what's
right. So letters rogatory is like kind of a fancy phrase to basically say to a foreign government, hey, we're the Department of Justice in the United States, FBI, or what have you, U.S. Secret Service under Homeland Security. And we have identified this particular bank account in Italy or in the UK or in Germany or many, many other countries. And we think that the person who is the owner or one of the signatories on this bank account is involved in drug trafficking. To make it very, very simple, to make it involved in massive amounts of drug trafficking with massive amounts of money going in and out of this account. Why do we think this way? Because some of the money's coming to the United States, and we have human sources, informants that are telling us that's what's happening. The letters rogatory is something that the Department of Justice issues, and it's formal. It goes through the court system in the United States, and then it's transmitted to that foreign country in which we're asking formally, like, pretty please, we're showing how it's pertinent to our investigation. We're showing that it's probable that a violation of criminal law has taken place. Can you please produce bank records from this bank, this foreign bank in your country, for this account holder? And then they generally comply. And one of the caveats, just about all the time, is it has to be a violation in both countries. So drug trafficking is a violation just about everywhere in the world. So if we're talking about a drug trafficking investigation, there's generally no problem because every country wants to prevent that, and it's a crime. Some countries, there was one issue. Here's something interesting. There was one issue in Italy in which we couldn't cooperate, and just one that I know of. They would have this charge because they have a huge organized crime problem, so-called mafia, Italian mafia. It's everywhere in Italy, and they control quite a bit. And you could be charged in Italy with association with mafiosi people. Association. Not conspiracy to violate certain laws, but association. And they'd come to us and say, hey, we're charging this guy with association with mafia people. Can we get his bank records in the US? And the answer is no, because you got to come to us with an actual violation. A violation that's a violation of US law and Italian law. Maybe a violation of Italian law to associate with mafioso people. But it's not a violation of US law as long as there's not an underlying crime. Just because you're friends with the guy, we're talking to him, we're having dinner with him, doesn't mean you're committing a violation, and we're not going to honor that one. So it has to be mutual.
Let me give you an example of how it works. A further example on the diplomatic level between the US and foreign governments in terms of the cooperation. When you're overseas, one of your primary goal, I would say, is to develop relationships. I mean, Louis Freeh told me this, is to develop relationships, because if you don't have good relationships, then you're not going to be able to get information. And the whole purpose of going overseas is to develop a relationship which will allow the free exchange of information. But to give you a sense of what Steve just mentioned about, it could be a criminal violation in one country, but not in another country. When I was in Saudi Arabia, I had a whole bunch of parental kidnapping cases. Now, parental kidnapping, that's a serious charge here. That's where one parent just seizes the child and gone off. In fact, when I was at the airport, Steve, I think you left. There was a lady who who took the child to Barbados, and she absconded with the child. And through sources, we found out where she was, and we found out she was coming back. And I actually arrested her when she landed at JFK. She was surprised, but we tracked her. But in the Middle East, parental kidnapping is not a crime.
That's right. Same in Italy.
So I would go to the Saudis, and I would go to the Emiratis, and I say, hey, I've got this American kid living down the street. I know the father. I know everything about the family. And the father was he went to school in Arizona. He met this American woman. They got married. They had a child. And then he took the child, and he's here. So we want the child back. And I remember I kept going to this guy in the foreign ministry, and he kept saying to me, Wilfred, inshallah, we will help you. And then one day I looked at him and I said to him, you know, I'm getting the feeling that inshallah means no, you're not going to help me. Because every time I come here, you tell me inshallah, but then you don't do anything. And then he said to me, Wilfred, let me be honest with you. He said, listen, it's not a crime in our country.
Yeah.
And so we can't help you with that.
Yeah, in a place like Saudi Arabia, it's even more complicated because judicially, I know it's changing a little bit, but in the eyes of the law, the man has greater standing than a woman in court. That's just how it works. Now, one thing about these so-called parental kidnappings, when I was in Italy, but going back now, geez, I left there in 2000, so it's 24 years. It was a similar situation, although men and women are equal in the eyes of the law in Italy. We'd have cases where marriage is kind of splitting up, or the parents are splitting up, and one is Italian and one is American, and the Italian takes the kid and goes back to Italy with the minor kid. And then the mother files to get custody or wants an arrest warrant and recovery of the child. But now the kid's in Italy with the father, who's deemed to be fit. There's no issue. It's just he doesn't have sole custody. And the Italians would always say, look, you can go and get your arrest warrant in the United States. We're not going to convert it to an Italian arrest warrant because it's not a criminal violation. He's the father. This gets solved civilly. You have to solve this civilly.
Yeah. You know what's funny, and I'm going to wrap it up now. But there is the cases I'm talking about. That's with Saudi fathers, right? Because you're saying that the fathers, they're based on the religious precepts and culture, they're the ones to take care of the children after a certain age, right? So I had a case now where it's an American who's living in Saudi Arabia, an American woman who absconded with a child. And the father went through the State Department, and I went to them and I said, okay, guys, listen, this one has nothing to do with with your religion or your culture. This is somebody who's from the US. And the same thing. And every day I'd go, they'd say, yeah, we know where she is, blah, blah, blah. Then one day they called me and they said, hey, Will, listen, remember that lady you were looking to arrest, take back to the States? I said, yeah. They said, well, she left last night. I was like, why don't you guys tell me? They're like, well, because they wanted the problem to go away.
That's right.
She went to Dubai.
Yep.
And I flew to Dubai, and through sources and info, I found her. And State Department, I said, hey, I found her. The father came over. And then when I went to the police, they said, well, listen, we'll allow him to meet with her, but we're letting you know that it is not a crime in our country. And so he can see her if she wants to. If she doesn't want to see him, then that's the end of that. Now, this is now you have a female who absconded with the child, and they're saying, we don't care if it's a male or a female. We don't recognize parental kidnapping as a crime in our country. So if the woman doesn't want to see him and doesn't want the child to see him, that's the end of the story. Needless to say,
it's very sad. I think the laws are evolving a little bit outside of the United States on that too, which I think is a good thing. But it's very sad, that can happen.
Now, Steve, let me put you on the spot. Let's say, next year or the year after, they say, hey, we want Will Rattigan to do something in Jamaica to clean up public corruption or whatever. Would you be willing to join me, sir, to arrest some of these criminals in Jamaica?
We have no arrest authority in Jamaica. We have no arrest authority, period.
Listen to me. No. They've given me. They've designated. They've deputized me.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So I'm deputizing you, and I said, "Hey, crack, come help me. We're gonna clean up this place. Would you come and help me clean up my country?"
I kind of doubt it. No, I mean, I'd go for, hang out, jerk chicken. I don't know if I'd go and get involved with that, arresting.
Man,
I don't think so.
Man,
So to me, like Steve got the right idea there.
Yeah, man.
But Steve, let me ask a quick one.
Sure.
Quick one here. What is the difference and effectiveness of using, let's say, HSI instead of the FBI in a situation like that?
Mm-hmm. Well, the difference would be, who has the investigative authority, in the sense that the investigative authorities that the FBI has have been given to it through act of Congress, and they're memorialized in our different manuals. Now, HSI has some different ones, and like Secret Service has some different ones, Border Protection has some different ones, and however, that does not preclude us from joining forces and doing a joint investigation. Sometimes there's concurrent authority. Sometimes both agencies have it.
But the HSI has that cross-border authority for crimes committed, let's say, by a Jamaican in America, and he runs to Jamaica. They have authority over that, right? And they can extradite that individual.
Well, it isn't a question. They can request the extradition.
Right.
Actually, it's the Department of Justice that requests the extradition to the foreign governments. Okay. So the U.S. Department of Justice approaches the foreign government, Jamaica in this case, approaches the foreign government's justice ministry and says, here's all our paperwork, what this guy did and why we're investigating him. We've got an active arrest warrant in the United States. Can you bring him into custody for us? This is the letters rogatory we spoke about earlier. Request for what we call a request for provisional arrest. Then the guy gets taken into custody if they agree to it. The guy gets taken into custody in Jamaica, but he's not just shipped to the United States. He's in custody in Jamaica, and then the extradition process takes place, and that can take months and months.
Yeah. Now, in a situation where there's a trial ongoing, and it was stated that a certain police inspector, who's now resident in New York, assassinated this person. He paid him to assassinate his wife. And then he's gone off to New York. That gentleman is on trial, not for the first wife's assassination, but for the second wife's assassination in Jamaica.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
It appears that, I don't know, Isaac could tell me if he's convicted or not, right? But nobody has initiated contact with the inspector to say, okay, we're going to ask for the arrest of this guy. Is this a case that the legate in Kingston, who understands the ramification, could he initiate, or even HSI initiate, an arrest warrant to bring that guy back from New York, who's an ex-police officer, bring him back to Jamaica and present him for trial, arrest him?
Well, no, he couldn't initiate. The legate office in a foreign country cannot initiate an arrest warrant. That has to be done by the U.S. Department of Justice for a U.S. arrest warrant.
Okay.
But what he could do, the legate approaches our Department of Justice through normal liaison every day. Phone calls, emails back to Washington. Here's the situation. This guy is wanted by Jamaican authorities. He's suspected of murder. Now DOJ maybe get with the Jamaican embassy, figure out what y'all want to do. But now if the legal process is in Jamaica under Jamaican law, It really is the Jamaican government that has to request of the U.S. government to extradite this person to Jamaica.
Okay, gotcha.
And it's a Jamaican criminal case, not a U.S. criminal case.
Steve, let
So,
me ask.
so just one last one. As let's say he has a relative who is a dual national, U.S. and Jamaican, and that relative goes to the legat and say, "Look, we have evidence that this person is responsible for murder." Could they file a complaint in a circumstance like that, or would I have to go to the DOJ and file a complaint to get some kind of action?
So the nationality really doesn't matter so much as far as the nationality of the aggrieved, the victim's family, or what have you. It's a question of where venue is, where the legal process is.
Okay.
So if the crime took place in Jamaica, then they're going to have to really go to the Jamaican government, this person, this relative, and say, hey, this crime occurred in your country. Let's get this guy out of the United States, this cop or whatever in New York. He did it, but they're going to have to present evidence to the Jamaican government to show that the guy probably did it, that there's probable cause that the guy did it. And then the Jamaican government's going to have to present that to the U.S. government for them to kind of validate it and say, okay, we'll get a provisional arrest of this guy. It's complicated. It takes a long time.
I got you.
Listen, people, like up the live, please. Like up the live. Steve, I've got 2 questions and we got to go. Folks, when I joined the FBI, we get training on a whole bunch of things. One of them is how to operate sources because, and Steve will agree with me on this, if you're an FBI field agent and you don't have sources, you have problems. Because when you sit with your supervisor every 90 days for your file review, he's going to say, bring your source files. And during that time period between the 90-day file reviews, some supervisors will check to see what's going on. But you cannot be an effective FBI field agent without having sources. That's just part and parcel of who you are as an FBI. Do you agree with it, sir?
Yeah, absolutely. Right. It's essential because we get our cases basically through sources, and that the human source, and the source can be actually a victim of a crime or thinks he's going to be a victim, or the source could actually be maybe just someone from a company or corporation that has somehow been victimized. All of a sudden we get a call from legal counsel of a big company, hey, we think our employees are defrauding us. The money is missing from our accounts, and we've done our internal investigation, and we've traced it to these 2 people. Can you get involved? That's still a source, even though it's a victim. But a lot of times, the sources, the thing is this about the human sources. The closer you have that human source into the center of activity of like a criminal enterprise, the better. If you have, to make it really easy, say you have a big international criminal conspiracy, trafficking drugs and drug money laundering between Colombia, Mexico, US, and then UK or Spain. There's a lot of money going to Spain from the US and back and forth with drug trafficking. If you just arrest because you found him with drugs, this guy who's got, a half a kilo of cocaine or less, 200 grams. I mean, the guy's going to be jammed up. He's going to give you his source probably. Maybe you can apply pressure to him and he can become an informant or whatever. That's good. He's going to give you the next level up. But the problem is you have a big international conspiracy. You need people that are closer in. So these peripheral sources, they have very, very limited usefulness. And you always want to be able to have a source in closeness, proximity to the main players.
All right. The reason why I mentioned that is because you go through training, and as I said, Steve was my first. They assign you a training agent when you come out, and that's usually a senior agent who will show you the ropes. I had a training agent, but because Steve and I lived in New York, my training agent lived in New Jersey, so I spent more time just hanging around Steve. I learned a lot concerning how to develop sources. And in fact, when he left the squad, I got his sources. I'm happy to say I did a much better job with them than he did. And that's what they told me. And I'm just joking. But talk to us the difference between a CW and a CI, so people just.
So we're referring to cooperating witness, CW, cooperating witness, or CI, confidential informant. Cooperating witness is someone who he or she knows by virtue of the role they've had in the criminal enterprise, if they had a criminal role, or maybe they didn't, but he or she knows that their name is going to be revealed and that they're going to testify in court. They're actually a witness. If you guys are watching or listening to anything about this week and last week with the trial of Donald Trump in New York City, right, the state charges, you've seen all these witnesses, some of whom really had to be subpoenaed to appear, and they were kind of like reluctant, but they're appearing nonetheless, as you can't just say no to a lawfully issued subpoena. But those are all witnesses. We know their names, and we knew what they were going to say basically because we interviewed them before they testified. So cooperating witness. Now, cooperating confidential informant (CI) is different, and that CI, confidential, is the key word here. He or she does not expect his identity to be revealed. So in other words, don't expect to see him in court. Don't bring him as a witness in front of a grand jury because that witness's name is going to be revealed. That person's giving you good info, but it's mainly lead information. He may call you and say, hey, I have heard that this guy, we're all big time traffickers in cocaine, and we've already spoken about them. I believe tomorrow night, Sunday night at 9 o'clock, they're going to meet at this cafe in Brooklyn. Here's the address. Now you guys take that for what it's worth. And then we say, okay, let's just see if this guy's right. We're also testing the confidential informant to see if he's being straight with us or if he's just trying to make money from us. So we set up a surveillance, or we send an undercover officer into that bar restaurant at 9 o'clock on Sunday night in Brooklyn or wherever it may be. And in fact, we see these guys meeting in there. So the confidential informant didn't do anything for us. He didn't go there. He didn't make an undercover purchase of drugs because that would expose him as a witness. He just gave us the info that this was going to occur. And we went there, we saw the meeting was taking place, and now we work the case from a different angle. And we know this guy's somewhat reliable because he gave us good info once. Let's just keep him as a as a confidential informant right now because we don't want to expose him because he doesn't want to be exposed, but he's giving us good info.
Now, sometimes we refer to them as hip pocket sources.
Hip pocket sources. In your pocket. He's in your pocket. He's not someone who's going to be coming out of your pocket and being exposed in court or grand jury proceedings. And because he's just going to remain confidential, he can't do anything too operational for us. He can't make an undercover buy. We can't put a recording device on him and send him in to have a conversation with the drug trafficker and then we try to use that conversation in court to prosecute the drug trafficker because then the defense attorney is going to say, well, who's the other guy talking to the drug trafficker? Oh, well, that's our confidential source. We can't expose him. It doesn't work that way.
Right. Another thing about the CIs is that they have to be verified sometimes by another source or maybe two sources because you want to make sure that whatever he's giving you, he's not setting you up. Because you don't know this guy from Adam. So you have to make sure that whatever information he's giving you, that you can actually verify it, maybe once, twice, 3 times over. I've done that. I've CIs where I put other CIs against them just to verify that whatever they're telling me is actually true. Now, last thing I want to ask you before you go is this. We recently had a case in Jamaica where it would be like the Attorney General, right? It's the Director of Public Prosecution. There was an extension grant. Well, they amended the Constitution for her to get an extension. Long story short, the court just ruled that, listen, you're not the DPP. Constitutionally, you're not. So she's not in charge of the office. Unless we're getting reports that she was allowed to go back to the office and she was allowed to spend time in the office, and she's been going back to she's been going there. Give us just talk to the people about how they do things in the FBI when they're finished with you, when you're dismissed, and you're at your desk. Just pick it up from you're at your desk, you're typing a report, whatever, and the next thing you know, you see some people at your door. What happens?
Oh, because you're being dismissed?
Yes.
Okay. Well, they basically walk you the hell out, and they say, they do. They say, okay, so your access is terminated to this building, and it's terminated to all our information and all our information systems. You got to turn in your building pass, of course. You've got to turn in your FBI credentials, whether you are an FBI agent or a civilian employee, we call support employee. And they take your property, your whatever FBI property that was issued to you, if it was a weapon, if it was handcuffs, and many other things, a laptop, computer, FBI credit card, MasterCard, is an FBI account. You got to turn in all the property, and then you basically walk downstairs. You walked out the door. It's kind of like, don't come back, and it's like, and then you're saying, but, no. We'll deal with your attorney. Our security division at FBI headquarters has decided that you're terminated, or your access to confidential information. Your access to FBI information is suspended. Maybe you're only suspended pending further review of your case. Maybe you were accused of doing something unlawful, but during the pendency of the case, now maybe you've been indicted criminally. If you're indicted criminally, they're going to yank your access. They may not terminate you as an employee yet, but they're going to yank your access and make sure you have no access to FBI facilities or information until your criminal case is adjudicated.
Then you say, hey, hold up, guys, let me pack my stuff, and let me give me some time, let me pack my things, and then you can wait for me outside, and then
they'll give you about 5 minutes in their presence to get the basics. I mean, and they're going to make sure it's just the basic. They're going to make sure it's just your personal info, your personally owned materials, whatever they may be, your jacket, who knows? If you're in a cold environment, pair of gloves, your personal car keys, if you took your personal, things like that. If you have on your desk any little trinkets, photos of your kids, a coffee mug, yeah, they'll give you about 5 minutes to get that, and they'll stay with you. They will be in your presence while you do that, so as to ensure that you're not taken off with any of their info or their property.
But under no circumstances, once you're walked out, are you allowed to come back in, unless you're
unless unless you've gone through the process and they say, okay, you come back in for this reason. Maybe they're going to want to interview you as part of a criminal case that you may be involved in as a suspect. Then they'll grant you access for that, but you're going to be granted escorted access in the sense that you'll have a visitor's badge on, and you're going to be escorted by an FBI employee.
All right. Is there anything you want to leave us with, sir?
Send money. No, where's my check? I'm joking. No, it's been a pleasure. It always has been with Will and doing this. I think he's doing a great job. He's really, what's the word? He's so dedicated to it. He spends hours preparing for this. And I know on Saturday,
I can't hear you. You need to say that louder. So
I said to him 2 days ago when he asked me to do this today. I said, "Well, what you do it for a couple of hours now, 3 or 4, 5 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon?" He says, "No, Steve, we do it. What'd you say, Will? 3 to midnight or 3 to 11 or something crazy?" It shows his dedication. It shows his dedication to the mission. So, guys, thank you for your attention. I wish you a great rest of your weekend. And that's it. Will, thanks for the invite.
All right. Say hello to the wife. By the way, I introduced him to his wife.
Okay. Have a good one.
All right. Take care of yourself, man. All right. Hey, we're joined by the fireman out of Kingston, Jamaica. None other than Conrad O'Brien, who's going to light up the things here pretty soon. But we have Dr. Ben ahead of you. So, Dr. Ben, listen, I want to thank you for being patient, sir. And I understand that there's some technical difficulty. You couldn't come on before. And you and I, not only just now, but you and I were supposed to link up several months ago. I think it was early this year. We were supposed to link up in New York. Last year, we were supposed to link up in New York, and then we're supposed to link up in Maryland and DC, and it just didn't work out. But here we are through the use of technology. So this is as close as we can come to, face to face, in real time. No, for no. What I'd like you to do is, most of the people, and some people apparently they're familiar with your work, but I think most people aren't. So what I'd like you to do, just give us a primer, just a little opening of who Dr. Ben is and what is he all about, and then we'll take it from there.
All right. So my birth name is Marlon Herlock. That's my birth name, first of all. My spiritual name is Ben Israel.
Can you speak up a little bit louder, Doc? Can you get the mic? Yeah.
Oh, you're not hearing me?
I can hear you loud and clear now. Yes.
Okay. Right. So my birth name is Marlon Herlock. My spiritual name is Ben Israel. So I hail from Montego Bay, from St. James, and I'm a practitioner of what I call indigenous Caribbean medicine, an advocate and a practitioner of a term that may be new to a lot of persons, indigenous Caribbean medicine. And if I do get the time, I'd like to talk about that a little bit. I run a number of herbal clinics here in Jamaica. We're in Morant Bay, Kingston, Portland, and St. Anne's Bay. So basically, I practice traditional medicine, and it's based 100% on Jamaican herbs. And so I'm able to interact. Those 4 clinics give me a chance to get a very good feedback on a weekly basis in terms of, what's happening in Jamaica as it relates to healthcare, person's perspective and person's views. And so we also offer, I'm big on education. As a matter of fact, our mantra is the greatest weapon against sickness and disease is education, not medication. And I'm happy to be on such a platform with so many renowned legal minds and security personnel. I was, I was intrigued listening to the program for a while, and I'm greatly appreciative of being given the opportunity on the platform to share, especially since most persons here are talking about legal stuff. I'm very appreciative of the opportunity to come on and talk about something that's so vital. In my position, my perspective is very different because working with persons, I get the chance to see people in a very vulnerable state. Politicians. We have clients that are politicians. We have, you name it, all the different fields. We get to see them in that vulnerable state, and it reminds me that this is the field I'm in is an area that affects everybody, and therefore everybody needs to be involved in it, and that is what I call indigenous Caribbean medicine. But that's pretty much what I do here in Jamaica. And now we're extending our tentacles through a number of partners that we have outside of Jamaica. We're offering, our services to persons in the Florida community as well as the New York community. Our goal is to get the knowledge out there as it relates to herbalism from Jamaica and the Caribbean.
All right. Can you give us a little bit about your educational background?
All right. So I started out, my training was with Sandy Hill Institute of Natural Medicine. That's now closed down. I did a bachelor's with them and then went on to do a doctorate in naturopathy. That was based in Western medicine. After finishing, I didn't feel that I connected very much with Western herbalism because the course was predominantly designed to prepare a person for Western herbalism. And I'll give you an example. While training, most of the herbs that I was exposed to as raw material were herbs that living in Jamaica, I couldn't relate to them. I couldn't find them. But then we're talking about 15 years ago. During that time, I don't know if you remember when Jamaica at one point was being ravished almost every year by tropical storms and hurricanes. And what it would mean is that at that time, there would have been an interruption in goods coming into the country. And I didn't think it was practical to be in Jamaica practicing medicine, using herbs, and my practice would be interrupted because I would purchase herbs and it couldn't be shipped to me because of whatever logistic reasons. So that led me now to start to look and say, this seems very strange. I'm learning about herbs, but yet with the knowledge that I have, I don't know how to use any of the herbs around me. And so that led me down the pathway of searching and connecting with local practitioners who had and local practitioners have a very good traditional knowledge and oral knowledge of herbs. But as it relates to the scientific background, as it relates to being able to guide you, one of the walls that I frequently was bucked up against was when I reason with a local practitioner, for example, and I'll give you an example of an herb, and they would tell me, oh, this is dandelion. This is dandelion. But I would also find that dandelion had many other names locally. Not only that, I subsequently found out that Jamaican dandelion had nothing to do with the official plant that is known as dandelion. And so there began a tedious work for me to try to identify herbs in Jamaica, not only by their common names, but also by their scientific name. And over a period of time, I realized that for a country that has a population of so many persons that still depend on natural medicine as a primary means of health care, it is sad that we don't have any structure or any type of system for using the herbs that we have. And so that is what has led me down the path that I'm now on of putting together a system to properly utilize, study, practice, and preserve the knowledge of Jamaican herbs.
All right. Before we get to the issue of prostate and fibroids, yeah, let me welcome again the fireman, the man who not afraid, but the man who speak truth to power, regardless of who the guy is. Let me bring him in. He's a commentator, well-known commentator. He runs a very popular program on Mondays and Tuesdays at the radio station located on the University of the West Indies campus in Mona. And he's very well versed in a whole range of issues, local, regional, and international. Let me give him the opportunity to ask you the first question based on everything you said so far. Fireman.
Well, good afternoon, good evening. How are you guys doing?
Great, man. Great to have you.
All right. Well, you mentioned the whole the product, the plant, dandelion, and you said that the local dandelion plant has nothing to do with that official dandelion. Could you basically share with us the difference between our local dandelion and the original dandelion that would be known, say, on the international circuit, as it were?
All right, so dandelion internationally, first of all, it is Taxicum annum. Not sure because I'm not looking at it, but this Taxicum annum is a completely different plant in terms of its family from the Jamaican dandelion, which is called Cassia senna, which is from the senna family, which is a pea.
Yes.
So in that respect, they are totally separate plants. And so from two separate families. Now that is important because plants of the same family work similarly. And so even though they may have similar properties because both of them have detoxifying effect. In a very accurate sense, they are two separate plants. And so that is very much important, because if you're going to formulate a medicine, not just looking at the property of the plant, but identifying the plant, we have to be accurate in terms of identifying the plant to be able to know about the full properties of the plant, or to study the full properties of the plant.
Okay, all right. In terms of the medicinal effects, is there any resemblance to what you get from the local dandelion and the international one? And if you could just share with us the difference, impact, if there are differences.
All right, so because as I said, what I teach is what we call indigenous Caribbean medicine. From our ancestors, one of the ways that plants were classified was by certain physical features. So there is a common element as it relates to the physical feature of the plant. And that is they produce a yellow flower. And plants, in a general sense, that's just one of the criteria that are used to determine the medicinal use. In a general sense, most plants that produce a yellow flower have overpowering effect on the urinary tract system. So in terms of detoxifying, they both share that similar property. Now, because Cassia senna, which is our local dandelion, is from the senna family, and because sennas are from the pea family, that is important because a person may have an allergy to plant from the pea family. Whereas persons from the dandelion itself does not share that property. So for the guiding persons as it relates to adverse effects, it's very important to be able to ID plant properly. So in terms of properties, detoxify, there are similar properties. But in terms of plants are looked upon based on their primary function, secondary function, tertiary function. So whereas they may share the same primary function, their secondary and tertiary function.
Good. My final question to you on this. Since our local dandelion is known to the Jamaican family, and most of us would have access to that dandelion, how impactful it is on the body, and if you could just share with us, if it's being used by an individual, how often it should be used, and what is the results that one should expect from using it.
I think Dr. Ben is having some technical difficulty.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, trying to bring him back, but
very interesting topic, Rebel.
Yeah, man.
Very
Rebel with a car. Rebel kill off the devil, man. Yeah.
very interesting. Heal up Isaac and who else is there?
Herb.
And the general. Herb, how you do?
Not too bad. Yourself?
I am great, man. Great.
You and ISAT color coding today. Is that a assigned special unit down there in Kingston?
Yes, with decent.
He's back.
We decent.
Go ahead and ask the question again, Fireman. Dr.
Oh, yes. Doc, you're back. I was saying that since the local dandelion would be available and known to most of us in Jamaica, would you recommend that people use it? And if you could just share with us briefly in what dosage. I know that you operate a practice and people would have to come in for consultation, but for the benefit, for education purpose here, how often should it be taken, and what is the results that one should look forward in taking this product?
Right. I'm
local dandelion.
Yes, I'm glad you asked the question in that way, because as I said, that one of the irresponsible things that a lot of herbalists do is go out there and give information as it relates to how to use plants and dosage. And there are a number of other factors to consider. So what I'm going to say to you is just general information, and person should never use any herb without the guidance of well-qualified persons. But the general dosage for herbs, and herbs are taken in, as it relates to dosage, herbs are taken in different forms. It can be taken as a tea, it can be taken as a capsule, it can be taken as a tincture, as a decoction, and so on and so forth. And each of those forms have different dosages. So for tea, general dosage for tea is 1 teaspoon to 1 cup boiling water. That's steeping it. And usually, also we're talking about the different parts of the herb. Different parts of the herb also determine the dosage of the herb, because different parts of the herb carries different concentration. So when we're talking about leaf, for example, which is a part of the plant that is the average part that is used, is 1 teaspoon to 1 cup boiling water. And this is for adults, persons ages 18, and upwards. For capsules, 250 milligram capsules, and for tea, it's 1 time per day, half an hour on an empty stomach. Dandelion is also taken, casually, because it tastes very much like coffee without the caffeine effect. So it helps to give energy. It helps the liver. It helps, there are persons who have kidney stone who can benefit from their kidney stones being relieved. It helps with a number of kidney and liver related issues. So, and this is based on traditional use, because none of what I'm saying has been evaluated by any type of scientific community. All of what I'm saying to you is based on traditional use.
Doc, you said something important there that people must have a takeaway. You mentioned it must be taken an empty stomach.
Yes.
Empty stomach. That means that means if one should take it, say, first thing in the morning, preferably
half an hour before a meal. Half an hour before a meal. Preferably in the morning, yes. Preferably in the morning. Because it's a detoxifying herb.
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
No, finish up, Doc. Sorry, finish up.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that it's sad that Jamaica, unlike China has, alongside Western medicine, traditional Chinese medicine. India has, alongside Western medicine, Ayurvedic medicine. Quite a number of countries have their indigenous medicine alongside Western medicine. What I'm saying is that knocking Western medicine, because I maybe if I got the chance, I would do a show on knowing when to use natural medicine versus when to use Western medicine, because they definitely do have their place. I'm not saying that traditional medicine should replace Western medicine, but what I'm saying is that it is sad that for a country like Jamaica, as unique as we are as a culture, as unique as we are as a people, our medicine is just as unique. Jamaica has 1/3 of all the healing plants in the world, with 70% of those plants only being found in Jamaica. Jamaica has a microclimate that is so unique, because the benefit of a plant, is dependent on the soil and the climate that it's from. It's possible that here in Jamaica, you can harvest a particular herb, like for example in St. Thomas, and go all the way to Negril, harvest the same herb, and don't even get the same medicinal benefit because of the soil profile that they were grown in. So I'm saying that it's a shame that Jamaica has gained quote unquote independence. And for a country or a region that was exploited for its natural resources, including its food, including its herbs, we have not done very much, maybe anything at all, to develop our herbal industry. And one thing I want to say is that outside of Jamaica, because there are more Jamaicans living outside of Jamaica than in Jamaica, it's a shame that we don't understand that the Jamaicans outside of Jamaica have a greater demand and respect for the herbs or pretty much anything that comes from Jamaica. So, when I look, for example, at how we are willing to give away lands like in the cockpit to mine non-renewable resources like bauxite. That soil has far more benefit to us growing herbs than it has being exported and not being able to be renewed than we could ever realize. And because we don't respect this resource that we have, we are trading pennies for potentially what could worth millions of dollars.
Pennies for pounds.
Let me go to Isaac because and again we're still gonna talk about fibroids and prostate.
Yeah,
I want to talk about that. But quickly, I want Isaac. I want Isaac, who is known affectionately around here as the KFC man, because you know he loved the KFC. Yes. But I want you to talk to. Well, actually, Isaac, you have any questions for the doc?
No, I was just explaining to the people on TikTok as well who are chastising me about KFC while the doc is speaking. So I feel like this is a public intervention. I don't know what the doc could say to me to make me not love KFC. If you want to tell me about 2 herbs that I can use in conjunction with my KFC addiction, that's a different conversation. But I'm listening. I am actually learning, which is why I'm completely quiet.
Okay. All right. Let's switch to Herb. Okay. Herb T. You have any questions for that?
Herb, most of our questions.
Yeah, I do, Doc. You know that. Look, I spoke to this audience, I think about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I mentioned to them the benefits of 2 medications I'm taking. The first one is berberine, right? Are you familiar with berberine?
No, not familiar with that one.
Okay, all right. So the second one was I tell you what. Go ahead.
Sorry, Herb. Just 1 second, quickly. The pronunciation that you gave there, does it have anything to do with the local name Vervine, as it's pronounced locally? Would it be the same?
No. This is Chinese.
It's a drug. It's an over-the-counter drug.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the over-the-counter extract from a plant that.
Oh, berberine. It's berberine.
Yeah. Yes.
Berberine. Okay, yeah, man.
So you're familiar with that?
Yeah, berberine. Yeah.
So can you explain to the audience the benefits of taking that versus regular blood sugar medications? Like what's the regular blood sugar metformin? That versus metformin, the benefits.
All right. So berberine will not have the damaging effects. Let me start out by saying, because as holistic practitioners, one of the things that we can't do, and I know you're not asking me to do that, I'm telling you that. One thing we can't do is that we can't tell persons not to take their prescription medication.
Right.
What I'm advocating is more so prevention rather than cure, because it's easier to prevent rather than cure. Most prescription medication, I'll say it this way first, then I'll be more pointed in my answer. Most prescription medication, like Western medicine is an emergency medicine. So the philosophical base of Western medicine is it talks a lot about diagnosis, it talks a lot about dosage, proper dosage, because it's really a medicine that's based on very, very strong chemicals. And so because of that, the body is not designed to be exposed to any form of strong chemicals for any extended period of time. And so what Western medicine is very good at is that it's very good at arresting chronic problems. But the long term is to go to something that is more natural that works similarly. So that's your berberine. And berberine is a compound that helps the body by when a person is diabetic. When a person is diabetic, one of the things that happens, especially with type 1 diabetes, is that the body rejects insulin. And so because the body rejects insulin, the sugar in the blood begins to spike. Berberine helps the body to get rid of that sugar. And so it doesn't have the effects of affecting you in other negative ways. Yes, man, I see it, Herb.
No.
This is the berberine. The other one is the nitric oxide flow.
Right. And nitric oxide is a natural chemical that the body produces. As we get older, our body produces less nitric oxide. And nitric oxide, basically, the main among the many functions, main function is to regulate the blood vessels. And so once you get older, your body starts to produce less nitric oxide. And so because of that, you end up having circulation issues. So nitric oxide is introducing what the body is not able to produce in the body to help the body, help the veins to naturally do what they're supposed to do. So persons that have neuropathy, persons that have erectile dysfunction can benefit from that. Persons that have, a number of circulation or circulatory related illnesses can benefit from those two products. A lot of men take it just for intimate reasons, by the way.
Okay.
So what about the high blood pressure?
What about it? Well, naturally, if you have circulatory issues, it's going to be implicated in pressure of the blood, because if your veins, for example, are what we call hardened, or there is sclerosis of the veins, then that is going to affect the blood pressure inside. So nitric oxide is also a very, very good way to naturally manage high blood pressure.
Doc.
And I believe, yes.
No, please finish.
Yeah, I believe there was a doctor who got a Nobel Prize. I don't remember his name now, but he got a Nobel Prize for discovering nitric oxide and the benefits to health. So the development, not development, but the discovery of how to manufacture nitric oxide was a major development in the medical industry. A number of products were born out of that.
All right. Let me, Herb, folks in the chat, they're asking you to put the names of the two products that you just held up.
Berberine.
Yeah.
And nitric oxide.
Doc, we have a lot of females in the chat here. Probably more females than males. And we were, Lion and I, we were chit-chatting, and you and I, we had a little chit-chat also this morning. But I'm particularly interested in that balance, the topic, fibroids versus, not versus, but fibroids and prostate.
Yeah.
Two things that I believe are common in our population. So I'll just say to you, please, the floor is yours. Go ahead and talk to us about fibroids, what they are, how do we deal with them, and the same thing for prostate. What can we do? Because the older you get, I'm being told that the more likely it is that you're gonna have prostate issues. So the floor is yours, sir.
What I'd start out by saying is that it's almost impossible to give us a clue as to what causes fibroids or what causes enlarged prostate. I start out by bringing to the focus two facts. One is that it's almost impossible for a young man. Almost impossible. There's always exception, but a male between the ages of let's use a prime age of 20 to 30 to have enlarged prostate. It's almost impossible. So that alone should give us a clue as to what causes it. It's almost impossible for girls before the age of puberty to have fibroids. So no female before the age of puberty can get fibroids, and women after they reach menopause cannot get fibroids. So it is age restricted. So what therefore causes fibroids, and I'll talk to you a little bit, because I'm originally from Montego Bay, and I spent maybe nearly 5 years working exclusively with fibroids, or women with fibroids. And because I saw it as what I call an epidemic. Some statistics say as much as 8 out of every 10 women between the ages of 30 and 35 will have fibroids. 8 out of every 10. That's a staggering number. Just imagine putting 10 high school girls before you. 8 out of those 10 that are lined up before you potentially are going to have fibroids. And even if it doesn't affect us men personally, we have mothers, we have sisters, we have aunts. Every single one of us on this platform right now, I guarantee you, have somebody that is suffering, a family member that is suffering with fibroids. So it is a silent crisis. And whereas fibroids are not life-threatening primarily, it can make your life a living hell. Any man that has a woman with fibroids, it will interrupt their intimacy issues. It will affect having children. It will make a woman's life a living nightmare. I have countless stories of women who have been embarrassed, countless women who have been put in very uncomfortable positions because of their fibroids. And this is a condition that is high among women of African ancestry than any other people group in the world. So this is something that we have to be concerned about. And I started out practicing in Montego Bay. I came to St. Thomas, Portland 6 years ago. And I remember when I started working in St. Thomas, after about, I think it was after about maybe over 100 men, who had enlarged prostate, to remove tubes from out of their from out of their urethra. And this was because I realized that the same factors that causes fibroids are nearly the same factors that cause enlarged prostate in men. So the culprit is what we call estrogen. Now, remember I said that women after menopause and before puberty cannot have fibroids. It is because during these age, estrogen levels are either very low or non-existent, very, very low. And so once a woman reaches the age of 35, and that number is rapidly dropping. We're now seeing a lot of girls in their 20, 25 who are suffering from uterine fibroids. As I said, it is caused by estrogen. There are 3 types of estrogen. There's what we call the natural estrogen that is found in our body, because men has estrogen, female has estrogen. When a female hits puberty, it is the hormone that is responsible for the widening of the hips, for the developing of the breast, for those feminine features. So women have a lot of estrogen. Then we have estrogen from plants. We call it phytoestrogen. And then we have a third type of estrogen that is called xenoestrogen, which is an artificial chemical acting like estrogen. Now, what has happened over the past couple of years is that a lot of estrogen is being introduced into the body outside of what is naturally found in the body. So what we find is plant estrogen like soya bean, tofu, veg chunk. A lot of soya-based products have high levels of estrogen, and there are a number of herbs that also have high estrogen as well. But plastic, you will hear this word, BPA-free. Now, BPA is a chemical that is found in plastic. Now, when I was young, and I'm only 46, when I was young, I was lucky to born in a time when even sodas came in a bottle, medicine came in a bottle, almost everything came in a glass bottle. We are now living in the age where almost everything is in plastic. The water, the water that Conrad is drinking is in a plastic bottle. And so when that bottle, for example, is exposed to heat, then we have what is called leaching. We have chemicals leaching into the water that potentially becomes hazardous. We have the water tanks Back in the days in Jamaica, water used to be stored in concrete tanks or metal tanks or something like that. Now, water is kept in plastic containers. When I was young, my grandmother had clay pots. Utensils used to either be clay or enamel. Now we have plastic forks, plastic cup, plastic plate. Everything is in plastic. So with the advent of plastic, there has been an increase in the amount of xenoestrogen that we are now exposed to. When we talk about foods, growth hormones, that is in chicken, a lot of estrogen. When we talk about hair products, skincare products, as a matter of fact, a lot of the women who are listening, if you just stop for about 2 minutes and go in your handbag, I want you to take out the lotion that you are using. And maybe some of you can give a feedback. If 10 women reply, if 10 women check their bags now, and 10 women reply, they're going to confirm what I'm going to say to you. Look on your lotion bottle. Look in the ingredients list. And you're going to see the word paraben, P-A-R-A-B-E-N. You will see the word paraben affixed to some very long words, or you may see it by itself. All of those words with the word paraben in it is the admittance of the presence of estrogen. And so, to be fair, estrogen, one of the properties of estrogen in the human body is that it's responsible for elasticity. So when a woman begins to lose estrogen, that's one thing that she begins to do is she begins to age, she begins to wrinkle. So xenoestrogen, which is a type of estrogen, is placed in the skincare product to help improve the elasticity of the skin. It's also used in shampoo to help to strengthen the hair. But when you talk about the amount that we are being bombarded against, a lot of the women now who have estrogen, who have uterine fibroids, are feeding the fibroids through their skin. They're literally growing the fibroids by using these hair care products, skin care products, and not only the women but men. Because as I said, estrogen, when a man has an enlarged prostate, what happens as we get older is we both have testosterone and we do have estrogen. Now, what happens as we get older is our testosterone level begins to go down naturally. Because our testosterone level begins to go down, then what happens is that we have what is called a type of estrogen that is called dihydrotestosterone. That estrogen begins to go up naturally. So when you have your natural estrogen level going up and you are adding extra estrogen outside, because one thing about estrogen is it's a growth hormone. It's responsible for the widening of the hips. It's responsible for the development of the breast. So it's a growth hormone. That's why it's used in a number of animal feeds. Once you start to get those estrogen, additional estrogen in your body, what's going to happen is what is not supposed to grow is going to start to grow. So we find that some men start to develop as they get old, gynecomastia, which is the breast begins to grow and the breast begins to get tender, the breast begins to get sensitive, as what happens to young persons once they hit puberty. So this is something that is on the rise, and it is something that will continue to be on the rise because there has to be an education awareness about it, because it also affects fertility rate. It also affects erection. So a lot of men, one reason why I should say, Will, when I started out, I started working with purely women was because in Jamaica, men are only interested in their health when their sexuality becomes threatened. So if a man has a heart problem, he's okay, right? Isaac, if a man is eating KFC and he has a heart problem, he'll continue to eat KFC.
Same way, so.
Yeah, man. If he has a headache, he will continue to eat KFC. But what if I tell you that it can affect your sex drive? So the only way Isaac might stop eating KFC if he learns, because I know that Isaac loves something more than KFC. If Isaac learned that continual um, uh, eating high levels of KFC can affect his ability to be intimate. That may be just be the last day you see him going through that door. But you know, it's a reality. A lot of men, we're seeing guys in their 20s, even today. I was supposed to make a medicine for a guy to help boost his sperm count. We're seeing guys with low sperm count, low sperm motility, which means they may have the sperm in the sufficient quantities, but the sperm cells are moving very slow. As they would say, they're not marching. So there's problem with pregnancy. We're seeing a lot more men not being able to to reproduce in the amounts that they do. As a matter of fact, one statistic say that men in their 20s now are 50% less fertile and virile than men 50 years ago. So what men 50 years ago could do, boys in their 20s now can't do it. And part of that is because of the unleash of estrogen on our society.
Oh, that's interesting. You certainly have our attention there, KFC or not. But have you said that the medicine that you practice, it complements Western medicine. It doesn't replace it.
No.
Because prevention is better than cure. And you're more focused on prevention than the cure aspect of it. What kind of pushback, if any, have you received from the established medical profession?
In Jamaica, none. As a matter of fact, there are so many medical doctors who are now interested in herbal medicine. And I don't know if you know, but there are so many, so many people out there who are, because what happened is that the market has changed. Most people are moving away from Western medicine and moving into natural medicine. So that is one of the factors that has caused a lot of doctors to gain interest in Western medicine. That's one. Number two, a lot of medical doctors also, because remember, a lot of these medical doctors, when they were young, were also the clients of their grandmothers. They were also they also benefited from natural medicine. So a lot of them are interested. The pushback, here's the pushback. The pushback is where doctors don't have any type of evaluation, any type of guidance, any type of structure. Even if they want to recommend herbs or natural remedies, there's no structure that they know of that can guide them in doing so. So a lot of doctors, under the table, will recommend and as much as they know, use what they know about. And this is where I'm saying that we have not done well as a nation, because it's sad that a place like the University of the West Indies, and we see so many universities popping up. We have done nothing at all, or we are not just nothing at all, but we have not done enough to have a framework or a structure that can develop and guide the safe and effective use of herbs, because we can't deny it. We can't deny that it is effective. There are questions as it relates to establishing dosages. There are a number of questions out there, but we cannot deny the effectiveness. The World Health Organization, and this is one of the reasons why they can't outlaw natural medicine. The World Health Organization says that 70% of the world still depends on natural medicine. For 70% of the world, it is a primary means of healthcare. It is the means of healthcare that is the most accessible for the most vulnerable in the world. And so for a country like Jamaica, where we have so many poor persons, we have so many persons depending on natural medicine, we have actually created a situation where when a person don't have the means to access or to afford the healthcare that they would want, and they hear about another option, they will unintentionally hurt themselves. They unintentionally becomes the prey of persons who make wild claims and promises. So one thing that I'm pushing for is I would love to see Rattigan in Jamaica, at least as a bare minimum, that the Ministry of Health has a natural health unit. It is actually a shame and disgrace to our ancestors. The medicine that has kept us alive up until now. We talk about the language of Jamaica. We talk about the language of Jamaica is great, but it hasn't kept us alive up until now. The music of Jamaica is good, but it hasn't kept us alive up until now. It is the food and the medicine that has kept us alive. If Jamaica was to be plunged in a crisis, and we saw when we had the recent health crisis, we saw the wealthy countries hoarding the quote-unquote cure for themselves. And those countries that couldn't afford it, they were left vulnerable. We should learn from this. We should learn from this. Because in a time of crisis, this is the only medicine that we know. So I'm saying, one of the things that I'm doing is I've put together a team, a community. I've put together a community that comprises the scientific community as well as a lay person, to create an infrastructure where what I call indigenous Caribbean medicine can be developed. I may not live long enough to see it developed fully, but I would want to see our medicine developed. I want to see it protected and preserved for generations to come.
All right. Let me ask you another question before I turn you over to the panel. Now I'm going to put you in the middle, because the question I just asked you was, what kind of feedback are you getting from
pushback?
Yeah, from pushback from people in the established medical profession. So now I'm going to ask you your feedback or your assessment of some of the people who grew up in like neighborhoods like my little place behind me, where you have a little man, them saying him the herbs man, and him boil up 2 root and put it on the ground and said this, like you said, some of them make wild claims. Them say this can cure this can cure that, this can cure that. What is your assessment? What is your opinion on somebody like that, who you would say is untrained? They haven't gone through the rigorous studies as you have. It's like something that you don't even know if it really passed down, but it's just a man where everybody knows that the neighborhood said, that man there, the herbs man. Give us your opinion on the herbs man.
Training, training is important. Validating persons. There has to be a system to validate, and there has to be a system to verify the integrity of persons who say they know what they know. I have a very different approach to education, because, as I said, I am one of those persons who benefited immensely and greatly from traditional practitioners. So I have a great respect for the person who has not gone to school, but has a very adept knowledge of the usage and the knowledge of herbs. And so this is where the university should come in. The university, who has trained persons, should interview and should connect with these persons and add scientific validity, scientific weight, and because what we find, I don't know about you, but what we find over the years, I don't know if you're familiar with this statement, you'll hear something like, recent findings have confirmed the traditional use of a particular herb. Usually what we find is that
of neem.
Neem, right, and many other herbs. What we find over and over happening, not only in Jamaica but around the world, is you'll find that one scientific study is done. Scientific study usually confirms or validates traditional use. But not only that, it gives a lot more information than traditional users, traditional persons would have. So what we need in Jamaica is we need more evaluation of Jamaican herbs. And so what that will do is that it will help guide the use of, and it will help to inform persons, even in the scientific community, that neem and cerasee and all of these herbs are not baseless. They have validity. They have, because they are established on generational use. There is no better claim than decades of use, decades of use. What we have not done is that we have not documented. So the Chinese and the Ayurvedic schools of thought, what they have done is that they have done a very good job in documenting those traditional use in a very, very definitive way. We have not done that. And I should even say that because Jamaica and a lot of these African countries, a lot of these countries, when we were colonized, a lot of these knowledge were stolen. So I shouldn't say that. There's a book called Elegances of Jamaica that I talk about a lot. Elegances of Jamaica is now in the British Museum, and it was placed, it's about 6 volumes that were written by a preacher during the days of slavery. A preacher was on the slave ships and he traveled from plantation to plantation. And what he did, his name eludes me now. John, I think his name eludes right now. But if you look at the book Elegances of Jamaica, what he did was that his job was to identify the indigenous use of herbs. Now, when the colonizers came to Jamaica, for example, Europe wasn't a country that had many colors. They didn't know about brilliant colors. When they came to Jamaica and they saw brilliant yellows, because the Indians used to paint themselves. They used to get the dye from the anato. They used to get the dye from the logwood. They were able to extract dyes. When the colonizers came, when they saw these beautiful colors, back then in Europe, they had shades of black and all them Monday and dark colors. It was then that the logwood industry began to thrive, because the dye from the logwood became a prime commodity. Places like there were countries that just like we have bananas and sugar cane, there were countries that the primary source of export was logwood, and the logwood was exported for the dye. So John, this Reverend John, I don't remember his name, but when he came to Jamaica, he documented how the slaves used herbs to heal the animals on the plantation. Slaves weren't fed properly, so slaves had to forage. In that foraging attempt, slaves were able to identify edible plants. Those edible plants were added to the list of vegetables that could now be exported. And so when the slave master came, the exploit of Jamaica was for its natural resources. You would think that after independence, we would continue to develop on these natural resources. What did we do? We built an economy and tourism. And so the land of wood and water has very little meaning. And so what I'm saying is that the plants that are in Jamaica, the food, the herbs, has far more valuable, because this was what built up America, this was what built up Canada, this was what built up Britain. Britain didn't make money from Jamaican gold because we didn't have any. They didn't make money from silver. What they made money from was plants. I've gone to places, Rattigan, where I remember I went to Upper Clarendon and I saw a herb called plantain. Not the plantain that we eat, but a herb called plantain. When I was studying, I was buying plantain for $30 a pound. I didn't know plantain was found in Jamaica, because plantain is one of those herbs that grow in specific climates. So it grows at high elevation. It only grows so in the Blue Mountain, you'll see it. And plantain has numerous medicinal benefits. When I went to Upper Clarendon, I saw the plant and I was like shocked. I said, this is a herb that the previous week, I had just bought a pound for $30 US. I didn't know it was in Jamaica. And I found the plantain. And I said, excuse me, that herb, could I get some? Man said, man, take everything you want. I weed that. These men were weeding out plantain to plant pak choy. These men were weeding out a herb that cost $30 US per pound to plant something, to plant a herb that costs less than $6 US a pound. Only in Jamaica things like that happen. So ignorance is really, I mean, I think about that. These persons who plant these pak choy have to worry about pre-their last rate, because this is a plant that is in demand. You know, plantain. I spoke to a gentleman in Buff Bay who came to my office to see me. I said, Doc, I brought this plant because we didn't know what it was. We saw a foreigner, white man, come up here, and when he comes, he takes a lot of it. So I wanted to know what it was. When the man bring the herb and show me, you know what the word was? Go to cola. Go to cola. This is a herb called go to cola. It's a herb that boosts his blood flow to the brain. It's a multi-billion-dollar herb, especially in the college and the university area where people take it during exam periods to boost their concentration. These were herbs that were being weeded out to plant coffee. And I could go on and on and on about herbs in Jamaica that have value. We talk about herbs like cat's claw. That in some parts of the Caribbean, it has become endangered. In Jamaica, it's found in abundance. We talk about prickly ash that works for people with rheumatoid arthritis, and I could go on and on. But there's two herbs that are found in Jamaica. There is wild cinnamon. Wild cinnamon is only found in Morant Bay and Portland. We talk about puran bark. There are so many herbs that are of high value. And when I talk to persons, recently I was at the marijuana fest, because you know I'm grateful for the strides that marijuana has made, but I'm saddened when persons believe that marijuana is the only herb of value in Jamaica. We can be exporting herbs. We should be exporting herbs, and I'm saddened because the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Health don't understand that this is a multi-billion-dollar industry. Wellness tourism is the biggest trend that is now growing across the world. There are people who will travel for miles and spend thousands of dollars to stay in a tent or stay in a hut to experience medicine in its authentic state. And these are things that are not, sadly, these are things that are not being promoted and not being explored. So, you know, I'm really saddened, but I'm also happy for a platform like this to share this with my Jamaican people and to share this with you, that this is something. So I've come up with the term indigenous Caribbean medicine, and I believe that it's a construct. Jamaica and the Caribbean needs to have its own medicine that is uniquely Caribbean, uniquely instinctive. Indigenous Caribbean medicine, our medicine is unlike Western medicine. It's unlike American medicine. It's unlike Chinese, Ayurvedic. It's unlike, because our medicine is a blend of the British who came, the Spaniards who came, the Tainos, the Arawaks, and the Africans. Our medicine is very unique and very effective. And so, you know, I'm passionate about it. And I really, I've said it numerous times. I would have loved to have a discussion with the Minister of Health. I can't understand how Andrew Holness, how people like these have benefited from this form of medicine and choose to trample it. I call it the forgotten portion, the forgotten aspect of the Jamaican culture.
Doc.
It is the forgotten aspect of the Jamaican culture. Yes.
Doc, the last time we heard any kind of big discussion as it relates to the Scientific and the Research Council of Jamaica was when Portia Simpson-Miller was Prime Minister. And I urge you to do something. Just check the poultry sum that has gone into that area. It's an area that we need to basically have a much more sizable aspect of the budget concentrate on in order to attain and achieve a semblance of what you're talking about. We're not serious.
No.
We're not serious around here.
No. We've seen so many planting of sugar cane has failed. We have hundreds of acres of land. We have a product called castor oil, black gold.
Yes.
Jamaica should be planting acres upon acres of castor oil. These are plants that take 6 to 9 months.
I'm happy you touched that, Doc. I remember when I was at another radio station, Hot 102. At the time, Audley Shaw was the Minister of Agriculture. And I put it to him about creating this industry will not need fertilizer, no need nothing. Castor bean, all you have to do is just concentrate on it. It was said that it was going to be one of the biggest industry. We're talking about 7-8 years now, and nothing of it. You understand? But I want to ask, because someone last week, one of my callers said to me last week that castor oil that created from the castor bean plant for fibroids that we have been talking about, it has very good medicinal property. Rubbing off the areas and maybe put a little in the navel and so. Is she on point?
She's definitely on point. Castor oil has a decalcifying effect because as we get older, when I big up Dr. Rupert Francis, that is here. As we get older and our organs and our body begins to decline, one of the things that happens to us is we experience calcification in a number of parts of the body. So for example, calcification of the muscles and the tendons causes a lot of joint pain. Castor oil decalcifies, it softens, it persons with tumors and persons with fibroids. As a matter of fact, there's a gentleman, Edgar Casey, I think one of America's most well-noted clairvoyants, has an entire foundation dedicated to castor oil because of the many benefits of castor oil. And so, especially for fibroids, women can use what is called a castor oil pack, which is getting a fabric saturated with castor oil and putting it over that area. It helps tremendously. There's hundreds of benefits of castor oil. We're not talking about the ear and the skin. We're talking about therapeutic benefits of castor oil. This is actually, I call it liquid gold.
Would it, since you talk about the similarity somewhat of prostate, enlarging of the prostate and fibroid, would it have a similar impact or any similar impact as it relates to men who may be suffering from enlarged prostate?
No, because the prostate is too far into the cavity of the body.
Good.
So for castor oil to benefit a person, the castor oil has to somehow come in contact with that area that you need it to benefit. So for example, if it's a tumor or if it's over the liver or so on, but the prostate is too far embedded inside the body, so it can't benefit in that way. We'll have to use herbs that would work systematically. So one herb that is very good for that is guava, because guava leaves are very high in lycopene. So the leaves of the guava are very good in alleviating the prostate. Herbs like nettle root, our stinging nettle root, very good in helping the prostate. Herbs like guinea hen. And of course, some of these herbs would have to be combined. Guinea hen on its own does not work on the prostate, but in combination with other herbs, works very well in reducing the prostate. And I'm not telling you from books. I'm telling you from what I've seen over the years, repeatedly.
Okay.
Very effective. Very, very effective. I tell you, even the eye. There are persons who have certain eye condition that just dropping the because it removes calcification. So for persons traditionally, for persons with even cataract, castor oil is very good in removing cataract. Just yesterday, a lady told me that somebody had a toothache and she just dripped the castor oil on the teeth and they crack it up. It's very good in breaking down calcification. You know, the teeth is calcium. So for example, why is calcification the problem? Sometimes when we need to get the medicine to penetrate certain parts of the body, calcification prevents that from happening. And so that is when castor oil works in helping the medicine to reach where it is supposed to reach. So sometimes we use castor oil first to remove the calcification, then we apply other herbs, and that gets us as far as we can go. Then when we have more calcification, we apply castor oil again. So it's very effective.
Okay.
All right. Dr. Francis, welcome.
Yes, sir.
Welcome.
Thank
I know you've been listening
Mm-hmm.
to Dr. Ben.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any comments, any
Well,
questions?
absolutely. I mean, I'm a fan of Dr. Ben Israel, man. Come on, he knows it. From the day I met him, I've been kind of ducking him, kind of, sort of, not really, but, he's so busy. And when he comes here, you really have to book an appointment and, the things get mixed up. But I really need to see him. And I encourage every Jamaican, every person of color, every person that to look, because I went the other day to see someone, and this gentleman was from Israel, and he was sitting down telling me the efficacy of the herbs that we have in Jamaica. And he says he's been doing this for the past 50 years and been successful. And he's a chiropractor, and he does acupuncture, and he does combine everything in his practice. So and he was so right, and he was and to be quite honest with you, I could see him. He looked very youthful for his age, and so on and so forth. And certainly he was half my size, although I'm a little bit taller than him. But that just goes to show that sometimes, not sometimes, we got made medicines from the herbs historically, and we should really concentrate on them. And I think that people must. I want to ask Dr. What do you think is the underlying reason, apart from Big Pharma? And by the way, good evening, gentlemen. My God, Fireman, I apologize. I mean, I should have mentioned you. Herb video long beard, longer than mine now. I mean, what can I tell you? And I stop eating at Kentucky. It will mad you something. So we don't want that to happen to you. All right. And my brother Rattigan, I say nothing about you because you're taking lessons a long time from up in the Obia. Not Obia. Hold on.
Hold on. We can't just skip over this. What about Obia?
Not about Obia. It has its place. I know you're a practitioner, Isaac, but it's all right. I forgive you. But
legalize it, Isaac.
Hold on, man. I'm talking about Maroons, man. I'm talking about Bang and all those people up there that are practicing this type of medicine, and it just slipped out that way. But I'm just saying to you, everything has its place, I'm not gonna knock anybody because I'm one of those people who knock anybody. But I do believe that I was talking to somebody the other day, for example, and they said they had scratches on the skin, and what they used to rub was Cersei. I mean, I'm saying I didn't hear that one so much before, but I know how good Cersei is and what people say about you can't drink too much and so on. But when you have Dr. Ben, when are you going to be back here in our area, Dr. Ben?
Maybe in about 6-7 weeks time. I'm getting ready now to go to a country called Laos. First, I was hearing about that country. I've been doing some reading up on it. That's near Vietnam. Vietnam. Yeah, because I've had very big following in that neck of the woods. So I was invited to come and do some work there. And I'll be coming to Florida.
Well, I tell you why I asked you, because a lot of the medicinal plants and so on are coming from Vietnam to the United States and they are advertising it. But I'm very happy that that you're going there, because a lot of Asian people are living well because of that type of medicine. So I want to congratulate you on that and tell them that you are very busy So Jamaicans, you're missing out. But you need to get more young people. What are you doing? One more question. What are you doing about the young people, encouraging them to understand the value that is in the soil, the value that is in agriculture? I'm not talking about government, because government is not really listening to anybody, as everybody has said here. But I'm talking about the young people out there who really want to see the country grow and go. And we're talking about so many things that they can do like this and make serious funds, since they're in the fund making business. But apart from that, helping and making money, good combination.
Let me just use the opportunity to big up Chief Richard Curry. Yeah. I've gotten it, Richard Curry, Chief Richard Curry and I have spoken, and Chief Richard Curry, when we spoke, it was amazing how much on board he was, because this is something that, of course, as being Maroons, that they hold very dearly. So I've launched what is called the Indigenous Caribbean Medicine Initiative. And part of that is to work with Chief Curry in setting up a wellness facility in a compound. There are many persons that would want to come to Jamaica to experience natural medicine. We do a lot of therapy using marijuana, by the way, for cancer. We have a cancer protocol that is built around marijuana. And we see, a compound as being somewhere, a space where not only persons outside of Jamaica, but even inside Jamaica can go and safely practice the use herbalism, not only sacramentally, but culturally, using it in a medicinal space. In addition to that, I want to also, I've spoken to him, but I'm thinking seriously about it, carving out some time about going into a compound this summer to do a summer workshop with children, because we have to get our young people on board. Outside of the school that I operate, Boston Institute for Natural Medicine, we were trained practitioners. I don't want it to, because traditional medicine training wasn't so much theoretic, it was very practical. And so, our ancestors, in their wisdom, they were able to devise ways of teaching herbs that is very, very simple. If you know anything about the Western culture, their approach to learning is very simple, and it is done in such a way where even the simplest mind can verify the truth when they are learning it. And so that's one of the things that that I want to do. Working with Chief Curry to set up not only a wellness center, but also to set up a processing facility to see herbs from out of these parts of Jamaica, create meaningful livelihood for members of the community, but also provide services for persons outside of Jamaica. So that's something that Chief Curry and I and members of the compound government are working on. I have also other platforms. I have a community that is called the Kinder Wellness Community, where my goal is to teach 12,000 people. So I target 12,000 people every year to teach herbs for free. So we have a school that we train persons at this year, but we also have a community where we offer free training, because we want the appetite, we want the interest of herbalism to be alive, and we want persons to have that personal experience with that.
But Dr. Ben, I love what you said, except the free thing, because we can't give it too much of Jamaica free again. Them give away all of the land for the hotels. We don't want it anyway. I want to mess with you. But people, but let me hear what I'm saying. I want to encourage everybody to invest. That's what Rat is saying. We're having our own diaspora show. Let's put it that way. With the 16th through the 19th, somebody like you should come in, right? I wonder where Fireman gone. Him run gone. Anyway, I want him to hear. I want him to hear that we want to make sure that you present. I'm going to ask to have him on to present his ideas, how we can go about it, how we can invest into that. Because I'm telling you, this is the future. Instead of digging out the land, mashing up the aquifers, and doing all of those things, we could be creating and we could be helping the wellness of our own nation and other nations by investing in something like that, not only physically, but financially and otherwise. I'm very happy to hear that, and I support you 1,000%. And I'm sure everybody on the do it.
let me just put this up on the thing here. Hold on a second. Folks, if you plan to go to Jamaica, right? For this nonsense, this foolishness that they call where is it? 10th Jamaica Diaspora Conference biennial. You notice they're not using the word Global Jamaica Diaspora Council because that name belongs to somebody else. If you're planning to go there for this right here, for this citizenship via descent, I suggest you take the money and everything and you go see Dr. Ben. You don't go to this nonsense right here because Dr. Ben is going to be on our program. I'm volunteering him right now when we start with the piece on health. Doc, no matter where you are in the world,
I'm more than happy to be there.
Okay, outstanding. Because what we're going to do is we're going to do a piece on medicine and health. And so we're going to have you. So all I want to hear and I listen right now, I'm going to go telling a friend, telling the neighbors, telling the family members that on the 16th through the 19th, this date right here, we will have what is dubbed as the People's Conference, and it's being put on by the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. And it will be held from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. New York time. Not this one here that I'm showing you. This is a business conference, how to make money off of poor people. And so we're not going to support this one. And in fact, them can't even spell. Them spell descent, decent. So we'll get rid of them right now and bring back Doc. So let me see if Fireman come back yet. I know we have Mystic Sensation in the background. Byron, I wait patiently for come on because we have a fundraiser tonight to Doc. So
okay,
what I want to do is this. I know time is against us. Time is at a premium, Doc. Because we're supposed to start the fundraiser at 8. I would like you to make a commitment. When are you traveling to the Far East?
The date has not been set. 3 weeks from now is what I'm looking at. Okay. 3 weeks from now, I'll be in Laos for about
Laos.
21 days. Laos.
Yeah.
For about 21 days.
Yeah.
Laos. 20 to 21 days I'll be there for. And then immediately after that, I think I'll be coming to the US and then back to Jamaica.
Well, hopefully we'll link up then. But here's what happened. You're not leaving. You're going to be in Jamaica next week, right?
Yeah, I'll be in Jamaica.
All right. I'd love to have you on, sir, because this has been so informative. It's spellbinding. I mean, people here just looking and just marveling at the natural resources that we have in Jamaica, and we're not taking advantage of it, you know. Instead, where the government is allowing a whole bunch of fast food things to come in, and people they're straight. Oh, I'm sorry. Isaac gave me a look a while ago. But KFC has been in Jamaica for decades. But it's nice to have another view of health and diet, one that our ancestors cherished and lived by. And so what we need to do is reintroduce that, because we have it in our way, but we need to reintroduce it to the younger ones so that they understand that, you know, all of this chemical filled food and whatnot, it's not good for you, it causes all kinds of problems. So, but before we go though, and I know, let me bring in Mystic, because Mystic, Byron and listen, I'm sure him probably have a question. I want to go around the room I
just want to ask Ratty, to share his number, his sorry, Mystic, his number, Dr. Ben, and his information. People are asking about that.
Yes.
Let me just do that quickly. Right now, the number I'm going to give you is for my my colleague in Florida. It's 305-497-6097, and that's a person who may be having fibroids and who wants something naturally to rectify that. Sean Lennon is his name. It's there in Florida. 305-497-6097. Here in Jamaica, my number is 831-9697. That's 876. Sorry, 831-9697.
831-9697. 867 area code. Write that down. But if you didn't write that down, he'll be here. I'm going to try and get the good doctor come back in next week. And we're going to have an expansive program now where we're going to just open it up for a longer period of time so he can really dig deep into this what do you call it? Alternative. Indigenous.
Caribbean.
Yes.
We want that word to be become
Caribbean there,
known.
right?
Indigenous Caribbean medicine. That's it. That's
Right.
that's the official medicine of Jamaica and the Caribbean people.
Okay. Okay, sir. Well, before you go, let me just I see we drop the herbalist gone. I don't see herbalist at all. Maybe you're frightening, man. Maybe you take over him title. Because he will call the herbalist throne, you know.
I know.
Herbalist took off. Let's see herbalist at all. Mystic, welcome, Byron. Welcome.
Thank you for welcoming me, Rattigan.
Come
Mr.
on.
KFC, big up yourself.
I acknowledge you, you know, Mystic, because you're wearing the Adidas gear and you make him know we're here to create. We don't just do it.
Yeah.
And I hope you ask the doctor something nice, because what he did tonight was to tell the diaspora, in case they didn't know, that we are Maroons. And
Okay.
the secret and essence of life is found up in the Akompong region, a place that must be protected. And in light of that, I am urging Mr. Rattigan to ensure that the chief himself is present while we speak on these things, because one of the things about knowing your origin and knowing your roots and harnessing your power. I mean, I was wondering if Dr. Rupert was trying to tell people one of the reasons why they run away from this herbalistic medicine and accessing your spirituality is because everything, once you hear bush doctor, you think obia, and we need to debunk that mythology so that people can actually access health. So for anybody that want to bash me for KFC, try know some me drink me CMAS, try know some me have neem tree in my house, and if my belly hurt me know which bush for take. So no worry about it. We are right.
Sound there, beg.
Let them know, and I know the address and location. When all goes bad, I know where to go put my foot on holy ground.
Yes.
I
don't see his lovely wife this evening, but
She'll be joining later. She'll be joining later.
Okay, fantastic.
So I want to say big up to the panel, Dr. Ben Hizarel, right? It's nice to present with you. Of course, Isaac, the KFC man, don't know. Will, bless up Rattigan, and Dr. Rupert Francis, right? Here you go. And our person in the chat.
Let me just ask Doc for the number again. I'm going to drop it in the chat. Peter asked.
Yeah.
What's your number?
So my number is 876-831-9697. Maybe I should give you, I don't know if I can give you, I'm going to give you my personal number, and I would say persons WhatsApp me. Don't try to call me, because this phone serves so many purposes. So there's 831-9697, and there's 831-9084. So 9084 is my personal number. 876-831-9084. That's my personal number. And 876-831.
876-831-9084.
84.
Okay.
That's my personal number. And then
Right.
there's 831-9697. That's the office number.
All right. Both of them are in the chat, folks. If you look on the reason with Rattigan, you'll see 876-831-9084.
And if you forget that, just Google me. Just type in 876 Herbs. And
All right.
Our YouTube channel will come up along with our contact information.
And the one in Florida, your brethren in Florida, what's that number?
305
Yeah.
497 6097. And I'm happy to big up Sean, because through Sean, we are now able to make available our natural remedy for fibroids, in the States. We serve our Florida community as well as our New York community. We have persons who travel. Just the day before yesterday, we have persons who travel from New York to see me here in Jamaica. We have persons coming in tomorrow. We have persons coming in, from so many places. And so we're happy. We're happy to have somebody like Sean, make himself available to serve in this way.
Okay. People, the numbers to reach the doc are in the chat, and the number to reach Sean in Florida is in the chat. Just look on the reason with Rattigan, and you'll see it. You'll see the numbers there. Doc, look.
Thank you.
Want to big you up for come on the platform and share your knowledge with us. But before you go, let me just go around and ask people to make the comments before we move on. Let me start with the KFC man, the man who eat up all of the chemicals them with the fried chicken, the barbecue and original. Here he is. Isaac, the floor is yours, sir.
My only comment is, Dr. Ben, I appreciate the knowledge that you gave us tonight. My silence is acknowledgement of the wealth of knowledge that you impart on us tonight. You still gonna have to do a lot more to convince me that I have to quit KFC. It's a lot more work, and we can do it publicly, but I am of the view that balance is always important, especially in the realm where I know a lot of people that there was a time that they would kill you and tell you about veggie chunks and all of that. And they are the ones who became emasculated by the use of veggie chunks and running away from protein and all of that. So it's an open conversation. I'm always willing to have it. This is why I will give up my time for the reasoning with Rattigan Show, because you learn, it's a wealth of knowledge. But I always believe in striking the balance. But I appreciate you, and this was well needed, and I look forward to your return.
All right.
Thank you.
Hey, Doc, when I tell you balance, I'm talk about half the 10 piece, half it must be
half it must be barbecue and the next half original. With a little coleslaw, that's the all right.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Herbalist, your turn. You're up.
Yes, Doc. How do you get University of Westerners and the other universities, medical colleges, to blend in herbal medicine as a part of the curriculum? Or is that happening already?
No, that's not my goal. My goal is revolution usually starts informally. And so Jamaica is a predominantly reactive society. Usually when Jamaica jumps onto something is when they think they don't need Jamaica. And so, what I'm doing is right now I'm putting together a collaborative, which is a blend of academia, a blend of the lay person, a blend of scientists, for the want of a better word. I'm putting together a community that will impact natural medicine, from different perspectives. And so that is the way I'm approaching it. If we can sufficiently create a demand for herbs, and if it is that we create enough practitioners, and if we create enough demand for the service, it is without a shadow of a doubt that Jamaica will be forced officially to look seriously at this. So that is my approach. My approach is to force the government of Jamaica to look seriously at natural medicine by creating a system that is effective, a system that is attractive, a system that is thriving. That is my goal, to create that type of ecosystem.
Dr. Ben,
and then,
Dr. Ben, just want to say that I've seen people come here to the Jamaica and they're practicing certain modalities that are not necessarily it's like a combination of two. Our type of medicine from your region and so on, and your knowledge, and then the other type of medicine. Is there a way? I've seen some people doing some stuff down in, all over the island and some big ways, or well, not, so I want to know, is there some way of putting it together, or is it going to be separate but equal? I don't know. I'm trying to get the right words to ask you the question.
Well, I guess what you're asking, what we have to do, because in my mind, we're creating a medicine that is just like when somebody says traditional Chinese medicine, we think about China. When somebody talk about Ayurvedic medicine, we think about India. When somebody talk about indigenous Caribbean medicine, they have to think about the Caribbean. And so there has to be elements, it has to convey elements that is unique to the culture, that is unique to the geography of Jamaica. And that is, so we have to basically define what is Caribbean medicine. How is indigenous Caribbean medicine different from traditional Chinese medicine, different from Ayurvedic medicine, different from Western medicine? How is it different? What are the uniquely distinctive elements that make it different? We have to be able to identify those in order to really say that it is different from what else is out there. So after defining it and identifying it, we have to find ways to protect, because a big part of that is the herbs that we use. When you talk about traditional Chinese medicine, when they talk about the herbs, a lot of those herbs, that they talk about are found in Jamaica. But even the words, the language, the words that they use to define those words are Chinese. Same thing with Ayurvedic medicine, same thing with Kampo and many other medicines. So we have to, it's basically branding. We have to brand it as something unique as its people are unique. We have to do that. And then once we brand it, we may have to also have some type of mechanism in place to protect it. Because we are always being exploited. And I know a lot of people chide me for talking too much and giving out so much information. But we have to protect to some extent what is it that we now have. We have to protect it.
All right, Doc. Look, let me just leave it there, but it's been an amazing time spent with you right now. And we're looking forward to having you next week, Saturday, sir. You're my first guest for next week, Saturday. When I say first meeting, not first maybe in time, not like, you come on at 3, but first in the sense that there'll be a number 2, number 3, whatever, but you are number 1 for next week.
All right.
So look forward to seeing you next week again, sir. And Lion, wherever you're there, big up yourself.
Yes, I was just gonna say that. Lion, I want to big up Lion for making this happen. He has been just like yourself. He has been behind the shadows because he knows I'm busy, WhatsApping me to make sure that I meet the time schedule. So I'm glad.
But it's funny, Doc. You know what funny? This morning I got a call from South Africa, and the man who called me, he found that product. I have the sample.
Okay.
I have it.
All right,
but
beautiful.
He found a supplier. So we have to talk.
We have to talk about that too. Definitely.
Yes, sir. All right. Take care of yourself, Doc. Be well.
All right. Thank you.
Before I go, hold on, Doc. Mystic sensation. I never get Mystic. I never Byron ask you. Byron, you want to say something to Doc?
Exactly. I want to ask Dr. Ben a question, and I just catch just few few of what he was saying as it relates to the Cockpit Mountain. But knowing to the politics, right, that involve where the Cockpit Mountain is concerned, right? What are the preparations that you may have put in place to engage and convince our political leaders, might be as it relates to your situation, to look at what you're doing from a micro perspective, transforming it to a macro level?
Well, whereas I would really, really love the support because it would make things so much easier. I would love the support of the Jamaican government. My approach, my pitch is not geared towards the Jamaican government. Again, that's why I want to give thanks to Chief Richard Curry because his support, because we're talking about indigenous Caribbean medicine, it was important for him as the leader of the largest indigenous community in Jamaica to give recognition to what we're doing. The recognition from a compound and from Chief Curry to this initiative, to me right now, has a lot more value than the Jamaican government. Not to say that I won't value that, because indigenous approval, because this is indigenous community, it's important for the indigenous leader and for the indigenous community to say the medicine that you are practicing represents the medicine of our ancestors and from persons before. It's important that validates what we are doing. And so the only hope now is that getting indigenous approval and validation What would be good now is it would be good to have national validation approval, because whereas I would love to see wellness tourism developed in a compound, I would also love to see wellness tourism developed in Portland, and I would love to see wellness tourism developed in St. Thomas. I believe that the two ways of developing Portland and St. Thomas now is through wellness development. And so that speaks a lot about what policies will we put in place for how the land will be developed. Will we put in hotels similar to Montego Bay, similar to Ocho, similar to Negril, or will we develop cottage societies, cottage industries, where Heart Trust will come in and will put emphasis on certification of massage therapists, we'll put in certification of villas to be spas, that type of thing. So this is where the approval and the support of the Jamaican government comes in. But for right now, my focus is development within the indigenous space. And so starting with a compound and Moortown and other maroon communities is where my focus is now. But the goal is to expand that, is to build that out to these parts of Jamaica, because I believe that Jamaica should be the wellness mecca of the Caribbean, and it should be concentrated in Portland and St. Thomas because of the natural biodiversity that is so richly found here.
I really love your idea. Love it. So thank you for your response.
Yeah.
All right, Doc.
You're welcome.
Look, enjoy the rest of the weekend, and we'll talk, and we'll have you on next week, Saturday.
All right. Bless
God
you.
bless.
Have a wonderful evening, gentlemen.
All right. Yes, that was quite interesting. All right, folks. Lonesome him might take care of some things. Maria shot there, some personal things going on there. So, we're going to just carry on till them join us. Last night, if you guys didn't see the show last night, I suggest you go and watch it, because it was a dynamic show last night on Mystic Sensations platform. And it was my first time, and I had a great time. I come off and I start tell people, say, hey, that show them on. It was nice. If you haven't seen Byron at Work, I suggest you go watch that program, watch him at work, him and his wife, outstanding team. Them dig up some things last night from the Prime Minister. I'm sure some members of his entourage must have told him that, hey, them people that get close, actually them more than close, them actually prove so that the information we provide to the Integrity Commission was false. Yep. And that you should be arrested, for providing false information. You should be the investigation directorate. They should provide they should provide the paperwork to the commission and to the corruption prosecutor, recommending prosecution because of false declaration. Because and we're looking at monies that you look at the documents that file, and then you look at the monies that are coming out in the public and talking about, and especially his wife, and it's not even close. No. It's not even close. I think on one point it was like 100 and something million, but then we hear talk about a 800 million development, and we know that's not the only development in these flats. There's another one there, and then have more developments all over the island. So, it's rough, but thank you for having me last night, my brother. I had a great time. In fact, Herb and I talk after. Herb and I talk for about an hour after that, So must go check it out. Tonight we're going to the we have what is it? Kevin says not. What is it? It's not PayPal. It's PayPal, right? Right, Herb. I think it's PayPal.
Yeah, PayPal and Cash Plus.
Yeah, we have PayPal, we have Zelle, we have credit card, and we have debit card.
Didn't you say Cash Plus too?
Cash Plus?
Yeah.
Cash Plus.
Yeah. It's another regular one.
You mean Cash App, because Cash Plus are only is a bad state in Jamaica. It's like SSL.
Exactly. Cash Plus is SSL.
We're scaring some people.
You leave my friend alone. You leave my friend. I can't write tell him for say so. I see it's
Gentlemen.
Here's what I want to start off this segment now. This week, the group, whatever you want to call it, the Fabulous Five, the Dirty 30, the Hateful Eight, whatever you want to call us, we sent out something to the Prime Minister asking him to recommend that the Governor General impanel a tribunal to look into the activities of the DPP, of the former DPP, concerning the Vibes cartel case, where she made statements on nationwide radio saying that this is the tainted jury. She's done this before. We also have provided the transcript from the conversation in the judge's chambers while the Vibes cartel case was going on, and it was brought to everyone's attention that one of the jurors was actively trying to bribe all of the members of the jury. And the DPP, in her wisdom, said that she wanted to continue with the trial, provided they just read them, tell them what their rights and responsibilities as jurors were. Then we also have the Constitution, and we also have a copy of an assessment of a case called Manley versus the Gleaner, where in that case, the jury foreman, he was employed by the union where Michael Manley was an executive.
NWU.
Right. And the judge in that case got rid of the entire jury, not just the jury foreperson, but the entire jury. He said, we need a new jury, right? So we have those four things. And I think there might have been a fifth. But Herb, do you want to talk?
It is instructive, Ratty, that Rebel, that was basically brought into the domain by eminent counsel, former Prime Minister P.J. Patterson and former Minister of Government Hugh Small. They basically thought it prudent to put that into the domain to actually show that there had been precedents before.
Right, and what it shows a lack of preparation on the part of the lack of knowledge on the part of the DPP, because that's something that you would expect the DPP to research and know about. But having said that, let me Herb and Dr. Francis, they were responsible for sending that communication out. So I'll yield to them now and have them just talk a little bit about how the document was composed, where it went, and the possible effects. Considering that we're going next week, I keep saying next week, but next week we're going to file some complaints with the GLC for the same incidents against the former DPP. So let's start off this discussion with Herb. You want to go ahead, Herb?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. Now, the way I did this was I addressed the document to Andrew Holness at OPM, the Prime Minister at OPM, so that's both his official addresses, and P. Allen at kingshouse.gov.jm, which is the Governor General, right? And I CC quite a number. Matter of fact, about 30 people in all were CC'd, which include our folks, as well as people at the Ministry of Justice, Rocky Mead, and several members of the cabinet. I have Audley Sewell, Donald Miller, James Robertson, Robert Morgan, Patricia McCullough, Kimberly McLeod, Luther Buchanan, Everett Warmington. Of course, he's bounced back. It seemed like he just don't want to talk to anybody. But I did blind copies to other interested parties. So
Luther Buchanan.
Say again?
Luther Buchanan. Why Luther Buchanan?
Well, he was there listed with the rest of the cabinet people. Who's he?
No, man. Luther Buchanan is a former PNP member of parliament, no longer in active politics.
His name is Luther Buchanan at
No,
OPM.
he was actually a junior minister in the Portia Simpson Miller administration and the former member of parliament for Eastern.
What I'm saying is his name was amongst the list in OPM. I don't know how, but it was there.
And that's why I'm giving you that's why I'm sharing a little bit of clarity with you there. I'm saying I don't know. I know. Mm-hmm.
All right, but I mean, it's not going to change anything. You know, if he got it, I doubt if he got it in that case. If he's no longer at OPM, then he's not an addressee, and that's technically what the conversation is. I made sure I sent it to members of the Canadian task force, members of the UK task force as well. So they are fully aware of what we're asking for. The basic premise is to ask the Prime Minister and de facto the members of the cabinet and his government to present the case to the Governor General and to advise the Governor General that she's in violation of will that was let me see. I need to open this thing up because she's in violation of the Constitution, and that Constitution spelled out the what crimes. Okay, paragraph 96. It deals with tenure of office of Director of Public Prosecutions and Acting Director of Public Prosecutions, right? And it says, subject to the provisions of subsection 4 through 7, inclusive of this section, the DPP shall hold office until he attains the age of 60 years. Of course, we knew that that was the purpose of the first extension. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Rattigan. To allow her to attain the age of 60, correct? All right. Provided that he may, when he refers, she, you know, they use the male description here, may at any time resign his office, and the Governor General, acting on the recommendation of the Prime Minister after consultation with the leader of the opposition, may permit a DPP who has attained the age of 60 years to continue in office until he has attained such later age not exceeding 65 years. And I believe that was the change that was made, constitutional change made by the JLP membership, and it was done on a day that the PNP had members missing from Parliament, so they were able to achieve, I believe it's a 60% vote to execute that change. So it was done in a surreptitious manner, and because of that, she was allowed to continue. But the big thing that occurred, if you recall, is that she took the case along with Jeremy to London, and our
recordings just got better. Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce that local
Wow.
No, go ahead.
We're good?
Yeah.
All right. She took the case to London, and they presented a case that clearly the Court of Appeals in Jamaica had given it their blessing that it was a solid case. And it turned out to be anything but that. The Privy Council, those white men in London, did everything by the book, turned the case around. They dismissed the murder, I believe. That's the term I could use for layperson. And sent the case back for disposition to the very people who sent it up to them. Now, the embarrassment to me, the fallout from the embarrassment had to be the fact that they realized at that point on the judicial side that this woman needed to go, right? There's no way you could keep her on after that, because what it turns out, and we did this in several shows, we demonstrated that she knew what the law was. When the judge asked her, should he continue the case when you have a juror who tried to pay off members of the jury to spin the case in favor of the defendants. Now, that didn't happen. She recommended the judge go on. The judge made the decision to go on in spite of the fact that Dog Paw's father-in-law was there, made his objection known. And they still carried on with the case. Now, having embarrassed the fraternity in Jamaica, I believe the court made the right decision in rejecting her extension and gave a declaration that it was pretty much being revoked. Well, enter the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General, who disagreed with the Constitutional Court, and I understood more about the Constitutional Court today from Mr. Buchanan, who explained that these were 3 members of the Supreme Court that formed this Constitutional Court. And that, in fact, these were prominent and competent people. Well, our Minister of Justice, a man who's long past his prime, didn't agree and somehow got the Attorney General to go along with him. And a case that there was supposed to be no appeal is now under appeal. It kind of puts the DPP in limbo, because there's nothing that covers her butt when it comes to her being still active government employee. There's nothing that says that she's the DPP suspended. As a matter of fact, she's just out there, because now you have an acting DPP who has been appointed, who happens to be her protege. And right now, with all the rumors circulating that she's still making rounds at the office, we don't know who's in charge in reality, but we know we have an acting DPP. And we know she's going to be there for 6 months. So people, we just need to look out over the next 6 months what cases come up and how it's handled by the acting. Dr. Francis, you want to chime in? Doc?
Dr. Francis.
Sorry about that. Yes, good evening again. Sorry about that. I turned it off for a minute. I'm just saying that an attorney came on last week, and what's his name again? Will?
Wildman.
Mr. Wildman, yes.
Yeah.
And I found it very interesting, apart from the facts that Herbert just exposed. The interesting part about it is this, that there is something amiss in what Paula Llewellyn's extension. Why am I saying this? Because why is it so important to have the DPP being installed for a period of time? We know her power within the Jamaican context. We know the power of the Attorney General. And we know that based on what Mr. Wildman said, that they can stop cases.
Fireman, hold on, fireman, mute your mic. Mute your mic.
They can stop cases.
Hold on there.
Am I good now? Yeah, I think I'm good now. She can do that in her capacity as the Director of Public Prosecutions. So the fact that members, high-ranking members, including the Prime Minister, whoever it is, had to go to the extent that they did, shows that there's something afoot. And it was explained by the good attorney last week, who has himself been in the office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. In fact, he said that had he been there when the selection process was going on, he might have been in that. And he was only saying that to add veracity to the fact that he is a well-known person in that field. And I listened to him intently and what he said. Apart from the letter and the concept where we asked the Governor General to work, the Prime Minister approached the Governor General to say that she should not, the Supreme Court came out and said she should no longer be in that position and gave her a certain timeline to leave. So I do not know, to be quite honest. So I said to myself, if this is an opportunity to prevent something that could happen, prevent people who have committed themselves not to face justice like the ordinary person. That means that these persons will be separate and apart from a regular person. That means that you and I, if we had a case and we didn't have those connections, then, as they say in Jamaica, dog name your supper. My view is this, that justice must not only appear to be fair, it should be fair. And I do believe that this precedence that they have set has no previous precedence in terms of the law in Jamaica. That's from my perspective, my own perspective. And I'm sure others will agree with me. There is something amiss. So I thought it was prudent, it was wise for us to request of the Governor General, the Prime Minister, to approach the Governor General to see that this did not happen. As for the procedures, what as was explained to the lawyer last week, they're completely, what shall I say, suspect. And I know the attorney on this, I don't know if ISAT will necessarily agree with what I've said, but I'm saying to you, that's my understanding. And I'm a layman. Okay, I'm a layman. Let me just make it quiet. I'm not a lawyer. But from what I can see, when somebody fights hard to get someone in authority to do something, there must be a reason. So I am putting it out there, asking those persons in the public, if you know that there's a reason why this is happening, you must speak out about it. Because I don't think that you and I would be lucky enough to have that type of privilege. The fact of the matter is that the DPP has done her work. She has done her work over the past 16 years in the position, or whatever amount of years it is. But she's been in the DPP and she's done her work. The time to pass the baton is obviously now. The controversy, people are always saying to us in the diaspora, especially in the past few weeks, that we should try to avoid controversy by opening dialogue. And I say to, why not? Let's do that. Well, in this case, I'm saying to prevent any further dialogue, to prevent any further suspicion, to prevent anyone from thinking ill of the government, please do the right thing. That no one can say, well, anything is hidden under the table or in the closet. Now, as a lot of people always, I always talk in riddles. Yes, I talk in riddles because I do not want to name names and all that. But at the same time, you read the same reports I read. And I'm suggesting to you that what happened in the case of this Director of Public Prosecutions is obviously meant to happen by the persons who went out of their way, including the Minister of Justice, to get her appointed. And now the chicken has come home to roost. That is all I want to say on this matter. I turn it back over to you, Ratty.
All right.
Wait a second, Ratty. Let me just finish up the what we submitted. I just wanted to add that the DPP's role and responsibility, we wrote, is to provide Jamaica with an independent and effective criminal prosecution capability that is consistently fair and just. The Privy Council's description of our participation in the miscarriage of justice was a scathing rebuke and an embarrassment to the Jamaican justice system. I cannot be countenanced. Right? What we, as I mentioned, we submitted the paragraph 96 of the Constitution, and we made reference to subsections 4, 5, and 6. And we also submitted the Cliff Hughes interview that she did with a member of the staff there, and exactly her statements to the fact that she had done this before. Now, you would think that instead of doing something that is not...
Fireman, I think your microphone's still open.
I'm actually driving. I think.
Oh, just mute the mic, please.
Yeah, man.
It's not gonna. The muting won't cut off your ability to listen.
Yeah, man. I know.
All right.
Go ahead. As I say,
All
I'm
right.
driving, so.
Oh, okay. So, Cliff Hughes' interview gave her the forum to explain herself. Even though she says, I'm not supposed to be having a discussion on the case, she did have a discussion on the case. And she did try to justify and defend her position. And it just made matters worse. So that is out there. The transcript from the supplemental record of the Court of Appeal, that is out there as well. All right. We made sure that the Prime Minister has all the material information, evidence, call it what you will, to be able to forward this case to the Governor General. The statement from P.J. Patterson and Mr. U. Small, KC, it is inclusive, and that's the case with the Gleaner Company Limited and John Hearn versus Michael Manley. All right. And in that's the case that the DPP should have referred the learned judge to, so that he would discontinue the trial. Because in that case, when they brought it forward to the judge that the jury was tampered with, the trial was immediately discontinued. All right. Now, having said that, these people are not concerned with the cases that she said that were tampered with, and she continued it anyway. Not a word has been said about that, which, again, in the interest of justice, they have to examine what damage did she do, not come back and give her an extension. In the interest of justice, those people need a hearing. and they just ignore it as if it never happened. This is incredible. So I know, Mr. Rattigan, you have a lot to say on that. So
May I just add one quick one before you go? I just want to say, something that I should have remind. The DPP decides on whether or not to charge people for alleged crimes. This is not to prosecute them. DPP also decides what charges should be. Once the prosecution begins, the officer is responsible for the prosecution's case. So that means that if she decides to stop a case, that's it. If she decides to go ahead with the case, that's it. So now you understand why I press the idea that there's something amiss in her selection and continued selection, as opposed to her going to sit down and relax. That's my view. Thank you, Mr. Ratchet.
We're going to get to ISAT on this. I seem patiently waiting. I don't seem chomping at the bit to come on, but he has to be very mindful about the things that he says, because as you know, he's a practicing attorney and he's under the watchful eye of the GLC and its confederates. So we don't want to get him in trouble. So let's give him a little bit more.
You just mentioned something. I know before you get back to me, but Herb, did you bring all of this to the attention of the General Legal Counsel?
No, that would be
not
done.
yet. Not yet.
Because I know they're one thing I can tell you, I have experience in this area. When things are brought to their attention, they will file a complaint if the public is outraged by the profession being brought into disrepute by the actions of a single attorney. They will take it up. In fact, the chairman of the GLC will personally file a complaint and bring it to ensure that the public confidence in the legal profession will certainly, not be lost. So I hear you saying a lot of stuff, and I'm just wondering if you I'll tell you her name. Her name is Denise Kitson. She's the chairman. Yes, the chairman of the Legal Council. Once you send her a lot of letters and share this video with her, she will no doubt bring a complaint and ensure that the disciplinary committee will prosecute, and she will get her attorneys. They're all King's Counsel. They'll come together and they'll make sure that it happens. So I hear you saying a lot of things. I'm very concerned. All right.
Let me just say, Counsel, your recommendation is duly noted and will be acted upon appropriately.
All right.
You have an email address, I assume, from Ms. Kitson, right?
No, we have all of that, Herb. I have all of that.
Good. All right.
We'll take care of it. Look, we're joined by
Can I chime in, please? Because I'm driving and I may lose you guys at any time.
No, go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, no, go ahead, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
I listen attentively, and I think that it is important to make all those notifications and bring it to the relevant authority. But my question is all this of any moment based on the ruling that we saw out of the full court last week, Friday, where a declaratory judgment was issued, and that in effect basically ruled Paula's appointment void and of no use as of September of last year, when she attained the age of 63. We note that the Minister of Justice, Delroy Chuck, came out in a hurry and really behaved in a very kindergarten manner when he said he was going to file for a stay of execution. And even I, who have not set my foot into law school for one day, know that declaratory justice, you can't have a stay of execution on it. We also note that the appeal is basically filed, and that is okay. They can file the appeal to deal with it, but the judgment stand. Where I really want to move to is these allegations, because it is indeed very, very dangerous ground we're stepping on with these allegations that we're hearing about the DPP visiting the office at 6:30 in the morning and leave by a certain time. I take those things very, 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 very seriously. For one, I practice my craft and various platforms, whether it's here and social media, but primarily and mainstream. And all the I's have to be dotted and T's crossed. And the question is, this allegation that is moving around, anybody happens to capture this on tape? This is the age of social media, where everybody has a gadget or have a gadget in their possession. So therefore, it should not be hard to verify. And I think that the DPP rather, former DPP, absolutely have no standing at all whatsoever. There is absolutely no ambiguity in the judgment that came out of the full court last week, Friday. It was a declaratory judgment that was quite unambiguous and clear to for all to see. So, you know, I don't know, as I said before, I don't know the faux pas that the DPP create early in the piece as it relates to the cartel et al. Case. If that is of any moment, because that has already gone through the window, apart from basically having it for academic purposes, really. That's my input at the moment.
All right. There some of us on the platform will think we have direct knowledge about her appearance at her former place. First question here is one of whether or not what we're doing is of any moment in light of the declaratory judgment issued by the court. And let me answer that. It's a completely different issue. We're not concerned about what the court said or didn't say. What we're concerned about is her behavior, and her behavior based on certain facts, including her own words, saying that she had worked on cases where so we're focused on that. And so what we're doing is that we're not asking the court to do anything about it. We're Prime Minister.
So that's why I said it's for academic purpose, Ratty. It's for notification.
No. We're doing it because we're serious. We want them to remove her because we don't know what the court is going to do.
She has already been removed, Ratty. The DPP has already been removed. She will not come back.
There's an appeal. Is there an appeal?
The appeal will be of no more. The appeal going nowhere. It's a additional layer of embarrassment being heaped up on the government and the DPP head. It is absolutely clear.
What I'm saying to you, Fireman, our decision to move forward is not based on any appeal or any court action. We're saying that this is a completely separate issue. We're saying that what we believe is that she may have violated other people's constitutional rights. There may be people
absolutely.
Right now.
Absolutely.
So we're asking the Governor General to impanel a tribunal to look into these actions, because innocent people might be in prison right now. So we're saying, no, look at this, and if it's worthy, then remove her. In addition to which, because remember now, the only person who can fire the DPP is the Governor General. The court can't fire her. The court can say, well, you shouldn't be there because your time expired.
And there are bases on which the GG would have to move. The position is absolutely ring fenced and ironclad as it relates to the tenure of the DPP, failing and accept that she basically, her capacity to function and some other things. But certainly it is not a position that can be moved. You can move her from willy-nilly. And as I heard Herb said earlier, or Dr. Francis, you know, and I think that's where you're going. The fact of the matter, the power that the DPP wields, it is really and truly enormous. And that is why, you know, the interest of the office of the DPP is so important, because she can walk in and basically shut down any case, or he rather for that moment. Well, we're using he or she in the generic sense, whether it's man or woman, right? Paula happened to be the former with a female acting now. So they can shut it down at any time.
Right. But here's the thing. Let me point something else out here, right? So the issue before the court on appeal, that's not the issue we're concerned with. That's not our issue. That issue has to do with her.
But I'm aware.
Yeah, our issue has to do with her behavior, not her tenure. And then the second piece of it is that there's a way that you can basically get rid of the DPP. If there's a DPP where you can get, I'm not talking about Paul, I'm saying any DPP. If you go to the GLC and they issue a suspension, effectively you've gotten rid of the DPP. They say, look, we're going to suspend your license for 4 years. How? I don't know how you can have a DPP with a suspended law license. I don't know how that's going to work, because then that would trigger the provisions under the Constitution to say, hey, Governor General, we have somebody here who really can't function. They need to get rid of her. So that's why we're doing it. We're not doing it based on the tenure. We're doing it based on her behavior. Let me just, before I bring in
you're saying, hold on, Ratty, hold on. You're saying that the GLC can move to get rid of the DPP?
The GLC can discipline the DPP as an attorney.
Cite that part of the convent of the act to me, please, if you have it, or Isaac.
I am a lawyer, and then
no, that's why I'm asking to cite it. Remember, you know, we educate here. We want to educate the people.
Section 12 of the LPA, that's the Legal Professions Act, gives them the authority to have jurisdiction over any attorney. Canon 1B, when an attorney brings the profession into disrepute, the GLC can bring action under that. Conduct would be public outrage, longing out your tongue at the Privy Council, any conduct that would be unbecoming of an attorney. The GLC has jurisdiction over that. It has nothing to do with the office of the DPP, and so one has to separate that. But it's a matter for the GLC when they what they wish to bring. But if they were to sanction her and effectively a suspension or a suspension arose, then the effect of that would be you would have a suspended attorney holding office where, and eventually would have to be removed.
That's it. Simple case.
Simple. It's not the GLP. It's not that the GLC has jurisdiction to remove her as a DP.
No. But what we have to say,
right.
You as a practice lawyer, right? As a practice attorney. The other day when them said them put you on suspension, you couldn't go to court go represent nobody.
Them wouldn't even let me into the prison, and they never had
same thing with she, so it applies to her. Can you imagine them suspend her license because of behavior and everything, and then she come up, I am the DPP. She not even, she suspended. Them cancel her license.
Yeah, Wayne, listen, you said something a while ago about big lawyer and whatever. It doesn't matter how big a person is. We're asking the question here to edify the public. So Isaac basically made a critical intervention and assist. Hold on, and assist us. Hold on, my friend, please, and assist us with where it is, because it don't make sense. Hold on, man. Hold on. It don't make sense. It don't make sense. We're basically. It don't make sense. We basically breathe. Hold on, man. It don't make sense. We breathe a lot of hot here for hours, and at the end of the day, we're not educated.
To call Isaac a big liar, man.
Loan some. Hold on.
Hold on, Isaac a big liar. Hold on, we must say at here.
We agree with that. We agree with that. We're not arguing the point. We're not arguing that.
Lonesome, hold on a second. Hold on a second,
Yes.
Lonesome. Hold on. Conrad, finish your point, sir.
I am just simply saying, my brother, that what we seek at all time is clarity. It doesn't matter how big a lawyer or how small a lawyer is, right? A lawyer go to law school and they basically up on the details. My thing is to ask questions so we get the information out, even when I know the answer before. That's what we do because we have a listening audience. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
So listen what I'm saying now. If I classify ISAT as my big liar, Rattigan, you know if it's a big and small liar, because you have some liar really up there, like some KC, right? I'm wrong or right? And you have some student where just come in at the thing and what have you. Right? Me wrong or right? But we never not talk about that. ISAT are my big liar. We just simplify the thing. If her law thing get cancelled, how shall I act? How shall I work? No simple thing, 1, 2, 3. Wrong or right? That's not going to work.
All right, hold on a second, Lonesome. Lonesome, hold on there. We don't hear from Mystic yet. Byron, not say a word yet. So we want to hear from Byron. Byron, go ahead.
All right. Yes. I am going to make reference. Well, before I start, Titan Boss, you got yourself. You know it go. All right. So for me, I almost want to say that, and I might be extreme, so let me say that. But I almost want to say that this government, right, is a rogue government. I'd be one who would say that I am a bit extreme, but the reason why I'm saying that is to the fact that here you have a constitutional court made a declaration that the DPP extension is unconstitutional. Now, what you have here is to the fact that you have a justice minister that I can't understand, right? Trust me, I can't understand, no matter how deep I dig, to try to justify his reason as to why he wants to push back, knowing fully well that he will not be successful. And so then I am saying, why is it so important for this government to wanting so much to hold on to this DPP? And so then it is just saying to the public, right, to perceive that there has to be some underlying issues, right? And these are serious situations that really concerning as to, it appears as if the government, right, is definitely wanting a mechanism, right, to protect the government as it relates to persons who involved in wrongdoing. Because I can't see it any better. Now, Ratty, I don't know if you still have the article that I shared as it relates to the St. Kitts, DPP.
Yeah.
Who, as it relates to those politicians, member of parliament, who are found to be corrupted. And that DPP did not hesitate. That DPP inserted herself in and have those persons charged. So when I look at it, I said, okay, here is our Caribbean partner, right? Almost in the same predicament, same scenario. But yet, that DPP show a perfect example of keeping up justice. And so then why is it different with our DPP, right? Seeing some, clear situation where the DPP can insert herself in. Now we have some cases that we are marvel about. Now, when we look at the Patrick Bailey case, right, where someone died in Patrick Bailey house. No tampering. The man got 19 stab wounds and 1 gunshot to the body. And as we know it, he has not been in, Patrick Bailey has not been interrogated. Right? And we know that there is no statute of limitation when it comes to, those offenses. So then my question is to ask, why is it that the DPP has not inserted herself in that case? Now, again, worse of all, we have a prime minister, right, at the helm of our politics. Its statutory declaration for 2021, 2022, and proceeding 2023, right, cannot be certified as it relates to the 2021 and 2022. And where the Integrity Commission Act speaks specifically as it relates to if you lied on the statutory declarations, some consequences are forthcoming, including up to prison sentence. And so then I'm saying here is a prime minister which we all see clearly. The prime minister statutory declaration cannot be certified. Going 1 year, 2 year, and get into 3 year as it relates to the 2021 statutory declaration, and nothing. So when I see these things, I have to believe that this government gone rogue. So, that is my point in the situation.
Man, that's some serious liquor, man. Some serious pressure.
Is that his regular vehicle that he was traveling in?
It looked like a taxi to me. I don't know.
Yeah, it looked like his legs wasn't extended or something for a long period.
It gone. Wait, it gone. It gone. But
that's a vehicle when I'm traveling now.
Yeah, it's a regular one.
Yes. Like when I'm doing them campaign or something. A vehicle when I'm traveling, man.
All right.
Different vehicles. Yeah, man.
All right. So we all agree. I think we all agree that there's no DPP.
No, there is no DPP, Ratty. Let me ask you something though, Ratty. The DPP with the 3 years extension up, right? And the opposition leader, they signal to them to take it to court because them rush through the little thing and want to keep her on. Why the government never take heed and instead of put her, they make them just pushing a DPP? Because they when they move it in the last year to 65, it don't go to she because she did start the next process already and done 3 years, right? So that it go to our next DPP, right? Any other DPP coming. Then what she a fight for? What she a hold on for?
Well, it's not. Well, here and all lonesome. It's not just she alone a fight,
No, we know the government a fight too, but we know what them a fight for still, because real agreed. Them plan for let him go. The court, them plan for us to deal with that, and no things.
Well, here's what happened. We were talking about it earlier because in February of last year, she applied, and for those of you hearing it for the second time, bear with me. February of last year, she applied. Well, no, go back to when she was 59. She said, I want an extension. And the prime minister said, yeah, we want to give you 5 years. Dr. Peter Phillips, I think, was leader of the opposition at that time, and he said, no. And so there was some kind of agreement, and it settled on 3 years. So she was supposed to...
He never agreed. Come here, have the video. He never agreed.
Right.
He said she forgot.
Right. But there was consultation, and he disagreed, and The Prime Minister
Let
went
them
to
go through the GG silent in same
the
way.
Governor General. Right. The Governor General said, fine. So she gets 3 years. All right, good. The 3-year period ended last year, right? So what happened is in February of last year, she wrote to the Public Services Commission and she said, look, I want another extension. This is February. In May of last year, a few months later, they responded and they said, constitutionally, we cannot afford to give it to you. You're not eligible. And also, they said, the Prime Minister said no. He had legal counsel guide him, and he said, no, he's going to reject it. Now, ISAT pointed out to me earlier today, said we need to big up the Prime Minister for that because that was something that he did, and we need to recognize him. Fine, no problem. I'll recognize him for doing that. But here's what he did 2 months later. 2 months after I rejected it, him supported the amendment to change it so that she could stay for some extra period. So wherever me give me, I'll take it to a big time.
It's a flip-flopper, yes. Yes.
Him do it worse. It worse because him said, no, I don't support it. And then 2 months later, him say, you know what? Yeah, let's push this thing through to get her to change, amend the constitution so we can keep her.
But
so the question,
even if you amend the constitution.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Can you tell me what happened between the time the Prime Minister rejected her request in May of last year to the time that he supported her request and then had the Parliament go through with the amendment to the Constitution to keep her? What happened between May and July of last year?
It's a flip-flopper. Them will just come tell us it's a flip-flopper.
Can you think of anything that happened that caused him to flip-flop?
No, him just a flip-flopper. Remember, them have to protect themselves, you know.
Big up yourself, Mrs. Mystic Sensation. Big up.
Bless up.
Yeah. No, here's what I found out though. I found out that what happened between May, the rejection, and July, the support, is that the Integrity Commission push out them annual report, and in that report, them say we have some parliamentarians. You do it when you say yes. Some say we have some parliamentarians there on the investigation and some civil servants. That's the only thing I can find in the public record that happened between May and July.
Yes.
And then we found out now that they were saying that the parliamentarians under investigation, they were not from the opposition side, they were from the government side. So it leads you to believe that is this the reason why they're keeping her? Because as we know, the DPP can start a case, end the case, or take over a case. Go ahead, sir.
And that is why I'm really agreed. Case not gone through yet. 5 years. Front of eye, Petrojam not gone. The Speaker of the House, you contact them and them say them don't know about the case.
No, them tell me that case. You mean you're talking about Dalrymple, Philibert. Her case, and when name again? When name man, the man who was junior minister in the Ministry of Foreign Trade. When name? You know him, man.
We know who you talk.
He's before both of them. Both those cases are.
Get them say about the case too, because you did ask about her case. With the motor vehicle.
Les Campbell is his name. Les Campbell.
Leslie Campbell. Yeah, Leslie Campbell. Because we'll get to him, because we have some documents upon him too, what talk about diaspora where a fake. We'll talk about him later. Well, those two cases right now are sitting in the Hartford court. Those two cases.
So why she says she have no, you did write to her, you wrote to her. Where the
DPP.
Yes, you did ask about the case. Who you asked about the case? But
I ask her because what happened is that a lightning bolt hit me and just said, hey, I believe that the cases in are in her office. So lightning bolt hit me and I wrote to her in the middle of the night. And I said to her, listen, please tell me if you have the illicit 6. And if you do, when do you plan to render a judgment on that? And those two questions are perfectly good questions. And here's why. Because the corruption prosecutor can, on her own volition, go to the DPP and ask for the case whether or not to prosecute. That's written clear as day in the Integrity Commission Act of 2017. So I asked, and then she wrote me back, and no, she didn't write me back. I waited, I didn't get a response, and then I wrote again, and then she wrote to me because I write to everybody, and her secretary had written to me on another matter. So this matter, she wrote me back and she said, "Listen, I thought the secretary had responded to you. I'm sorry she didn't, but I'd like you to know that I have not received of any file, any of those files that you refer to." So yeah, but the lightning bolt hit me again and said, "No, we're not so sure we should tell you the truth." So I have her email. So I'm waiting now one day, someday, to see a report being tabled where it says that the corruption prosecutor went and asked for an opinion, because when that day they come, they have the email for sure where she said that she never get it.
And you asked about the Dalrymple thing, but she don't know nothing about it. And she'll tell you two different court and all kind of things, right?
Right. She sent me all over the place, but I found out that those two cases are in the Hertfordshire court.
But you notice how them just delay all these cases though over the years,
ISAT is a firm believer in the judiciary, and he's a disciple. He's a disciple. He's both a disciple and an apostle of the judiciary and constitution.
Apostle.
We need to insist that ISAT be named a judge. Then he'll move things along in the right direction. Right, ISAT.
Respectfully to borrow from the words of Ampina, that will never happen.
Yeah, Ratty. Yeah, Dr. Francis also said something. Say, they want us to have some dialogue with the government in the diaspora, right, Dr. Francis?
Yes.
But we can't have no dialogue with the government when them so corrupted, man. And all. What kind of dialogue they want?
Well, you see, from my perspective, you have to keep the doors open for dialogue as we move forward. Dialogue means dialogue. It doesn't mean that we have to come to any agreement. It just means dialogue. To me, we can't close the doors against diplomacy.
Well, let me add something about that dialogue business. And let me just kill the argument once and for all. It's been said that there are factions in the diaspora, and we are just making it worse by they call us a parallel organization, they call us a factional organization, they call us 5 people in the diaspora on all of these issues. Now, there have been several articles in the past 3 weeks or so saying that both sides don't have a dialogue on resolve the differences, because the ultimate goal is to help the people to make other people in the diaspora. And I'll make it abundantly clear here, we reached out to the Jamaican government, to their officials. We reached out to them in the spirit of mutual understanding, with the goal of addressing the issues. And in one instance, we didn't hear anything back. Another instance, we heard that they would get back in touch with us. So the idea that we need to talk, I would like to make it clear here that we have reached out. We have reached out, and they have not come back with anything indicating a willingness to sit down and talk with us. So, and I made it clear to those persons that I had a conversation with that, listen, whatever we're planning to do in the diaspora, we're not stopping. We're not waiting for people to come back to us, because we could wait for 6 months, a year. No. We're going to move forward. We're going to move forward with the press release. We're going to move forward with the protest. By the way, I want people to know that the protest will be up in Canada late June, I believe, late June, early July.
Late June, yes.
And then it will be in Herbis, as is the one in DC.
Yes. Then one I'm planned for UK.
Then one in UK. And then I want the CG to know down in Miami that we're coming back. It's a round robin thing. So we're coming back. And other things we're doing. So we're
Ratty.
Yes, sir.
Ratty, recently I had you, and we talked about the the conundrum between your organization, and when I say your organization, yourself, Dr. Francis, and what the government is saying is the official diaspora grouping, right? And the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Kamina Johnson Smith, said that you guys have breached protocol and so on and so forth. Where is the situation as it relates to that now? With you move afoot, yourself, Dr. Francis, move afoot, registered the name and so on. And there was also a further discussion about the logo. Where are you guys on that now? Is there still a stalemate there?
Herb, you want to answer?
May I just answer that, Ratty? May I just answer that? We have registered the movement into an entity, and that's it. We've done that, and that's not going to change. They may change whatever, but that's not going to change. We're in the process of registering the
logo,
and that will not change. The problem, if they have a problem with it, we have also reached out to them, as Rattigan says, for dialogue. They are the ones who are spreading the misinformation, disinformation, the lies, at times, and what have you. We are not. We are going ahead with the plans that we. Hold on, let me just finish here. We're going along with the plans that we have, not to affect any of their plans necessarily. We have our plans, and that's what we have, and that's what we are settled with. And so, therefore, it's their worry, because we reached we got the olive branch. We reached out. I supported what Rattigan has said, and if they want to talk, they know they can talk. So stop telling people that we don't want it. And one more time, do not continue to demonize the people who are here trying to get the best for the Jamaican people. It is not right, and it's going to come back to haunt you. And
Ratty, you notice, tell me something. So them still have it in them thought or in them head that we don't have any standing?
No, I don't think it's standing here. No, I don't,
no, we just want to know in for them thought. And the next thing, because it's like, when it comes to us, Dr. Francis, and them, it's like day and night, because them not understand, them for them thing what them keeping, is to invite people from in the diaspora to come and invest and make a money. Invest in a Jamaica. But our problem is no education thing not running properly, no health system, no road, no job, nothing not working right. Them they will want them for adjust. That's why we have the gangs. Well, I'll show them what we want for adjust, because people start asking the merchandise, the minerati. People start asking already. See, so some things that we want them to adjust. Some of that them in something them want scam us.
Let me bring
them not on the same page.
Let me bring you Herb, because I have a viewpoint on it, but I want to hear what Herb has to say about it.
Yes, sir.
Look, for a very long time, these people have twisted and turned our diaspora in all kind of pretzel manner. Now that we have taken our interests back, and we have informed them that you cannot run our diaspora from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I believe the UK has told them the same, and Canada has told them the same. Now, those are three main areas. There might be other areas in the EU that they're still manipulating, but it's a matter of still trying to manipulate us. They get all kinds of headlines going that we have turned inward against ourselves, and that's the furthest thing from the truth. Now, they have some mouthpieces still going that's supporting them. And in spite of hearing what we have had to say, those mouthpieces continue to go. If that's the direction you want to go in, then stay with them. But for the most part, we're organizing so people can see what it is our goals and aspirations are, which are very similar. It means we want to address the very things you just spoke about, Wayne, right?
Yes.
The education, the poverty,
the health,
right? the
Yeah, all these
healthcare,
things. Correct. Yes.
right? The crime,
Yes.
the security,
Yes.
all of these things that I watched a video last night, the top 10 Caribbean countries where problems exist. Jamaica came in at number 3 simply because of the size of its population and the number of murders. And you had, I think, St. Vincent and the Grenadines was number 1. Because they have 107,000 people and they had like 50 odd murders. So, and the other one was St. Kitts and Nevis, was number 2. So, Jamaica is still a country with major issues. We cannot validate all the numbers that were given. We were getting fluctuations in the numbers. And Ratty, correct me if I'm wrong, the numbers that you received recently on about murders and stuff, was that from the police or was that from PIOJ?
No, what happened is that the police, they have some numbers that they're supposed to give to me. I'm glad you reminded me. They're supposed to give me the numbers, but because here's what happened. When they say the murder rate, you have to be careful. If you say homicide rate, you have to be careful because they have something called, they said, look, what we do is we have a category for self-defense. Murders.
This is the police.
Then they say we have another one for suicides, right? Then they said we have one where called death investigation, where they're working with the pathologist and they're trying to figure out the cause of death. So just because somebody get a gunshot, you ever say a gunshot wound, it doesn't mean that that's the cause of death. It could be strangulation or it could be something else, right? Them strangle the person first and then shoot the person. Crime of passion, could be anything. So they're supposed to give me all of the numbers. That report has been sitting on lonesome, like says some of them are my friend. Well, this one a film friend.
Sure.
Mr. Fitzbailey. It's been sitting on his desk now.
All right, lonesome.
Yeah, it's been sitting on Mr. Fitzbailey's desk. It's been sitting on Mr. Fitzbailey's desk for over about 2 months now. Now, here's the thing. The person who is in charge of providing that report completed the report, wrote to me and said, the report is finished and it's sitting on Mr. Fitzbailey's desk to be signed off and sent to you. As recently as last week, I reached out to the person. The person said, I will get the report to you before the end of business tomorrow. Here we are, Saturday. Still haven't received it. So, Herb, they have given me some numbers, but the numbers that I have, they're not correct. So I'm waiting for them to give me this comprehensive report now that will show how many people actually died in Jamaica and the causes of death, because they split everything up. So just because somebody, and it could be questioned too, because they may say this person died from self-defense. They go, no, that's a murder. Or they may say suicide. And they say, no, that's a murder. You know, you don't know. Let me just get back to Fireman's question.
Ratty. A detective called me yesterday. I think 4 persons get shot up, 2 die. And you know what him tell me say? I bet you these don't count in the statistics because they're in a hospital, you know. But 2 die.
Right.
And you know, these are the problem we have with the police force giving us wrong statistics.
Right.
Yes.
Right. I think I'm going to lose your shot. Let me just say this. 2 things. The question of trust deficit in Jamaica, whether it's with the numbers that we're getting from the police, whatever we're getting out of government and so on, it is at an all-time low, right? So there's no question about that. The whole thing about governance in Jamaica, one of the contributors said earlier that he dubbed this government as a rogue government, and Jamaica seems to be fast becoming a rogue state. I don't think he has a lot of people who will disagree with him on that. So we're at one there. They also, when you look at the things that are happening with the Prime Minister himself, the illicit 6 and so on, those are things that we need to be addressed urgently. But I just want to ask you quickly, the Diaspora Council as it is now, why do you have a major problem with it? How is it configured?
Okay, good question. All right. Now, mute a little bit for the background noise, but listen to the answer. All right. Why do I have a problem with the Diaspora Council as configured? Very simple. We have no control. The diaspora has no control. It says Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, but if you look at it, it is an arm of the government of Jamaica. It is staffed by Jamaican government officials. The head of that organization, by the way, they said it's not an organization, it's a movement. So that's why we said, all right, we are going to move and then just register it then. Since you know I'll just move about the place, we are going to move and take it to, a full stop. We are going to just register it. So they call it a movement. And here's how the movement, here's how that like a Ponzi, well, it's not a Ponzi scheme, but here's how that scheme, here's how it works. They control, they meaning the government of Jamaica, they control the election. If you want to run into that, you have to send your name must go to the Jamaican government. Remember now, you're living at the diaspora and you want to run for this position. Your name must go there and they must approve of it. That's number one. Right? Number two, 3 out of the 4 people running the organization, leading it and directing it, they're government officials. The head honcho is the junior minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. He has the right to do all kinds of things, including appointing more than half of the 30 members to this movement. More than half of the 30 members representing the diaspora is appointed by the junior minister. Then he has the right to remove people from that council, right? So where is our power? And then when you talk about goals and objectives, they said, no, we are going to bring the goals of the Jamaican government to you in the diaspora, and we're going to give you instructions as to how to help us fulfill and achieve these goals. Where you ever hear something like that? And then the other thing, and those members, the ones who are elected and appointed, they serve on the basis of an appointment by the Jamaican government, not by the diaspora, but the Jamaican government give them an appointment letter and say, yes, unappointed. So how is that representing the diaspora? So what we're asking for is control over our destiny, our organization. We want to be autonomous and independent, and we want to sit at the table with the Jamaican government as equals. Right now, we're sitting there as subordinates. Them come and them tell you when the meeting will be held. Them come up and them tell you about the issues. And most of them people who are representatives, they're not more than sellouts. They're sellouts. They're people looking for a little crumb falling off the table. They're looking for benefits. And they're looking for connections. They're looking for invitation to the cocktail parties for cock off them little finger and a drink wine. That's all. And some favors down in Jamaica. They don't give a damn about the people in the diaspora. That is why we are so opposed to what's going on right now. And I can tell you this, that most people in the diaspora are with us. Look at the conference. The conference they're having in Jamaica, June 16 through 19, as Lonesome said. It's a business exposition. It's about investment. It's about selling products. It's about selling services. Where are the issues concerning health, water, national security, education, infrastructure, job? Where are those issues? Those issues are not being discussed. Those issues are not being discussed. They have no intention. In fact, let me do it right now. Hold on a second, the fireman.
Ratty, meanwhile you do that, let me just plug in one little thing. Them forgot, say, these people in Jamaica, our family, our mother, the grandmother, the grandfather, brother, sister, and other family members. So when we have the concern about the health, the education, the crime and all kind of things, that them not have that. Them are telling us to come and invest and make a piece of food. A night and day, Ratty. We never that with them.
Hold on the loan, someone. Hold on the fireman. Hold on the fireman. Fireman, hold on. When they had the official launch in Jamaica about 2 weeks ago, right? The first person to speak was the chair from, and he represented the VM group. His name is Courtney Campbell, and he said proudly, "I am going to give you 10 reasons why you must come to this conference." right? Fireman, I don't know if you watch it, but let me just quickly give you and everybody else and the listening audience, the viewing audience, the 10 reasons. First reason he said was because the conference is in Mobile. No, we don't need to go conference to go on Mobile. We can play with one peer and go on Mobile and have to sit down and with nobody and not listen to foolishness. That's nonsense. Second time he said to spend time in Jamaica. We don't need to go on a conference to spend no time in Jamaica. That's foolishness. Third one he said was visit the marketplace to generate leads for business, right? Not, as you would say, not my words, their words. Number 4, him said, visit the art and craft market. You have to go conference to visit the art and craft market. Number 5, him said, come and eat some authentic Jamaican food. Now go to conference to go eat Jamaican. And by the way, the conference where them I go, at the hotel, I serve them the food in an American for $300 a night, you know.
$300 a night.
$300 a night, an American food. And the hotel originally picked was like about 25-30 minutes away. They have to bus them to come at the place, the center, to come for the conference. Then number 6, him say, come and visit property you want to buy because we can finance it. We can help to finance, right? This number 7. Him say, come and tour the island, and you can tour the island in an island car rental, and you can use a digital phone that you're going to pay for use, right? Number 8, him say, rekindle connections here. So we're going to rekindle connections, family and friends. We're going to come to a conference for that. Number 9, him say, conference agenda, but he didn't say what the agenda was. He just said, come to the conference for the conference agenda. But that should be number 1.
Yeah, no, the conference agenda for invest. Because you say it's
what it is, and then make it number 1.
Yes.
But it's at number 9.
Yes.
Then the last one, him say, build stronger networks in areas you're interested in, right? No, that's why we're saying that this is a business conference.
Of course.
Most people in the diaspora cannot afford to go here and talk with them and put on $100,000, $200,000 to go buy a house or invest. Most people in the diaspora cannot do that.
Ratty, the next thing though, if you not go to Jamaica for 10 years, Ratty, and you go down there, you have your grandmother and them thing, down there, and some other family members, so you don't want to go spend time with them instead of go to the conference?
Yeah.
And stay at hotel. No, but they take the money there per night, 300 US, 40,000 per night. For the dish? No, but they take that and go spend amongst the people, them man. But you know none of it.
Well, I tell people, say, listen, I am telling them, do not go to this conference. This is a rip-off. Do not go.
Tell them to.
Have to go to Jamaica. Go and visit your family. Spend some money upon the economy. Big up yourself, big up your family and your friends and your neighbors. But do not go to this place with these people. Do not go to this place. You know what? I went back and I looked. I did some research at the previous conferences. And there has not been one conference where I didn't find a complaint saying that this is a talk shop. People come here and them just talk and them just want to take photographs. And this is coming from people who actually attended, who said, this is nothing more than just a talk shop and a chance to kind of rub shoulders with some of the people. I'm sorry, Patrick Beck, for this not here, because he would tell you, because he's been to several of them. I've been to one, and I would never go back. And I'm telling everybody right now, everybody who's similarly situated like me, don't go. Do not go. Run. When you see them send you the things, delete. When you see the thing come from the High Commission or the ambassador, delete it. Do not register. Do not go. You're wasting your money. You're wasting your time. Instead, go to work if you're in the diaspora. Come home, get your food, your chicken dinner, whatever you have, cock up your foot, and then just tune into the People's Conference, which is our conference, the real Global Jamaica Diaspora, the registered one. We are going to have our conference, and our conference will be about what? The issues affecting Jamaicans in Jamaica and over in the diaspora. That's what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about the issue, but solutions.
Good.
And the solutions will not be bring your money, come and come in, invest your money here and put some money over there and there. We don't have our money them way there. Our money not big. No. Them say them expect 1,000 people. Them say them expect 1,000. Believe me, I would have loved for them get 100. I would have loved for them get 100. Them
remember, we're going to give them the season this is when them start use the thing without not contact us. You know?
Oh, that's another problem.
Yes.
Ratty.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Ratty,
sir.
let me just finish on this note. Let me just encourage everybody who is listening and tune into this platform to make a generous contribution as it relates to the effort that you guys are really, or us, because I'm considering myself as a part of the family here, to contribute so that the work can go on. All right, you're doing human service. I agree wholeheartedly that the conference that is being put on in Mobile is essentially a business conference. I am not against a business aspect of the conference, but certainly you can ride and whistle the things that you guys are concerned about, or we are concerned about: education, health, the development of our people, etc., etc. Those are very important, and those are the things that the people in the diaspora have a vested interest in seeing improving, because people in the diaspora are expected to return to their homeland, Jamaica, sometime whether in the near or distant future. So it's very important. But I also believe that while doing that, the aspect of encouraging people to invest in Jamaica, that is also a good thing as well. So I don't think it has to be either or either. It can be a double prong approach for both things to happen. But certainly, from all accounts, what we're seeing from the government, they are not interested in highlighting those things, and that the diaspora are concerned about. The genuine people in the diaspora, like yourself and so on, they're about basically draw a cloth over our wool over people's eyes and just move along, while the masses of Jamaicans are at the peril. People are still going into hospital, cannot get a bed to sleep. And we saw where the Cornwall Regional Hospital started out at 1.8 million. It's 21 billion and counting, and the minister still has his job. We saw the faux pas that happened with the Constitution. Delroy Chuck still has his job, and the AG still has his job. We're still at a point right now where we don't know what is happening with the DPP, whether we are paying an acting DPP and we're still paying the former DPP. All those things need clarity. We are basically at a very, very sad point in governance here in Jamaica. All right, I have to leave you guys here. It's good talking with you.
You say aiding and abetting criminal must work. So when you have a government who are moving a criminal settings and everything, where so much money at and everything, you can't go and invest your money. You're aiding and abetting criminals. Them have to clean up. Education, health, and all these things have to clean. It have to clean. We have to keep away from them, because if you're aiding and abetting, then them not going to change.
Hold on. Yes. Jackie Pina, the chat said she disagree with me, because good or bad, it's people's choice if they want to go. I can't stop people from going. All I'm doing, Jackie, is telling them, don't go. The choice is up to them.
Absolutely, and you're right. You're right. You're saying don't go.
Yeah, if they want to go, them go.
Don't go.
And she said, let them go, and they can spy behind the scenes of what's
no investment neither.
No, the second part of that, Jackie. Here's what I want to know, Jackie, which a lot of people are not aware of. If you read the terms of reference, they have turned our so-called representatives into spies. They're asking them to collect information on us. It's written in there.
Well, how could I say a God? It would be remiss of me not to mention Terry Long, the junior minister, who disrespected two of the most noble persons that serve this country, PJ Patterson, Portia Simpson Miller, when he blocked out their face and talked about somebody who is on his team do it. The diaspora must lick out, and that it was shameful and embarrassment, and that took place outside of Jamaica. Can you imagine that?
Well, before that, I couldn't imagine it, but it happened. So it, right? It's our conference, right? It's a diaspora conference, but it's never held in the diaspora. Never.
Jamaica, that can't work again neither.
No, it can't work again.
No, because you live here, so you're in the diaspora. Jamaica in the diaspora.
And the people them want to talk about, and they come out with this nonsense saying, "Oh, but you guys, you know, mash up brand Jamaica." Well, we did that. We have a press release with
Grand
about
Jamaica.
30 points. And we are going to show them the press release, and we are going to show them, say, them a mash up Jamaica. And we just said, no, to stop mash it up. Them a mash it up with all of the things.
Tell the government to make China put back the gold in the flag instead of yellow. Where them a press. I know we are mash up Jamaica, them. Tell them put back the gold and take out the yellow in the flag. The first thing them for do, them a mash up Jamaica, yeah? When you change all the flag color, them a mash up Jamaica.
I'm telling you, look,
yes.
I'm telling my people, I'm telling my family, and I hope everybody here on the platform, and everybody within earshot or eyesight, I mean, when to tell family and friends who are going to say, don't go, say, tell them, say, Ratty say, no go. Don't go and support this nonsense. Don't go, because this is all about money making. It's all about money making. Them don't care about the people of Jamaica. They don't care about the people of Jamaica.
But you think of it, Ratty, can you imagine somebody do them 95 for buy a plane ticket, find money, maybe use them credit card and fly down and go stay in a hotel and I go listen nonsense to them ears. Say if you come and invest.
True.
When them now do not clean up the place, Ratty. Eh?
Yeah. Let me hear from
people and them family about them, man. I chop them on chop money, man. Them are scammers.
Hey, hold on. You know something else? There's another problem. No, they're selling tickets to an American company. American company responsible for when you register, right? It's an American company that collect the funds and all of them stuff there, and then take a piece out there. Now the question is, wait a minute. Who's doing the lobbying? Where is the money going? How is it accounted for? What if they have extras left over? How is that distributed? It's a whole range of financial questions that are problematic for them. So all of the people who are talking about them are Global Jamaica Diaspora representatives, be careful. Be very careful, because there might be a pair of Bangla wait pound. There just might be a pair of Bangla wait pound. And don't call me to come represent. No, please don't call me, because me not come. I'm not coming. Right? Me not get no trouble. I'm not get no trouble, you know. Them have my representative up in Philadelphia, Michelle Tolonil, Dervin, on this program told her that, look, based on his research, she's an agent of a foreign power and she should register. And if she not worry about it. And she said she not worry. She's not worrying. Well, she might not worry about that, but I want to tell her something. When she get the cease and desist letter and she go against it, she go and get a lawsuit, as you would have said. She go and get a lawsuit. She's going to have to come. She's going to have to go pay for it, because I can tell you right now, the Jamaican government is not going to pay lawyers for them. Jamaican government, them depend on them own.
Let me ask you though, Ratty, I'm going to ask Doctor again. If we engage them in what kind of discussion, what am I going to tell with? We want to see action. We don't want to see 8 years and not no move. And then what am I going to tell us? What am I going to tell us? Okay, we're going to set up, make sure the school right, and make sure the hospital them up to date, and make sure. What am I going to tell us? Just come some more talk without action behind it.
Doc, is that question at
yeah, you know, let me say this to you. Zoo had 4 principles of war. And one of them, one of the principles is not shoot. It's diplomacy, it's psychology, and it is trying to save the day. Basically, that's my interpretation. And if we both of us wholehearted in domino game, the game cold. So we want the people to understand that we are far more generous, far more patriotic, far more loving than these people seem to be. And we're not pretending. We love Jamaica. We love everything about it. So if we do, then we're prepared to do what is necessary to keep Jamaica afloat. You know, because that's in the end, we don't want to destroy Jamaica. No, so my view is if we can speak to anyone that can help us to make Jamaica a better place for our people, as you have so said all the time, the poor people, the people that really matter, not the people at the top but the people who have to worry about tomorrow and their children and what happens to the future of Jamaica. Anything that I have to do in my power to see that happens is what I'm doing.
Yes,
and it
so
doesn't matter where I came from, don't matter my background, as you know what my background is.
Yes.
I can see the importance of saving Jamaica. Look at the pictures you saw just last week of those school children behaving in the manner that they behaved. It's not a coincidence.
No.
Jamaica is heading in the wrong direction. It's not alone. No one government cannot do that. Everybody has to do it. Everybody has to step in. Everybody has to do what they have to do. And we have to do what we have to do as well. So to save the day and to make sure that we can have a Jamaica to come home to and to do the right thing to our people, then I will tell you the truth. I will be part of that. I'll be
All right,
part
so
of that.
Doc, you don't feel the government, can the government need for the more, you know? Them to start hold themselves accountable.
Listen. Yeah, I agree with you.
Hold on, Doc. Them need to start hold themselves accountable. Some impeachment, some people will start go to prison. Them need to do the people them work and stop go around the people them and be serious about it. When you're patriotic, we can't have so much money missing and not even one put themselves in a jail. Not even one get charged and sent to a prison.
Listen to me.
Let me
ask you a question. Let me ask you, Wayne. Let me ask you a question. Did you read the piece they put out, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, what they call a press release? Did you read what they said about it? If you just read some of the people, even in the that's what I was doing. Some people think I was sleeping, but I wasn't. I was looking at the responses to see what people are saying.
Yes.
They believe the lie. They believe the lie that we are the bad people. They believe the lie that we're the ones who started this. They believe the lie that not everything is fine in Jamaica. And anyone who tells me that Jamaica is without crime, Jamaica is not corrupt, and Jamaica is doing well, they are the ones. They are part of the problem, not part of the solution.
I'm going to tell you something.
Hold on, let me bring
if you're looking at the comments right here, you're reading, right? See, we have X amount of thousands of comments. These people know they are telling us lie. So although them have people like that, we call them troll. Because the government have some troll, some peer troll and some other people, but going at things like this and put on comments because them think it's very important. But it balances out with it if you're looking at in this comment section right now. Thousands of comments coming in. Okay. Then you know what time it is. So we don't follow them.
Hold on. Doc, let me get in Mystic. Particularly Miss Mystic. Actually, they are wait for a while. You know?
And heal up Mystic. Sorry about that. I mean, take your time. Your husband caused it. Don't blame it on me. See me at the side.
All right. Yeah, hope everybody. Hope everybody is having a wonderful weekend so far. Sorry, I came in late because I was at work. I actually came and got Baron set up and just rushed back out. I know Mr. Rattigan saw me. I wasn't running from the show. I had to run back to work. So you look at me. But it's a good thing, as I said last week, that we're doing here tonight. And we are just trying to get Jamaica in the right direction. And this is a good combination in terms of all of us coming together to just try and see how best we can steer Jamaica in the right direction. And as Doctor said that they are, trying to blame us for whatever issues are arising regarding the diaspora and other stuff that they're blaming us for, and people are believing the lies. And I think nowadays people are so much inclined in believing lies than believing the truth, because as I said to Baron the other day, it seemed like the way in which society is going now is right is wrong and wrong is right. There's no morality. The morality is down. Everything is down. Everything is alternate reality. Everybody make things up in their own way, how they see it, and they just put it out there, and then people tend to just grasp these propagandism that is going around. So I'm just gonna let Baron speak, and then if anything else, speak later.
Okay, thank you, Effie. I just want to say a few things as it relates to the diaspora, right? And just for people to really understand what is the diaspora, right? And then, I mean, it is clear that, right, the diaspora has to be, you know, out of the motherland, right? We are a group of people, right, form that diaspora. So when you have a government, right, try to inject itself in certain group of people, right, and where you have government ministers becomes part of that so-called diaspora. I mean, let us face it, it is not a diaspora. It doesn't represent diaspora, right? So let us take that in definition of what diaspora means. Now, having said that, right, I heard Lonesome, right, aka Tefla, what do you call the new thing?
The Titans.
Titan boss. All right. And which I definitely want to agree with Lonesome. And let me say, as it relates to you know, Dr. Francis. Dr. Francis speak on the issue of, you know, diplomacy between, you know, the Jamaica so-called diaspora and us. But when you look on this government, because I start to define this government as a rogue government, and as such, I'm more to lean with the part of, you understand, Lonesome, right? In terms of, you know, a full separation from them. Although, let me say this, Dr. Francis, I do, right, understand when you're talking about diplomacy, but this particular government in terms of their behavior, you can see where O'Brien clearly stated about Terry Longton, speaking about you know, two icon politicians and disrespected them in that regards. Now, let us look on the interests of the Jamaica diaspora, the government diaspora. Let us call it that. When you look at the interests of the government diaspora, as what Lonesome said, is right. You understand, target as it relates to business venture. But while there is nothing wrong with business venture, and we can merge both the business venture and social economic ventures as well, right? That is good. But their interests, it's all about business. Here we have some serious issues. The issues that we have, right? The first one on my list is reducing government corruption, right? That is a fundamental thing as it relates to $1.7 trillion being missing from our treasury, right? As a result of corruption. Now, we're talking about we having a crime rate, particularly number 3, spending over 1,000 from God he knows when. And which it shows that, I mean, under the Portia Simpson-led government, right, Portia Simpson handed it over as it relates to the numbers 1,208. And we have seen now that this government now continue to be deceptive, misinformation, disinformation, right, seems to want to blame the previous government while his government has not brought the crime rate under 1,208. But let me be straightforward here. I am not going to blame this crime situation on any one particular government, right? As we transgress through our development, right? You know, both government have to, you know, recognize that there's a serious issue, right, as it relates to what triggering, right, such crime rate. Now, one of the fundamental things, right, for any government or any country, any society, is to ensure that that particular society is educated. Why education is important? Education is important because through education, you're going to have your technocrats. Through education, you're going to have the relevant people who can make the decision and the relevant people who can build the economy. You understand, as it relates to stronger viability.
And so then education is critically important for society development. Now, what next? Health. Because we need a healthy society, right? And where you have a government that seems to put health on the backbench, then I mean that is critical. That is critical, as what O'Brien just spoken about as it relates to where you can see the underlining of corruption, where the project at Cornwall Regional Hospital started at 2-point-something billion, now extended in $21 billion. And when you look on the work being carried out, right, it is just a disgrace. It cannot be explained. Now, so these are the issues that the diaspora have. One of the fundamental issues that I have also as a part of the diaspora, why the diaspora cannot get involved in the electoral process, right? This is a number one situation in terms of we, the diaspora, right? When it comes to remittance, right? How much that we are injecting in our economy when it comes to remittance. And so then that is fundamentally important as it relates to the amount of remittance that, you know, we are injecting into the economy. So then why are we not important in terms of having a say in our electoral process as it relates to good governance? That give us a chance to choose, right, our leaders who want to represent us, right, from the diaspora and both from our mainland. And so then the mainland and the diaspora, you understand, have a say. But if you are going to be interested in the remittance and cut us out of the political involvement or the political process, that's a fundamental wrong. So my number one thing as it relates to our diaspora moving forward is try to engage. I'm not talking about engage as a government, you know, because I'm just not, not with the government. Try to engage Mark Golding, right? When we have our next prime minister, right? To have the merging of our diaspora involved in our electoral process. That would be a victory for us. That the diaspora really have a say in the political process.
Can I say something?
Yes.
I mean, I don't want to butt you, but everything that you've said, I agree with.
Thank you.
The only difference, you're saying it a different way. But you and I agree on everything that you have just said because it is true, it is just, and it's appropriate. But a country is judged by its leadership. An example must be set by the leadership. It says, exemplo ducimus. By example, we must lead. Okay? And so we have to, you know, to set the pace because we're here forever. So we have to set the pace for future generations. If we continue the way we are going right now, when I see what is happening in Jamaica among the children, among the things, the Chinese come to take over, they have a store down and sell all manner of foolishness, and nobody says anything. The government doesn't say anything. The hospitals, I hear that some people own funeral parlors and all that sort of thing. I am saying that whoever you are, the government must understand they must be the leaders. They must also, the diaspora, yes, we need to support the government. And we have been. I've been at this for 30 years. Okay? And we have been doing that. But has the government listened? Any government listened? That's the point I'm making. So you and I have the same, what should I say, goals. And I respect every one of them. And everything you said is true. You're not holding back. But we must decide what we want for Jamaica in the short, the medium, and the long term. That's all I'm saying. And we must try to get the people to stop the violence among themselves. I think that Jamaicans hate themselves more than anything else, right? I see other nations, Indians, Chinese, you know, Asians and what have you. They come together like a spider web. We are so separate like individual balls and empires. We don't like to see our people grow and go, right? We have to thank Rattigan for his boldness and and what have you, for having put himself in that position. When I met him, I didn't know he was so bold. Now that we have known each other for so long, I mean, that zinc fence really works for you, my brother.
Did you say old or bold? Did you say old or bold?
Bold.
It's a bold.
Old man, you're old too. You're not so young anymore. You're younger than me, but you're bold. The point I'm trying to make is this. Listen to me. This is what empowers. When people say to me, for example, and I'm straight up, that Rattigan is so. I say, listen to me. If you cannot demonstrate patriotism as Rattigan or anyone on this thing, don't say what you're going to say because you're talking foolishness. It takes a patriot to be up and talk for 8 hours. I am telling you, I have never done that before until I met Rattigan, talking for so many hours. And because my bedtime is important. The point I'm making is this: people who are out there, whether you're trolls, as Wayne said, or you're not trolls, or what are you there? Eat Kentucky or you don't. Okay? It no matter. You need to understand, and you're in Canada. You have a colder thing than me. Let me tell you something. The mere fact that we are here and so many people are listening, I want them to understand. Stop your foolishness. You have a son, you have a brother, you have a son who's a thief, a liar, and a murderer. You need to get away about this informer business, informer for that. We need to step education. You're talking about education. If it was not for that, I wouldn't be here talking to you as no doctor or whatever. Okay, because I'm a barefoot boy. I'm saying to you, however, we have to merge our thinking. We have to show them that we are better than them. We have to. We have to stand up. We have to be leaders, and we have to lead. We're not looking for nothing. We have asked for nothing. But you have given up your time, your effort, and your love for Jamaica. And it has to be evident. So I'm saying to us, as we sit here, we have to remember that. And that's the reason that I'm involved, because I know we are on the right side of history. Right? And so, I will continue to do it, and nobody can stop me. Thank you. Hey, Ratty, I tell you every day I was going to run out, but I don't want to run out, but you know what, go already. And when I get older, I get to go sleep.
No, we still have the fundraising thing we have to do. And we
Well, then do it, man, so that we can make some money in the Britain, because we know you're not a good beggar, so I want to beg for you.
Couple quick thing.
Huh?
Oh, JLP message not resonating with the electorate. Chang admits.
This may I try to show doctor, this may I show you, look.
Yes.
This just come out yesterday. Look.
Yes. But listen,
you know, but that's
the oldest labor right around us.
Yes.
You know, things me know
that. Okay. So me I tell you, so them
hold on.
Them do them children.
Hold on there. Did you say the oldest labor right or the boldest labor right?
Once again, both. Mr. Rattigan, I interjecting to tell you guys I've maxed out my talking limit.
No, go ahead, bro.
So I'll see you guys. Respect to everybody.
Isaac.
All right, take care.
Yes,
Hey, stay safe, Isaac.
We'll do.
Don't work Kentucky for tonight, tomorrow.
All right.
This speak volume here. Look. Just look on it. Me doesn't show the people them it. You know, when them come with troll, that does troll. But when you look on this,
yeah,
it's speak volume, yeah?
Wait. Let me tell you something. When I joined the Jamaica Labour Party, I sat right beside that same man. And I know him very well.
Let me just say that somebody in the chat, right, Patrick Godfrey, him say, Andrew Holness cannot run Jamaica the right and proper way. How the hell do you want to run the diaspora? Let me just say something. Jamaica is 146 miles long, 51 miles wide, 4,411 square miles. Small. You can't run that. You can't run your constituency because you have criminals in your constituency, including the woman who sell land.
The land.
Chop up the land, right. Yes. So you can't control the constituency over Tow Island, Part of Waterhouse, and Cockburn Pen. You can't control that. You cannot control your community. You can't control the government. You can't control the country. But you want to extend your reach now and come and control the diaspora. And with the
control
you don't know how you might be able to do that. That doesn't make any sense. The other thing too is regarding the electoral process, Mystic is completely right. And both parties have promised us that we should be a part of the electoral process. So we need to register. They need to give us set up the mechanism so we can register and vote from overseas, external voting. We don't need to do that.
They want to do that, Ratty. With people like us, we think out of the box. You think they want to do this because them sure we have them know what are going on.
But here's him though. Last year, I think it was last December, maybe the December before. Him say, yeah. Somebody asked him the question, and him say, yeah, you know what we're going to do. Him say, I wouldn't object to it, you know, constituent voting. No, people hear it and don't know what it means. Constituent voting minimum take the 4 or 5 million people overseas who say them want to vote and say, okay, you can only vote now one constituency.
In our
so one.
That don't make sense, Ratty.
It don't make no sense.
Yeah.
No sense. Him say we don't want, you know, people from overseas have any right for kind of like determine the government. So I make a vote in a one constituency, which is foolishness.
Yeah,
but
that's foolishness.
So mistake, I agree with you 100%. Next point, the minister, junior minister, he came out recently and said that they're upskilling. I never heard that word before until I heard it from out of his mouth. So they're upskilling the labor force in Jamaica to the point where the unemployment rate is 4%. It's actually 4.2, but they said it's 4%. And he went on to say, listen, we're making good money in Jamaica, so overseas it going to be less of a burden for you don't have to send money come. So me I tell my family members, everybody said, no money now come Christmas, no, December, I will preach it. No money going to Jamaica December. Make we see. Because him said they will make money. Him said they're making good money.
Ratty. Them have a thing to say, make for say anything.
All right.
And that come out, tear him out.
Last point I want to make is simply this. Think about this. I take my car, go to the mechanic, and I want him fix the headlights, right? Him take my car, and him say, listen, I'm going to use your car for go to the dealer to get the parts. All right? I'm going to say, fine, no problem. You use it wherever you want to. Just get the headlights fixed. Him call me and tell me, say, the starter now work. Then him come back and him say, the alternator now work. Then him said, this now work, that now work. Then I go for my car. Him said to me, say, well, him fix the alternator and him fix the starter. And all of a sudden, I'm supposed to feel good. Remember now, you know, my car go there to the man just fix the headlight. And then him fix all of them problems that happen upon film watching now. I know him might come now, he might give me all kind of argument. Similarly, when them get the murder rate, it was 1,208, as Mystic said. 1,208. So if you want to impress the Jamaican people, you better get it back to 1,208 or below. You can't get it at 1,300, 1,400 and talk about crime is going down and that. No, crime is up from 1,208. You get it at 1,208. And keep in mind, when it was at 1,208, he was preaching to the people of Jamaica saying crime too high. I am the guy to solve it. I will make sure you sleep with your windows and your doors open. 1,208 is just too much. And now it's 1,300 and something. And he was telling me, at one point it was even 1,600 and something in 2017. Yes. Yeah. And he was say, crime gone down. No, crime not gone down because you preach the crime was too high when it was 1,208. So get it to 1,208 or below and we will be impressed. Otherwise, crime is high. Because we're using the 1,208 marker that you preached against. You preach against it's a 1,208 too high. Yeah. So get below 1,208 and then we're good. Herbalist.
Okay.
There are breaking news here, you know, but me not call a name. No. But 1 hour, you know, we have correspondent all about. And I'm going to tell you half here. And you can fight, you can laugh, but me not call a name. Ronnie, I say, you know. Them see one of the diaspora representative, thus today, since evening, and ask if them work with certain person. That nobody think of you. We just saw somebody around there, so. Not you, Doc. Take yourself out like that, not you. Them say, absolutely not. So, I will tell you, who Ratty. But them, them want some fire around there.
Them not work with
you who. I will tell you who.
Them not work with you.
Eh?
Them not working.
But I wanna around them must say them not work with. Absolutely not. So Mr. will tell you, Mr. will tell you who hold it down.
This is like we're giving that. Yeah, we assume say I wanna wear around here so.
I wanna wear around them attack.
Yeah. So when you tell the people them is that do not support this bogus conference, this business conference. We don't have no money. Send no picnic, go to school, put food on the table, put a little money in the bank. Don't spend no money, go down there for this bogus thing. Yeah? And by the way, them people who claim to them a diaspora representative, they are agents of a foreign power. They must spy on the people. Them tell them in the terms of reference, they must collect information on you, which them pass to the people. It's written inside the document itself. And them not represent nobody. In fact, nobody even know them. Ask any representative. Ask anybody. Just pick somebody at random and say, hey, you know who your representative is? Ask anybody from Florida. Just ask them. Ask anybody from New York. Ask anybody from DC. Who are your representative? They don't know.
Ratty, me want to have two couple things. Me want to say.
You just read it, but not say nothing.
Hold on, wait. You know what me want to say to you? The man them send a message to me say, I hope them me don't think me can come back to Jamaica. So that's one. So and they let me tell you something. It's not hold on. It not mean so what I'm saying. I'm not joking. You have some people. That's what they're doing. They don't want to do the dirty work. They want people to do the dirty work for them. So I want you to understand. Yes, I want you to understand that these people are serious and they know what they're doing. They can't do it the right way, so they're doing it the wrong way. And we have to make sure that people understand that we have the metal to stand up to anything that they can. You talk about leaning into the wind. We have to make sure dig deep and lean into the wind all the time. So let me say this, Ratty, it's time to get some money to do what we're supposed to do. So please, let's go there. Let's try to get
some kick off the fundraiser now.
All right, yes. So we could kick off some fundraiser now. So people, last week we tell them about the PayPal. Now we have the PayPal right here. See it front away.
The link
and this is the scan.
QR code up there.
Yeah, you see the PayPal here. So now have the PayPal now. Yeah. We have Cash App to we have Cash App as Zelle.
Them can go to the OJLDF. We're gonna put that up. We'll bet this run for about 5 minutes to the people them overseas because the people them overseas can't use Zelle and a lot of them don't want to use a credit card or debit card. So you can use a QR code or you can use that link right at the bottom of the screen.
All right. So here what me ask you for now. Remember see who are first, this second and third it, fourth, fifth it, or 100 it. Remember go see who first and just knock we up same time. And then we have some merchandise, Ratty. You can put up under the shirt. Because some people ask me about some people ask me about the shirt, I mean Ratty. Put up the shirt on screen. Yes.
Oh, and I just want people to know. I want people to know, say, people find out who your representatives are and the issues that we are raising. I want you to raise them with your representatives to see if they're real representatives. Because what you're likely to hear is that they're going to take it to the ministry. And that's exactly what's going to happen. So,
see people ask me about the shirt. It's if you can see the t-shirt. Remember, so we can do it, make you see better. We have one of different camera we have on tonight.
You want a large and a medium.
Yes, see Ratty, see there?
Depends on
okay.
Shirt.
Okay. Yeah, $25 for the shirt. I'm going to show you the shirt.
Yeah, so $25 for the shirt. Because they want the price.
The uniform that for me at 10. The uniform.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, they just. Oh, hold on there. Let me. How about this? Oh, Kevin, where are they? Kevin gone. Oh, 10 o'clock.
Those don't want to pay for our uniform, I know, you know.
All right.
Not fun it, man.
All right. Right away.
So we're going to pay for the uniform.
Only people on the panel at first, you know.
Yeah.
I'm not getting no text.
No, man, I've been listening to some people, watching some people, and they have already put money in the Zelle just now.
Oh.
Yes, I miss it.
Yeah, man.
In money and so on and so forth. So people just do it. Do what you have to do. You know, and make sure it works. You know, because you know, this America can't get up without good saddle and good shoes and good food in their belly.
So,
all right. So
one large and one medium for my wife here.
All right, sir. All right. Respect. Medium. All right.
Remember, it's US dollars now, you know, not Canadian dollars. You know.
No, US him no, man.
Wait, hold on. I chop that up my brethren, man.
You know, man.
Oh, by the way, me tell if we go on Alliance then, you know, and you know, remember, you know, me tell if we go on Alliance then, you know, somebody will place our place that.
All right, sir.
Jamaica Ex-Soldiers Association in Canada.
All right, sir.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
So when them a run up them mouth about who this, who's that and that, me not worried about them. We're all over the world. And we're not afraid of them.
Yeah, man. All right. All right. So when you start use up the PayPal and then you have the other links and just see the other link on top yourself. So when you just sign up now and send me see Herb.
Oh, so you want to pay it in a PayPal loan, sir?
No, them have the PayPal day, but do it like how you
Anyone can pay PayPal, man. Anyone you want.
Anyone of
PayPal
them.
Zelle. I said it no matter. PayPal or
Anyone
Zelle.
of them.
Or Cash App.
Herb, tell me where you see come in, Herb. Give me some name there. Give me some name there. Something I run in, Herb. Check
Hold
it,
on.
Herb. Yes. So Herb, I make check then on the first in family now. Please and thanks. First Herb. When I have a first Herb. Before him log in. Him a log in and look now, you know. See him start look there now. Come on now. Chabati that tell them say this and that, but me I tell them say, oh no, let me see who I come first, second, third, fourth and thing. Oh, me have a big up from last week. Me have a big up. Herbert. Yeah, man, can they tell you that thing the last week? Yes. So Herbert from last week, so my big up.
Herbie T. Yeah, Herbie T was the first one who signed on today for the program, you know.
Yes,
Irene Brooks says, she, how do I pay
put the link in the chat for me, Herb. Put the link in the chat.
Well, Irene Brooks says how she pay her money for a t-shirt. That's a question.
No, she can just do the PayPal and then she just text off to where the address and thing.
The hours loan, sir?
Because this
15 hours?
Pin the link. The link up so in the thing there.
The shirt's coming.
Have you seen hours loan, sir?
Yeah. Put the code in the chat from a Herb.
All
right.
All
right, we'll figure that out and get them to you in Jamaica.
All right, so
hold on, they can
C-shirt them, man. C-shirt them, man.
See the shirt, man. Read them. Beautiful. Push it back, yes.
Yeah,
man.
See there? Call to action against the corrupt government of Jamaica for corruption, backside, poverty, crime, broken promises.
You see it? Up to the shirt, we are talking about. This is what we are talking about.
Violations, financial disclosures, the whole works like that. C-shirt them.
In a black?
High quality, best quality actually. See that? Only $25. Only $25. Don't holler.
All right. Can't they might get some colors too, you know. You get some colors. Black, we are checking because you get the black them too, you know. We're getting some colors. Them that are white, but you get some, you know, people just are they get them the black and everything else, you know.
I think we should encourage the people to donate their money for the t-shirts and we name who they are and we allot the t-shirts on that in the or wherever.
You need hands? You can't send go deal with it now. Send the link. All right, Jaflex. So put the link up here, so Herb.
Hold on, I'm coming.
Yes, put the Zelle link, put the PayPal link, and put the
That's up.
Yes. No,
Max, with the t-shirt, the people who are come on New York, them say them want the back, them want the span back for memorialize them actually supported the New York protest or they were at the New York protest. But we can get your t-shirts without anything on the back. That's fine.
Yes.
Yeah, we can get you, or we can get you work if we go Miami or DC. On the back, we can just put the New York, the DC address and the embassy. Oh, Millicent says she wanted the blue, orange.
All right, so hey, let me tell you something. Here what me I get now people, you see, make people at England we're supposed to sleep. Yeah. It look bad for you know. In the state and thing, you know. Hear this. Listen here. I know she not playing now, yeah.
Wait, me not telling lie, me just say, hey, that shirt that body, we and want my shirt, you know. You pay for my shirt now, then me text you my address. You don't know my thing already. Yeah, my shirt. No. I like that it bad. I can't get a green tights. Match something. Remember when I come to England, you know?
Yeah. You think a joke can make on now? It's bad, you know. But you think, say, you know, sister sleep or something, not this, them a text from UK. No, man. Let's see the blue one. Jaflex, you say blue. All right. So some people want them things. So when you just send in and just do that, I want to text in on the name. When you send in the money, you see it come in here.
All right.
Yeah. For the shirt, that's 25. So, you know, they may send and buy the shirt. And then just send on the thing and then, you know, yes. Get it out through, yeah, man. Yeah,
These are the uniform, you know. These are the uniform for.
I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I see 6 donations already.
All right, 6 coming already.
Yeah.
Yes. I wanna and the one them want buy the shirt, want to just put for a shirt, yeah, for t-shirt. Please and thanks. So we know the donation different from the t-shirt.
And what we need to do is find out what them there because I go New York. If New York, we can drop off the shirt next week.
Yeah.
7 win.
All right, 7 coming. All right. So yeah, man, to do that. The one who purchase the shirt.
8.
Yes.
We're up to 8 now.
All right. So 8 gonna double it in a like 1 minute, no man, 16. Double it. Not even 1 minute, that too long. Double it, 16. Yeah, man. One has a double it, man. 16, man. Yeah. Yeah, man. Shirt, them are take shirt to Manhattan too, you know. Yeah, man. Shirt on the boat. Yeah, man. All right, so the information, Jaflex still ask for the information. Put up the herb tea. Put up the information for me now.
What up? Which information?
In the chat, yes, sir.
I'll do some addition here.
Okay, do it. Yes.
Janelle, we don't have we can order Forex. It's not a problem. We just need to know.
Yeah. So you get
Valerie, we'll get the shirts over there, the New York hotel.
Oh, wait, I said somebody bigger than me today? Forex?
Yeah.
But me think the only marker man here was Ratty. And Wayne.
Yeah. But we run from the weight, you know, because you know it already. Ratty, I know me a yell laugh, don't.
See there? People don't need to come out in the numbers and New York, you know. And like we say, we don't have no rain date. So that is it. Rain or shine, we are go out there and we are going to do it.
Man.
Right?
People must know to Ratty that they can't be. They must tell people that they are, you know, they follow us, they follow you, they follow it because people are saying, hey, this is a 91 or 2. Can you imagine the junior minister of finance? I don't know where he come from. I'm talking about it is 4 of us. He can't even count in 2. I mean, he must have, you know, can you imagine that? I mean, I'm so upset with a man who's supposed to have a law degree. I mean, you know, my God. You know, you're going to get up in front of people and then...
All right, there's that information coming now, yeah? Sorry about that, doctor. There's that information coming now. You soon put it up, Herb?
Yeah.
All right, soon put up. Yes. Waiting on that, yeah. Zell. Everybody asks the Zell now too, you know. T-shirt cost $25.
All right, if the PayPal people them don't, can put up the Zell if they want.
Put up the Zell.
All right, hold on a second.
Put in the chat, yeah? See the PayPal there? See the Zell there? Zell go up.
To the Zell there. And...
All right, you see the barcode there? When you just use your phone and just scan over the barcode, you see the Zell. Yeah?
All right.
Just put it over it and you see it come up. Click it and it come up. See it, huh? Yeah, man. Information.
Current.
See it? You see me just put it over it and you see it come up. See it there?
Mm-hmm.
You see it? Yeah, man. See it there? All right. Yeah, man. All right. Yeah, man. The size, how the size, man. You just saw the size, man.
Large, medium large, No. We have large, extra large, double extra large. We're gonna order some
Double
medium.
X.
We're gonna order some
Order
medium.
triple X.
You want triple X too? Okay.
No, just I could see with them what them I say as first. Who weigh them size there?
I'm looking at that is which brand.
Yeah, the English crew are coming now, you know. At 3:40 in the morning, and the people them tune in and they must say, yeah, them glad PayPal up.
Like where you sleep, you know.
So the PayPal them are coming now?
And that's
Yeah.
nothing.
All right, good.
With the extra
This QR code right here is the Zelle. It's for
That's the
Zelle.
Zelle.
Yeah, that's for Zelle. I'm going to put up
Probably
the.
you need a small, no problem. Just hear this when you send no and you
Just no,
right
not
now, just order it.
PayPal.
Yeah, just order it. And
Okay, I'll turn the back of the shirt and let the people them scan the code. Well, them can scan it off of the screen still. All right. Hold on there. See it there?
yeah, bless. Bless
You
it.
can, man. Go get them on the website.
Bless it. Nope.
Leprechaun said me is a small person plus my lady, so we need small shirt. All right.
Let's look on the PayPal link and just send right through the PayPal. See the PayPal link and this way just check out the PayPal link right now. See the donate. The PayPal, right? And you just say you can just donate right now, yeah? All right. See the link PayPal? Just donate through the PayPal link. Cool. Melissa called me so you see this.
Money Brown, yeah, we are I think about the logo. Maybe that charge too much money to put the logo upon it, but yeah, Missy Bram right. So charge $5 extra for postage.
All right, so that's it. I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna play this. Can I live closer to you, so we'll put it up. But we have it up there now, so you might pay for him shirt now. Hear this.
Yeah, we big up. Live closer to Rattigan. No need to put up a link so I can pay for my shirt right now and now. Two, Rattigan need to turn on the super chat on YouTube because not everybody want add their credit card to nothing. It quicker for them just click on the super chat and the pay same time just like Apple Pay. And then them can make the different. They can make a $10 super chat, they can make a $20 super chat, can make a $2 super chat, they can make a $5 super chat. Them something that people see, the quicker for people just click on it. Not everybody have a time to go get up your credit card and thing while them are watching and all of that for go type in. None of them think it's easier.
So I'm use everything.
The only problem with it is that Kevin was telling me with super chat, them take out him say something like them somebody take out some money.
Oh, okay. So we know one, yeah.
Yeah, so I say you
Not
don't
can't work this because different thing that. So
yeah.
it can't do that, yeah.
Super chat, YouTube take too much.
Yeah, man. All right. So
You can
put up the shirt. So yeah, this brethren. So we know you watch now. So you way to just see the thing in the cross at the ratty. Yeah, man. Bless.
Yeah, him can give me a call.
Bless. Yeah, man. Yes. Yeah. You have an issue, but here this one on me up on a live now. So yeah, we'll do something now. So maybe talk back to you tomorrow when I go up on my live because I'm back. Yeah? Can we up on a live, we'll finish up something now, yeah? All right, cool. Yeah, man. Let me see what Anya said now.
Yeah, we are true because me like use PayPal. As well the gentleman I said, me like use PayPal, but the double, that's something that me can't get it like that. And
No,
then me don't want to go back.
No, but you don't use PayPal. You don't hear this. No.
All right, so paper. See, I see the QR code for PayPal.
All right, hear this. When you put the PayPal in, you don't have to put in the double. It just come in itself, too, you know. PayPal.com that you see the station donate and that you just do the same thing, yeah? Yes, all right. So take the barcode. See they put up the barcode. Yes. The Q code, just use it. The Q code. Use the Q code. Yeah? Yes. Just put the phone over that and just run up and you just do it, yeah?
Please tell the people them that the size, they must put the size that they want in the
and put the size too. Yes. Put the size.
We're not exclusive.
And then when you send off on a pay, just send off and just say, if a donation for one of the t-shirt, you just say this you pay for your shirt. This is your donation plus this is your shirt. And then you just deal with the level there,
Well, they have to add shipping on it, okay? Shipping our cost like.
Oh, the shipping, yes. You have to put the shipping on it. Yeah? That's our car shipping because when you send a shirt come all them places now, you say shipping, it's a bigger than the $25. Yes. Sure, about the shipping.
The people in New York can't wait till either next week when we come up or them can't wait till the week after for pick up for them shirt.
Yeah, the one them in like New York, one them come up. Yes.
New York, Connecticut, New Jersey, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Maryland, DC,
yeah.
Maryland, DC, Jersey, New York, Connecticut. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, man. All right. Yes, man. So herb tea.
And herb tea, check out.
Yeah, man. So, because see the people that move up saying, yeah, man. You say cash up, yeah. Standard shipping costs around $5. It depends on the way, because overseas, the UK, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that.
Yeah, man. All right. So the cash up, definitely not get cash
No,
up.
I don't have cash up. We have PayPal. Yeah. And the link is right at the bottom of the screen, above the ticker, and then the QR code is up.
And then when you go on the site, and then you see everything on the site also, yeah? Yes. Yeah, man.
Okay, Vanilla. All right. Yeah. All right. No problem, Vanilla.
Yeah, man. All right.
Somebody's asking about a Canadian pickup location. A Canadian pickup location.
Well, what we could have done, we could arrange with Lonesome so that him have a printer, just print it up there.
No.
It'll be cheaper and easier.
Yeah, that's true. You can't hear him right now.
Missy Bram, I hope you show up tonight,
Yeah.
I'll play some message music tonight and things. Lonesome, what we talk about? We'll talk to you offline about it. Are we forget the shirts to Canada? Them
All
shirts,
right, yes. Yeah. We'll make just ship one time to them because you don't ship 2 times. So what them do, them just text to them address. So it's simple.
Now come next week, but I don't know if the shirts will be ready. They're printed.
No problem, man. When them done print, we just send it. Them just send them address and let's pay for them shirt and send. And then when them send them address, it's simple. We just send one time. Send it out.
Okay.
Cheaper way there. Yeah. Hold on there. Yes, brother.
Angela. Yeah, me other Manhattan. Other Manhattan.
All right, so you're my virgin, I say. Yeah, talk to me.
Your money straight,
All right, so extra large.
Your money straight, extra large.
You know what, extra large.
Please, no. Yeah, man, no, lift me out in a papa.
All right, sir. All right, extra large.
Don't lift me out, I beg you.
All right, sir.
This time, me don't want to vex with you and Rattigan and a papa.
All right, no, man. You're good.
All right.
All right, sir.
No respect.
Yes. All right,
extra
sir.
Extra large on my one.
All right, cool. Yes, sir. You see, people wear a shirt to the Ratty. What we're going to do, extra large. Take down some sitting. What we're going to take it on, I will know the size, so we have the one of that work out and everything,
Yeah, the size easy. I just have a call back the guy tomorrow. We call him tomorrow and you can print some small and some medium. And somebody asked for what? 4X?
Yeah.
A rupee asked for the 4X, I think.
No. Leave me alone. Are you asking the 4X?
You say you don't want a 4X rupee?
No, sir. No, I'm a 2X.
Hey, rupee, easy yourself, man. We are going like, you want the thing tight up on you. I mean,
I have no such ambition.
Yeah.
Not tight up, nothing.
There's no title nothing.
Put the link, Droplex. You try the Zelle link or the
The
PayPal.
Zelle, they drop the Zelle. Put up the Zelle for me now, Herb. All them stay now. One of them double up, Herb.
Gone to 9.
From the time 9.
Yeah, 9.
No people made it there 8, man. I forgot 9. One more, man.
Oh, Benil. All right.
Yeah, man. Oh, them to pick up for them.
All right, number 10 just come in while I was trying to type that.
Oh.
Let me go look and look. So respond.
They reach like 20 already, man. 10.
And we have 282 devices on.
Yeah, no, man. Come on, no, man. I have to do something, man. Come, yes, man.
Yeah, the QR code that you see up there on the top right, that is the QR code for the PayPal.
Yes. Put up the Zelle for me now, because some people are asking the Zelle. I want to give them the Zelle now.
All right, let me give them the Zelle right now. See the Zelle, they'll come up here now. That are the
All right,
Zelle.
see the Zelle now, people. Yeah.
Hey, we'll take any amount. Somebody send us $2. That's good. Just send something.
Yeah, if everybody up right now send us $2, we in good shape.
Yeah. But what I can tell you before the night done, before, but you said that, me know, you soon somebody send $100, you know. And somebody can beat that, you know, for the night. And you have to call them, you know. 1,000. Somebody, them go up there, man. You have to say $2, I say somebody will go $100 before we finish talking. Just send $25 for a shirt. That's a Brooks. Irene Brooks. All right? So Irene Brooks, you have a link though and make you know the size and them thing there. Link Ratty, link me, link Herb, you know, link Dr. Francis, you know, Mystic. Just link us. Yes, man. Yeah, man.
Oh, so somebody said do from large up to 5X. Arupi put that in there?
No, but I saw it. You know.
Oh, them like the room. All right. So he said some people that want to donate, me know want to buy on the shirt. That push the little donation pan it like Karate say, you know. Yes. And then have to put a little shipping and angling there, so you know, because you know $25, but you remember it have to ship off set speed, yeah? So you just put an extra there so when it ship off. So it's easier, you know? Yes. That's a simple thing for the nature. Beat and teach. A simple thing that. Yeah, man.
I want to tune in later. In about an hour, so we'll play some really serious music, some message music, some reflection reggae. Them are the kind of music you're not going to hear when you come at the protest. I'm not going to love it. Trust me. Yeah, no, man. If I get the
say if you spell out the Zelle, phone acting up. No, put it in the chat. Put it in the chat, Herb. Just put it in the chat.
All right.
Somebody's asking to spell out the Zelle. This is the phone number is acting up. No, the phone is acting up.
Well, you know, everybody can't call at the same time. That's what happened.
It's the wrong. Yeah, you're right.
That's it. Kirk just called me and tell me say you need to put up the cash app because he want to make donation.
All right, so let me move that banner here then. Sorry, let me move that banner.
You can add it to it.
The cash app QR code there.
All right.
Somebody asking for the phone number too.
Ratty?
Yes, so we shouldn't combine the T-shirt sale with the contributions, and that's a good idea.
No, it not combine, you know. That's how I ask the people. I go just tell them Ratty. So who making the contribution? As I say, if you're buying a shirt, you have to put that and you have to add something to it, maybe a $10 or something, because I remember it have to ship out, you know. So you know, put just the $25 to the shirt. So you're gonna get the shirt. So you need to add something. And that's T-shirt. And then you just contact us and know you pay and just, you know, herb seat, you know.
No, man, went to Thursday.
And then you make your contribution different. Yeah?
We're up to 11 now. 11.
So one
11.
more. Come on, my thought. That's 11.
No, 11 donations, you know. I gotta add up the money.
Oh, that's a donation. That's another. The one them. It's different. The one them will buy the shirt. Them.
Okay, I see.
Maria says she want the QR code spell out. Reggae girl, you know, come listen to me. Disappointed, man. Oh, Mr. Brown said my
All right,
donation.
Maria Williams, they can donate. Just use the QR code right here. Yes. More than $10. Okay. So JNL says shipping. Charmaine says shipping price is more than $10. So I'm gonna make up that on that here.
What a question.
Princess says she'll buy at
turn on the phone tonight. They might realize it. Yeah. TSA, you know, we shouldn't combine the t-shirt.
No. So that's what I'm say. Who buying the t-shirt, please just make a little note. You have to pay for the t-shirt that different.
We have to look and see who ordered the t-shirt. You know,
yes.
Who ordered the t-shirt. Okay. Cashier said donation tonight will be $25 as a sponsor for a t-shirt. Okay.
Yeah, but it have to have shipping though, because shipping it a cost, you know. Yes.
Well, we have to just find out, you know, where most of the people them live. Because if most of the people live in New York, it's not a problem. If most of the people live from Maryland, from Virginia to New York, it's not a problem.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
If you send it ordinary shipping, it will cost less if you put it in there. But then you have to have a what do you call it? Somewhere you can track it. Yeah, tracking it a little bit more, but
yes, true.
Yeah, track it.
Yeah.
Anyway, gentlemen and ladies and gentlemen, I have to
because next week show are the last show before the protest.
Exactly.
Next week show are the last show before we hit the road.
Yes. In June, you know.
Right.
Up in June there. Yeah, man, in June, man. Correct. In a June, man. Remember, it's a blast, you know. It's a blast. But Ratty, your brethren supposed to come check you up in Canada, not you. In Canada, sure.
Anyway.
I never more dead, but me I got dead.
No, man, I said the one with him tie. Yeah, him not, yeah, man.
I said, no, that's what I said. Him I got dead. I don't know if he will be there, but I will be there.
Because the people them look out for him, you know. Them ready, you know. Yeah, man. They want to answer some question, you know. Yes.
So my friend said, in touch said that we shall print the shirts in Canada. I said, I send them to Canada. We can send you the thing.
Yeah, I will print them over here. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Anyway,
so they want them in Canada. Make it easier. So yes, we can order them then.
Yeah.
Gentlemen and ladies, if there's any I gotta run. So you take good evening and you know, you gotta get my beauty nap. All right. All right. You take care.
Take care. Take care, Doc.
Yes. All the best.
No respect. Yes.
And the family, everybody. Take care.
So we're up to 13.
Up to 13.
Because
but the 13 a donation are the mix.
I think it's mixed, you know, because it's not giving me the difference.
But here we can look at the difference. So you have some people are saying like they get $25.
Yeah.
More things.
Yeah. Well, I've seen 1 or 2 of those.
That's 1 and 2.
So
Okay.
here's what happened. Kind of to them people there. What we learned tonight is that maybe we shouldn't combine them. You know, maybe we should just take the donation.
Well, William said she does make $100 donation. You see, me tell you when I come in.
I saw that.
You saw it, all right? Yes. Yeah, me tell you, somebody at the top, you know, before me not tell you, man. Me tell you, you know. You see, man, I call me Nostradamus, you know. Not Nostradamus, you know, that belongs to Andrew. Nostradamus. Not Nostradamus. Nostradamus belongs to Andrew.
No, we don't have Cash App. We have PayPal. Cash App, them say take too much money. When you send it, the fees them charge is too much money. So PayPal is a bit, yeah.
Mrs. says she send, but not for t-shirt. Okay. Okay. Yes. Yeah, man. All right.
Well, we have to go this. Well, we have to know. We have to go figure out now who pay for t-shirt and all that stuff.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
No, but it's simple. It's simple for them to just them have the number. Just text us, and then make we know. Yes. Yeah.
and then we can go back and look at this.
Oh, somebody has said for them
what
25
number
of
you using for
donation
the
to here.
667 Ratty?
What was that?
The text number, is that the 667 number?
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Yes.
669-8569. They can just text me on that number.
All right.
Text on this number. Let me put up the number.
All right. So anything else coming in? All right. See something that's coming in there. One more $100. Me not tell you, man. Me not tell you something Nostradamus, man. See? But who no go 110 and top that now? Come just say next 100 just come in, you know. Yeah? Abina. Yes. Yeah? Yes. So Cody, 100. So who gonna top that one now? Oh, Missy says she donate every week, so she not top no one. But who gonna top the one that we know? Make us see who gonna top the one now. Starker, you don't say $300 just now? $300. Look if it's $300 just come in.
Somebody just sent 300.
Yeah.
How did they do that?
You sent 300.
Yeah, Queen Shira said, hey, everybody who depend it right now, the 2100 devices, just put $1. If you put $1 in it, yeah, Queen Shirt. The link on the website. We're going to work on that this week. And let me just make it clear to everybody: the T-shirts, we don't physically have them yet. They're in print, and the guy told me that they should be ready by Wednesday, the latest this Friday. He said, if they come by Wednesday, I'll take them to New York with me. If not, then I'll take them the following week to New York because I'll be in New York early. I'll be there like midweek.
Oh.
I'll have them.
But you say you send it for the donation. Which name it into? Which name you send it to? Yes.
Somebody said them want to put Paula. Nobody's safe until Paula is behind bars. Oh, the phone number is at the bottom of the screen. If you want to just text 667-369-8569.
Yeah, I'll get the link on the website too, for all of that, yeah?
You'll put the link. Everything just seemed like I go warp
It's
speed. Like,
coming now, Herb. You see it?
Who just send it? PayPal?
Where you send it? PayPal or what? Where you send it?
Last one I have is $100 from PayPal.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, you send it. All right. So what we're doing is gone up to now tonight. So we beat last week. Not yet.
Not yet. Hold on.
see what people them here, you know. I want them citizenship here, I want to know. They want by decent. Loans, I mean, I get one of them citizenship here.
That me I say. Our people them that.
Yeah, citizenship.
So Jamaica. So you forget citizenship in Jamaica now, buy one now.
Upon the second one.
Marriage. Descent, neutralization. Oh, so when we go to Jamaica, what we need to get a citizenship from down there.
No, but when I say is that I want the one by way of descent, not descent. One by descent.
Oh.
That's a decent citizenship.
Oh, okay, via decent. Okay.
Yeah, man. We have some brain surgeon. I put out them things over there from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
I didn't put out this.
Yeah, man. See, I feel them one man. See, right? That's the man.
Okay.
The man Pika. The man Pika put them brain together. You know.
Upper bedroom, me attack.
Yeah,
upper bedroom with winter.
Yeah, them put them brains together, man. And when them put them brains together, this is how them come up with, you know. You get that
okay.
By decent.
Yes.
360.
So the way they say they don't want nobody too arrogant then.
No, and the other thing is that you have to go to Jamaica for get your passport, you know. That you have to go forget your passport. Forget about applying for passport overseas. Just go to the conference, go to the business conference, and you will get passport.
The man, the cash up.
I wish I could tell you what decent naturalization is. The one I know of is descent.
95.
I don't know about descent.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think she was saying 3%.
Decent naturalization is descent.
Yeah.
You get you acquire Jamaican citizenship through birth, marriage, descent.
25.
Descent is like if you're born overseas and your parents are Jamaicans. Then
you carry for them birth certificate and thing. But I bet you just called me last week. And him I say him have him birth certificate good there. And him got a birth certificate place the other day. Just last week.
50.
And them I tell him, so them can't find him. Them can't find none with him. And it must have gone up. Seriously, Ratty. The man I blow steam. I said, I talk back to you, man. Them say them can't find him thing. So I have to go back for the school. And the man a big old man I know him. All the school must have destroyed already. They have to go back and go look for him teacher.
9.
Man, we are nearly 70 over.
9.
If you go back and look for him teacher, go back to him school and get the things them and go back to him teacher. You ever hear anything like this, Ratty?
No, sir.
Find some people who know him.
Then look at no lonesome. If I go down to Jamaican, right? You can apply for permanent residence, you know. Even though you're born a Jamaican, you have your passport, you know. See to why so you can apply for permanent residence.
Yes. We don't that for me, no, please and thanks. I winter on it, you know. Winter take it up the turn in a bedroom already, you know. Him know me and him not take the upper peak, you know. Winter. You hear what I'm saying? Winter. Yes. All right. But them say that's Ratty.
Them say right here so that when you go there, when you go to the conference, you can do immigration, you can get immigration services assistance. And one of them is that if you want to be a permanent resident in Jamaica, then you're good, you know. Remember now we know, folks. Remember now we know.
People that diaspora call, you know.
Yeah, because remember now, them advertise it as a diaspora conference, meaning that Jamaicans living abroad. That's what them advertise it as, you know. And so then when you come now as a Jamaican living abroad, whether by marriage, birth, or descent, not decent, then them say you can apply for your permanent residence, you know. So I don't know how that going to work. Me show up with my Jamaican passport and then me apply for permanent residence. I don't understand that one day. I'm show up, I'm a Jamaican by marriage, and then me say, but I wanna stay here permanently. I don't understand that one day, you know. So no, so I don't know which brain surgeon and rocket scientists I work for them people, but if this is any indication of what the conference are gonna be like, don't go. Do not go. Do not go.
But on a serious note, if the government want invite you to come spend money and come invest, the first investment me talk for my art, you know. If this is something I go on good in Jamaica, you encourage the people them in Jamaica. For them to eat a piece of food and make the first money, make them invest. No security. And then
but
to reap the success of what you say going in Jamaica. No people in the diaspora want to live down there.
Ratty,
yeah.
You able to answer the call-in number?
The phone is right yourself, but if we turn it on now, it will run the whole night, man.
Just turn it on temporarily. Somebody going to try to reach you.
We only have, we'll go till 11:30. I'm not turning it on now.
All right.
People, the number is flashing at the bottom of the screen, 667-369-8569. That's 667-369-8569.
All right, so people, we have over 2,000 streamers. We just reach 20 donation. With some of them, you know, say have a t-shirt and things. So, you know, come on now, step up. At 30 minutes, 16, 20.
Hey, Ratty, I was trying to find the
Make we go 30 before we come after Ratty. Make us show people them. Wanna make me feel good, now, man. Me no my willingness.
No, we have PayPal. We have PayPal.
There's no cash app.
Yes.
Mr. Bram, you said don't turn the phone on. Oh no, it's on right now. It's on right now.
I thought she said
at the Canadian protest.
Yes, we're going to be there. We're going to be at the Canadian one.
Of course. I mean, all big things on there, man. I worry,
big link up, man. Big link up.
Definitely.
Because you see, we want to invite, you know, PC 24. I want to invite some, you know, government members or something. And then what we want to do up here, we want to have a projector with a screen. And you see, for them, let me tell the government what we plan for this still. Because we know we don't wrap up around here. So our plan is enough for the footage what we have. In the hospital or it's tea and them thing that woman where a big member, you know, lollipop jar, listen me. Member, you know, ask about tourism and them thing. Remember the one of these things we're gonna show it. We're gonna show them. The state of the place. I ain't see the water that we run downtown.
Oh, you're up on the screen. I have a big screen and show it.
Big screen I have, yes.
Oh, and show it. Okay.
So I have it and show it. Now I show them what we are talking about. Instead of sit down on table and talk to these people for change. We want to show, you know, the government in them side and them people how the thing I run down there. We not give donation to them. What am I do with the money? You have to ask a question. Saying someone want a screen for sure these things. You have to. So we're not play thing.
Yes. So Queen Shiro says, shall wait for our passport now for 4 months. Queen Shiro, I tell you what you do. According to the Jamaican government, they're saying you must buy I don't know where you are, Shiro, but they must say you must buy a plane ticket and come down here and spend 4 nights in a hotel at $300 a pop. And you must get your car from Island Car Rental. And you must get your phone from Digicel. And you're going to pay for some food and all of that stuff. And then when you do that now, you go at the booth and then you tell them, say, you want a passport. And maybe you will get it after you pay all of that money there and all of that time. In fact. And I'm just saying that to show you how ridiculous this is, Shiro. That they might tell you now, say, you must come down there. When you're down there, you can do all of them things. You up here, you pay for your
C24. Ratty. So digital for the diaspora, digital for cock up and make money for you. And then the car rental and they might tell you where forget. Can you imagine
even National Bakery as one of the legacies partners, and I said they must sell products.
So it's a money thing.
And the minister joke and say, yeah, when you drive, you must eat, you must get a bun from them, and you must have your phone, and you must this, and you must that. It's all about products and services, man.
So why that? No, but we have, look here, iPhone, see iPhone. So we have more than one of them. Right?
No, Mr. Bram,
you have fly down, so you have fly down without phone.
No, Mr. Bram, if have our American passport or wherever she's living, or a UK passport or whatever, she's a dual citizen, then she can use a passport, go down there. And then she carry a receipt where she get from the consulate or the high commission or the embassy, and then go and then deal with the thing, right? So the phone on and people, the phone on and the phone on and on. So the number at the bottom, yeah, number at the bottom of the screen. Tune in.
Mr. Rattigan, let me just respond to Queen's question about the passport. Because I had an issue with my kids' birth certificate when I needed to renew their Jamaican passport from here. And they delayed in issuing the paperwork that we needed because they gave us a time frame So what I did was contact the Bureau of Standard in Jamaica, tell them the situation, make sure you have your receipt, and they will contact them. And you'll be surprised how fast you get it. And if they did not get it to you within the time frame that they said they would, then they need to supply you with the passport plus refund your money that you paid for the service. The Bureau of Standard does work in Jamaica because I've used it, I think, on 3 occasions.
Passport? A passport?
Like if say she applied for the passport and they say, okay, you'll get it within a month's time or whatever. If she's not getting it, if she's making contact with the passport agency and not getting anywhere, then call the Bureau of Standard and say, this is when I applied for it. This is what is happening. I've made many calls, and then they will take it up with them and then get back to you. Yes. So I've done that before, because if you follow them, things just get dragged out and then you don't get to do your business. So when I have a problem, I just call the Bureau of Standard.
This is information that they should be giving out. First of all, they should be taking care of the passport issue with PICA. That's the first thing. And if it's not, if they cannot resolve it at that level, then they should do exactly, offer people the advice that you just provided for the and see if they can, unblock the logjam to get the passport. But I didn't know, like Nicola said, I didn't know that Bureau of Standards dealt with passport issues. I didn't know that.
Because I've dealt with them with birth certificate issues, both for my son when he was younger, when he was just born. Because no, birth certificate was one of them. At the hospital, you get the birth certificate. Well, you sign up for the birth certificate now when they're born, and they tell you will get it in, I think it's a month or something to that effect. And it was just stretching out, and we weren't getting anywhere. And all I did was call them. And same thing with here, because we have the Canadian passport as well as we have Jamaican passport. So when my kids' passport were expiring, there was an error that was made with my name on 2 of them birth certificate. And I had to send to the RGD to get it corrected, and it was picked up by the consulate here. And they were dragging it out. And all I did was make the call, had my receipt, tell them how many times I made contact, and this is the situation. So they call them to say, that you've breached a contractual agreement. This is the time frame that you said you would provide the service within. So you have to provide the service and refund the money that was paid for the service. We do have that recourse for us in Jamaica. A lot of people don't know.
Okay. Nice to know.
I can tell you what I know, Ratty. You have a lady there in New York, and she give her a book around 4 months before, and them a go on her, and we just come blast them, and them call her and say, hey, when you go up and we loan some show, call up my name for my woman, me retrace you. She get her book,
It shouldn't take that though, forget it.
And then some call me from Bahamas. And the same thing, the woman depend. Me I go sue you because you call up me, but she get her book.
No,
People don't get them thing.
We not say that Grace Kennedy, and them that tell us say, them say them go plant a Aki Grove, expand or buy plant something new, because them say a big market in the diaspora love Grace Aki. So them say that them all do. But I'm find out somebody send me the next day, somebody send me a can of Grace butter bean. And where the butter bean say product of Italy.
Yes.
That's where it's product of Italy.
Yeah.
But one of them say they need to tell people if you're coming from North America, because they want to cater this to seniors as well. If you go to the business conference and you're over 75, them not renting a car. So I guess them not gonna rent me no car. Coming now go. So CMD service.
So you're up to 22.
So if you go in Ratty and you're over 75, they're not renting a car.
Them not renting a car.
Why is that?
Age discrimination.
That means also discrimination.
I don't make that.
Because if you're not fit for drive, them that take away your license from overseas, them that just, something happen. Yeah, so we don't know them not renting a car. That bad.
You're not getting a car.
So tell me something, so like them, so permanent charge them a drive still.
Well,
the age just stop you, so
they want to drive him on a car.
But him not supposed to have no license. If you think about it, you think about it, then people not supposed, nobody over 75 not supposed to have no license in Jamaica. Eh? It don't make no sense. It just don't make any sense whatsoever. You can't say if you're 75, I'm not rent him no car. So if you don't, then you reach 75, what am I do? Withdraw your license. Then most of them in the house right now, they must have the license.
No, what I must say is that if you come from North America and you're 75, that's what I'm putting. Somebody putting on the chat that them said they won't rent you a car.
That they make no sense now. Eh?
How many of them down there complete survival, escape, and evasion courses?
None of them. None of them.
And they don't want to rent you nothing.
None of them. People, not telling you, do not go to this thing. Do not support this business conference. Make them friend and them companeros and them go. Make the 100 of them where want to go. Make them go. Make the place empty. Do not go. If you the plan for go cancel, call and cancel. We don't have them. We not.
Sorry, Ratty. Sorry. Hold on there. I could make some money and then you finish up, yeah? So Anderson for your donation.
Okay.
Yeah. And then she buy a t-shirt too. She does send that too. Can I see her?
Yeah, I think I have 2 t-shirts that they ordered.
So she does order now. She did this just now. She does send it, right?
Well, you have to let me know the t-shirt people them there. So when we go up next week, if they're in New York, we can just drop them off. If we get them by then. If not the following week, we drop them off.
Yeah.
Because we're gonna reach them like around a couple of days before the protest. So
see there?
we'll be able to get around.
Yeah, man. And she does send her, all right, so she does send the address where she send her t-shirt. So I'm gonna send it. I'm gonna send it on. Man, yes. Come in.
Yes, Sister Mystic, everybody thank you for the information you just gave them about Bureau standards and how you can get them involved to get the passport, which makes sense.
You're welcome, guys. You're very welcome. Yeah, and it's any issue that you're having, as long as there's a time frame to say this is the time frame with which we're working with, and you pay your money, they will talk on your behalf. And I've been using them before I even left Jamaica, because somebody had directed me to them before about an issue. And since then, anytime I have a problem with an institution, I just refer. I just call them.
Oh, good. You know, one more thing. We're coming over to the struggle come up now, yeah? So we're going 22 donation around, 22. So, you know, we think we'll reach 30 before we come off. But we're going to continue, you know. But Ratty, one more thing, I forgot. We don't make nothing slip me, you know. About the DPP.
The phone on, but nobody no call. Just on them the phone.
We never call, you know, we never make a call. About the DPP, Ratty, when them people, them people saw coming from the DPP at 6 o'clock in the morning. I don't know if it's open early, number one. And number two, you know, a digital age, you know, and if somebody can say them to the DPP, why not simply just take a picture and do a video?
Right.
Me no run that for my show, you know. You have to give me some, yes. But me just clarify that still, you know. I'm have to clarify it from night, but choose so much thing a kick. But if you talk here something else, but you know, me no buy into that 6 o'clock and them thing, you know, sir. You understand? And it's supposed to have people there work on them thing. So it's simply if you see the DPP.
Here's the thing. The thing is, I don't have any pictures, but if she went there, people would have seen her. You know
must
what I mean?
get some picture under something. Yeah.
Oh, somebody said
in
there.
the morning, 6 o'clock. Let me see the picture. No, it have to make sure, you know, take a picture with her and show me around the building and say the time there, you know. Because of that, them one thing we not do. You know, that's something like I've correspondent, you know. Because you can just give me a picture because they might have a picture with her at the building. Various time. So I don't want nobody like how I see them have a picture, a video right now, Juliet Cuthbert. You know, she a cuss. That's from long time, you know. It's not now. Me know the video. But some people send it to me and I said this, and I said, no man, this video out from that
Somebody
time,
said
yes.
53 and them say back. Mr. Bram, you know the picture. You have access to the picture.
And the date and time, if them say 53, you know. So I don't want nobody to do that and then what them do now, can you have some show where, you know, them want to run with something and then them fling. So I say, yes, them no. I like my thing them. That's why I like my thing them for a level, you know.
Yeah, but with the
Me not
pictures,
jump and say it. Me don't go like more and see it. Them do the video. Instead of picture, me that video it too. So it have time and stamp, you know.
You have a picture? You have a picture? You have a
No, me
picture?
not have it. Me not see it.
Oh.
No, I got that because remember she come in and go out in more than one time. So me no want them give me something now since she leave. Come in and know if for the week before or when. You understand what I say? That's just me.
Come in.
Because them want, you know, them look people for slip up away and slip up them say yes. Yes. You understand? Me not work out for that. I do not
Hold on,
work.
alone, sir. Hold on. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, the cash up. You need to put up the thing with the cash up, man. Come on, donate, but you know it. Nah.
The QR code up there right now is the Zelle. Now put up the watch the screen. Just watch the screen. Watch the screen. All right, watch the screen. See the cash up one there. No, PayPal. Sorry, we don't have cash up, brother. Hello?
Yeah, man, watch the screen, man.
Yeah, we don't have cash up or PayPal, man.
All right, you want to have PayPal.
Yeah, see it up on the screen there now.
Hello? I really want to do this thing, I know.
Yeah, you have a device on. I can't hear the. Hello? So the information there. All right?
Hold on. I'm turning on this TV here. I have it on the TV thing too.
You see the information on the top right, you have the QR code. And
Yeah, see, but that for
PayPal.
One time I go up on that one, it got to PayPal.
Yeah, PayPal. You want Zelle?
No, because you know, Zelle shut down from the other day through some situation.
Oh, okay. Well, we don't have cash up. We have PayPal, we have Zelle, we have credit card, we have debit card.
All right. I go make my son do the one with that for my debit card credit.
All right, then, my brother.
Yeah.
Take care of
Somebody
yourself.
say them send this, but it's send back. But me talk to them, it's okay. Because them send, but them said come back.
Oh, it was that PayPal?
No, I'm say for PayPal.
They just hold on to one of our contributions from the UK.
Oh.
I don't know why.
All right.
Yeah, next week I go wild, you know. Next week I go wild because next week the press thing I'll go out, you know. Next week if I get close and them I tell you no mistake, them I feel it, you know. Them I feel the pressure right now. Come here, hear it from good sources. Them I feel it. The heat turn up on them, and next week.
Okay, all right, good. All right.
Yes,
let
me feel the pressure.
Let's say I'm next one. All right, good.
Yeah, the pressure.
She'll send it back.
The fire turn
I
up.
bet, yeah, man. She'll send it and it go back and she send it back.
All right, good.
Good.
I don't know why them doing it. Don't make no sense.
Yeah, man, it's good.
Yeah, man. The next week I gonna be. Yes, indeed. Next week I gonna be something else, man. Because the fire start burn already now, and you know it catch on them skin. And when them see the press release go out now, and it gone all over the world now. And then them are gonna say Brand Jamaica mash up, but then we mash it up. And them mash it up. We just highlight how them mash it up.
Exactly.
So you see, mash it up, and we never say nothing. We must just keep quiet while them mash it up. That exactly. That's the reasoning there. And then when you talk about it, them say you are mash it up, and you say, but me, I know me, I know me, I cut off water. I know me, I not give the people them good health care or what. I know me, I do none of that. I do not do it. We just highlight it and do a course correction. But them turn on
and see Delroy truck. See Delroy truck and make it worse.
Yeah.
See there? See him so cut.
So what about Jamaica, Ratty? What about Jamaica? What about we are mash up?
Yeah.
Brand Jamaica?
Brand Jamaica with music, reggae music, and them thing there, you know.
Them
Brand Jamaica we running and them thing there, you know. Like with Aki and certain good things, you know, Brand Jamaica. Because Brand Jamaica with music. It's a brand from Jamaica. Them mash it up, them come in with the Nice Abatement Act. Them mash up Brand Jamaica.
Hold on alone, some. Hold on there. Yeah, caller, go ahead. Good night. Welcome to Regis Rattigan. Go ahead.
Good night. I'm sorry. Let me turn the TV down.
I beg your pardon?
My question, I have a question because I have two concerns. One, in regards to the DPP. In respect of the fact that she was in office illegally, I know that she knew the Constitution, so she already knew my thing is this: is it a case where she's just buying time to cover up the dirty deeds for the prime minister and the minions, then in order for her to get out of office? Because I don't think she wants to really stay in office, you know. It's just the time that she needs to buy, I think, to get things done so she can just exit. Because I don't think she wanted to stay over. So maybe this is why the appeal is for that purpose.
Right.
Not necessarily like she wanted to stay.
Right.
You understand?
Right.
So that is where I am looking at in regards to the DPP, in that regards to the Constitution.
Well, I tell you what, you have a lot of people looking in that direction like you. A lot of people.
Yeah, because there's no way that somebody wanted to hold on to something that is tarnishing their reputation. Because unless you have no ambition, unless you have nothing about that.
Well, I can say a lot of people hold a view that you presently hold, and for good reason, you know, because they start saying, why would a woman put herself through all this public embarrassment and disgrace? Why?
She knew that let me tell you, I can tell her that she knew that even the appeal not going to hold up. You understand me?
Right.
So the time that she knew the appeal would take, maybe that's the allotted time they need in order to do whatever they need to do in the meantime. That's the way I'm looking at it.
Well,
so that's why they go with the whole appeal thing.
well,
Knowing
God
that it's
knows.
not going to hold up, but this can buy us time to do what we want to do in the meantime. You get what I'm saying?
All right. Look, thank you for your call. Let me grab another caller from this one is coming in from Jamaica. So we'll talk soon. Caller, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Good night. Hello.
Greetings.
Yes, greetings. How are you?
Give thanks. I'm trying to be fine.
Trying to be fine. Okay. Tell me, what's the problem?
It's always a work in progress, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, greetings to the panel, and I'm also happy with your two new linkages, Mystic Sensation.
Yeah, man. A blessing.
Bless up, sister. And Wayne Lonesome.
Well, loan someone new. Loan someone new. R&R, you know.
So, last week, I was glad with how the male half of Mystic dealt with that lady that you had on your panel. Because what I would like is when people, we are addressing issues. I don't like when I hear people sound as if they are apologizing to be political. Because the issues we deal with is all political. So, you know, and when you are going to say, I'm neither here nor there, you can't be neither here nor there. Because it's either you agree with policies and the regulations and the principle of one side or the other.
Right.
It's not only Jamaica have two parties right now. PNP, JLP. In America, you have Democrats, Republicans. England, you have liberals and conservatives. So why we have to be straddling fence? Is either. And we have to deal with issues according to who going to help the country or who does more than the other. Because there's no perfect party. However, we address each according to what they are doing or not doing. And so I was glad with how Mystic and Jamaican caller dealt with her last week, because we are always addressing political issues. This is not a religious program. This is not, the diaspora is not a religious order. It is a political order.
Yeah.
And health and all of those things are political. Thanks again for bringing on Dr. Ben.
Yeah, no problem. He'll be back next week.
Yes. I knew about some of the herbs that we have in Jamaica, especially up in the Rio Grande Valley.
Mm-hmm.
However, some of the things I'm talking about, you know, it is more scientific also.
Yeah.
And that is what we really need to, you know, as we open our eyes to new knowledge.
Let me leave it right there, son.
again.
Yeah, let me leave it right there, son. Thank you for the call, because we have to go run out of here now pretty soon, because we have a show for go start at midnight.
Mhm. Yes, I usually listen sometimes.
No, you have to listen tonight, you know.
Peter Tosh, them have to get that.
No, I'm going to play
I
equal
can't
rights and
stand it
justice.
no longer. The wicked getting stronger.
Equal rights and justice.
Eh?
Equal rights and justice.
Yes,
Listen.
hear that, but
Well, you
people
listen
like
to
them straight
you listen to it a lot plus one more time. Anyway, I'm going to relieve you. I'm going to just grab a caller from Jamaica and we'll talk soon, all right? Yeah. All right. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reasons, Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Rattigan.
Yes, sir.
Good night, man.
Good night.
You like the combination tonight with Mystic Sensation.
Then end up good anytime Mystic and Lonesome and Herb Tea there on, you know what's going on.
Yeah,
and I just Aaron now. And I just Aaron.
Blessings.
United Front of Freedom Fighters.
See there?
Right? And the great Wayne Lonesome. And of course, Honorable Herb.
See there?
Right? We bring it up to you some months ago when you warned them people about registering as a foreign agent.
There you
They
go.
never listen to you. Now you come out warn them about this conference with them a call. This fake thing, right? I use taxpayers' money to political purposes. What is going to happen in the next couple of months in Jamaica is this. The army in the last couple of months purchased new helicopters, great expansion of Upper Camp. They have militarized the constabulary force. When you have people in military fatigue every day, like I deal with civilians, what it shows you is the apparatus and the structures are being put in place for the next election. So when if you watch what happened with the Yannies this week, this is what the PNP member of parliament and caretakers need to be doing the work of investigative journalism. Go out and see what's happening. Because corruption is not happening in Kingston alone. It's not happening in the Prime Minister's office. It is happening to all members of parliament. The PNP, yes, are doing a good job so far. But we are the secretariat to profile all the JLP members of parliament before and after they enter politics. The Prime Minister, for example, after leaving university, what recognized company or corporation did he work for? He worked in company in the politics. He worked for Edward Seala. As some people are saying, maybe yard boy, I don't know what they call it. Right? Then he come again and he enter politics. As a minister of education, what was his salary at that time? He himself with his own words. Say money at one time he do over $1,000 in a bank account. And yet in last statutory declaration, his assets, not what people say, what he state, was 160 million Jamaican dollars. 160 million Jamaican dollars in less than 7 years as Prime Minister. Your assets are that, and nobody in Jamaica can question where the money come from. No, if he's honest enough to declare that he worth 116 million Jamaican dollars in assets, then what do you think he really worth? Twice that amount. Twice that amount. Jamaicans need to wake up. Where is the spirit of Nani and Paul Bogle?
Yeah, they're right there. So they're upon the panel. Let me just grab a last caller from Philly. Let me call a caller, but show me about next week, all right? Let me just take a caller. Run up. Bless up yourself. Caller, welcome. Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Yes, good night.
Can you give a total update on the different colors we'll be having on the t-shirts?
Give an update on what?
The different colors we'll be having on the t-shirt except the white.
Well, you don't like white, then you like the white t-shirt.
I would like you other colors added like the orange or yellow.
Well, you have to give me that special order there because what we don't want is order, a whole bunch of orange, white, yellow, blue, purple, and then people don't buy the colors and they want the white. White is probably the most popular color. But no, we can't get any color you want.
Okay. All right. I'll talk to you.
All right. Big up yourself.
She should text the information to us.
Yeah.
So at least we'll have it.
She will. Here we are. But I don't have less than 15 minutes before me start the program. I'm not eating, I'm hungry like a dog. But anyway.
Oh, I don't start telling you about it. Because I'm doing, no, I'm not run now. Sit down too long for you. And people, me that's at 30 when I reach at 24.
Hold on there.
Yeah.
Caller, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from?
Oh my gosh, I'm calling from Bermuda.
Hey, Bermuda.
I've been calling all night. No answer.
Hey.
You guys don't check your comment section.
Yeah, we should, but I'm telling you, the comment section is just moving at a rapid pace, you know. But anyway, talk to us. What's going on in Bermuda?
Oh, a whole lot. there are about 3,000 Jamaicans that live here.
And you're not one of them?
And yes, I have lived here for more than 50 years.
Wow. Okay.
And I'm a vibrant part of the diaspora.
Which one? The registered one or the bogus one? Which one? I'm sure you're talking about the one that we farm, right?
The original. I only deal with original.
Oh, you don't deal with the bogus one where people say represent you and represent you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but you know, I noticed when people speak of the diaspora, the countries that are mentioned are United States, England, and Canada. People live elsewhere.
True. That's true. That's true. And that's why we need people like you to call in.
Anyone else.
No, that's why we need people like you to call in, because there's a tendency to think that, well, we know that the 3 population centers are in the UK, the US, and Canada. But we know that Jamaicans are all over the world. I've traveled extensively, and I cannot think of a place I've been to where I didn't, even in Japan. I met a Jamaican guy in Japan.
And I have traveled too. I've traveled extensively myself.
So they're all over. Yeah. So that's why I'm saying we need people like you to call us, because there's a tendency for us to forget that. You know what I mean? Because we're thinking of the big population centers. So we really appreciate you calling and letting us know that, hey, you know, we're here in Bahamas. Hold on 1 second.
Rattigan.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, big
and
fan.
I like the duo as well.
Yeah.
Mystic.
Hold on, don't go anywhere. Hold on 1 second. Mrs. Mystic wants to say something to you. Go ahead, please.
Hi, where in Bermuda are you?
Hello?
She said, where in Bermuda are you?
Which parish in Bermuda are you?
Southampton.
Southampton. Okay. I was in Bermuda for 8 years. I worked at King Edward Memorial.
I'm not hearing her very well.
Okay. She said she lived in Bermuda for 8 years. She lived and worked there.
King Edward Memorial Hospital in the emergency room.
Okay. It's quite possible that I know someone that she knows, you know, and vice versa.
Yeah. I was at Spanish Point.
Spanish Point. Anyway, Miss Bermuda, let me run and just grab this last call from the UK. All right. But thanks for the support.
Okay.
Stay grounded.
All right.
And we'll be in touch.
I would like to purchase a T-shirt, but I would like to have it for the 10th, so I can wear it on that day.
All right. Give me a call next week, Saturday,
So who can
please.
guarantee that it will be delivered?
Just give me a call next week.
Pardon?
No, I was just saying, just give me a call next week, Saturday, because we'll have them by then.
Or just text your information ahead.
No, man, we are private jet tonight. You don't know about that. All right, let me run though, but we'll talk. All right. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Hi, I'm calling from New Jersey.
Yes, New Jersey.
Okay, what I want to find out is if you have any preparations for people, what provisions you have for people with disability to come to that thing in New York.
Well, it's gonna we don't, and we I'm glad you raised the point. We should be thinking about it. But it's not going to be inside of the building. It's going to be outside on the street.
Yes, but like we would like to drive, because taking the train.
Okay, they're parking garages all over the place. If you're gonna drive in next week, I'll be able to give you the parking locations closest to the site.
Mr. Rattigan?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my wife, she was speaking, but I was saying something. She handed the phone over to me.
Okay.
Yeah, we were here talking. We would like to support the demonstration over there.
Yes, sir.
In Manhattan on the 10th.
Yes.
But we are disabled people, but we drive. how close would we be able to get to the site over there in Manhattan?
Yeah, that's what I'm going up there this, next week in a few days. So I'm gonna map out all the parking spots, the parking lots. So on next week Saturday, I'll be able to tell people, if you're driving in and you're looking for parking, here are where the the parking spots are. And if you're taking the train, I'll be able to give you directions how to, which one of the trains to take to get to Grand Central and to come over to the thing. So next week, I'm going to give you all of that information.
Yeah, but it would be nice to have a special provision for people with disability.
Well,
we have our disability tag. We are disabled people.
Right.
We just can't manage, the subway or, any long walking.
Right. Here's what I'm planning to do. I'm planning to go talk to the police and see if I can work something out with them so that you can park your car right next to where we will be protesting. How about that?
That would be nice. That would be really appreciative.
Yeah, I'll talk to them. But next week, Saturday, I'll have the answer for you.
Yeah, and I noticed something also, there's a little extra. Them Jamaica promoters, they always keep a whole heap of big show and they never make no provision for people with disability. All kind of big show in the park, I think we just want to show that night. Them can't hear you.
All right, well then that's a good point. I never thought about it. I'm glad you raised it. And if all the promoters them listening, and Lonesome, you might want to keep this in mind for your protest, and Herb as well.
That was for you too.
Yes. Yeah.
After man,
Calling from the UK for quite a while. Let me take a call from them. But we'll talk.
Nice talking to you, sir.
Likewise. Bye-bye. Caller, good night. Welcome to hello. Now we have 10 minutes left. Okay. Let me know some.
Ratty, make us show you something fast.
Welcome to Rattigan.
Yes, Rattigan. Good night to you, panel.
Yeah, man. I have to go hurry you, because we don't have much time,
Yes, I'm on special request to Mystic and his beautiful wife. Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. And
the man in the wilderness, respect.
The man in the wilderness.
He's the first man I listen to his hymn.
Oh, man in the wilderness.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man, we have to give him props, man.
Yeah, so I want to ask you one thing, Ratty.
Yes, sir.
Can I pick up my t-shirt at the tent?
Yes, for sure.
Okay, good then, because I want a large.
All right, no problem.
You see my name down there, so.
Don't worry yourself, man. Your t-shirt safe. Just bring your family and your friends and your whole neighborhood. Bring your church. Bring
man.
Bring your community. The community organization people, and bring everybody come.
Yes, and respect to the panel, Herb, and everyone still,
All right, my brother.
All right.
Take care of yourself.
You too. Yeah.
Somebody are coming from the UK, but I have to turn off the phone now because I have 9 minutes for meeting. So I could not. So hey, Mystic, start we off now. We have.
Yes, without any hesitation, I want to say a big thanks for the opportunity to gather here, right? As it relates to what we are dealing with, good governance. It's a pleasure to always be on a platform like this, right? And we are talking about the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, right? It is imperative that we continue, right, to support the mission as it relates to what we are fighting for. We are fighting for our people. We are One Jamaica, this platform, one voice, and even although that you see that, of course, we have the aggressive part of us, which is the Titan boss there. So blessed it. All right. So, so we can get, when we're ready to put it out there, the Titans put things together, the Titan boss. From once Titan boss already, understand we're ready to shoot. All right. So I hit that. Blessings.
All right. Thank you, sir. Herb T.
Hey, all right. We up to 26 and add another $70 to that last figure.
All right. Good. 30, I asked them about doing 30. And then give me 26 we're up 4. We start at 4. When you do the 4 before we come on, don't fail me, please and thanks.
We only have 7 minutes before we start the midnight.
Ratty.
We can't do the 3 or 4 minutes because I'm almost set up here for the nighttime program already. You know.
Okay, herb tea. Me just give me less than a minute. You remember me I tell you say some doctor in Jamaica through the some people the poor condition wagwan people are dead and get bad injection. Look on this. Papa, I put it up. It's a teacher. This is not 2021. Now I hear so them a charge a doctor for killing. Bad injection. Bad injection. Now you will. You see me at about Ratty?
Yeah.
That means bad injection. Can you imagine how much more people get bad you can dead and not come out in Jamaica? It's bad. And then the last thing. Remember these people. Only still same that still don't good enough because the JLP knows the message not resonating. So this is what me are telling you. Them have some tool I go around and I put things. The government right. Listen, them afraid. Them know so them can't trick nobody no more. Yeah? And that's right there. Can you see them come out and admit say them a go with the PR. They move the bug by the way, but I don't know you catch the Joe Stinker. Yeah, bug life. They move the bug. Remember he was the chairman for them PR machine and propaganda machine. They move him. So them want to reinvent that. No one come tell more lies, but we wait on it. The Titans are wait on it. R&R wait on it. Earth are wait on it. So we're there. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
Look,
man.
people, it's been a blessing. It's been fun. It's been informative. It's been enjoyable. And we're going to do it again next week, Saturday night. Next week, Saturday afternoon. But in 6 minutes, the Rebel will be on. So you have to tune into the Rebel on Reggae Global Radio from midnight to 2. I will be playing message music, reflection reggae. No trap music, no trap, no anything like that. These are just solid reggae music with a message for all of us because we have fight for our people in Jamaica. Nobody are going to stop us. Nobody, because this is bigger than Freedom Little Bogus movement. This is organized. And once you organize and you centralize, there's no stopping us. Again, Mystic Sensation, big up on yourself. Thanks for having me last night. Thanks for returning the favor and coming on tonight. This is your home, sir. Ma'am, this is your home. And I'll see you.
Yeah. Good talk.
Find the wilderness tomorrow. All right?
Yeah.
Willing.
Remember, Ratty, please never play Sorry for Magadag and make it for me. Yeah. Magadag, let me turn on right. So we're not sorry for the Magadag. Yeah.
Thanks to all the donations and all the people in the audience. Baron and Marie, great